Jibo nyonje ide, kawe atige nyonya. Zana ya yok malo nyoti. Ya yo sa won yo le yo kwa po ya yo.
Na nyo we.
Jibo nyonje ide, sibo ni ya yok malo nyoti yo.
Oh, nyo so asan di ti, me le jumla. We ole.
So ya ya kurba ko kene moyola. Money find one no swao. Get what I want. Yeah. Sibo, 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 sibo. Yo, yo, yo. Weyo. Come on,
Ambake unyon weyo.
Dibo nyon je ide, kan we ati ge nyon. Zan da ya yok ma lo nyon tie. Ya yo sa won yo le yo kwa po ya o yo.
Na nyon weya.
Dibo nyon je ide, dibo wa ya yok ma lo nyon tie.
Oh, nyon so asran diti, men le jumla. Weyole.
My
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you to another edition of Real Talk, Issues of Our Time. Today, we will be joined here by the bright minds of GGAA, especially in the diaspora. We'll be discussing the revised draft constitution of GGAA. And we will be very, very happy if you can join us to listen, to contribute, and to discuss this constitution as we all heading to the convention to adopt it. So I will be able to bring some of my guests from the back. I think some of them just tested me; they'll be running late, but I think we got one or two here. Honorable Editon Hillary McToody. So yes, Mr. Toady, you are welcome. I think you are muted, or you muted yourself, right? Yeah, you muted yourself. So the other guys come in, they can join us. Let me give a presentation here about the Constitution. I share my screen. Nope. I want to share my screen window. Let me see the window. Yeah, I want this window. Yeah, I want to share this window. There you go. Yes, GGAA, Constitution Revised and Restructuring, 2022 Amendments, Kansas City, Missouri, USA. GGAA Associations in the America, Incorporated. There you go. So we'll be looking at this constitution tonight because we don't want to make mistake. Today we have been experiencing a lot of hullaballoos. Other people, reading the constitution to their own understanding, and the constitution not serving us right, and we all agree that we should change this constitution. Now, a committee was appointed to draft the change, and here is the change. So we will go through it bit by bit. All those things you see me highlighted, that's my own concern. But my brothers and sisters will come into tonight and bring their own concern. So every one of you who have the constitution, we are inviting you to come on and bring your concern. Let us look at it, correctly, so that when we go to that convention and we are adopting something that we all agreed upon. Mr. Matodi? Oh, on the phone, okay. Okay. No one is back there yet. Besides Mr. Mantori, the other guys will be coming to join us. And let me remove this one. So I send the link to almost every one of you guys. Just check your inbox, your messages inbox. You will get the link there and you can come on. I'm talking to all those that are invited on the program. So I just don't want to jump ahead. I want most of my guests to be in so that we all can look at this constitution together. So right now, I got Mark Toody and I got 6 more persons left to come in. But I would want to entertain you with this constitution a little bit until my guests can come. So let me go back there and see and get back there. No. Okay. So as you can see, this is the preamble. And I don't think the preamble is different from the one that the constitution that we are using today. The only thing that I see there different is the one that I just highlighted here, the social bound. It's the only thing I see that different in the preamble of the new one. In the old one, instead of social bound, they get brotherly bound, right? Yeah, something, yeah, or something about brotherly bound or brotherly something. But in the new one, they got social instead of brother bound. So I think it's almost the same thing. So this one they didn't put in the logo because the old one explained about the logo. This constitution did not explain the logo because the logo, you see, we got two axes here, we got a mountain here, we got a sun here. So all of everything there they got meaning. They stand for something. So the thing they stand for, the other constitution did not explain it. They say it's not necessary. So they took it off. You see. So it brought the name here. They define the name here. The name of the association shall be the Grand Jury Association in America, which shall be abbreviated as Grand Jury Association or GGAA. And hereinafter referred to simply as the association. Then they get a motto. This is our motto. People united for excellence. It is our motto. Then we'll come to the aim objectives. Well, as you can see, I got something highlighted. I got a district organizations highlighted. You know, I got a problem. I don't know what the district organization doing in here because the district organization they are already been established. They get their own bylaws and constitution. You know, so they can't be part of except they won't throw their own their own document away, their own constitution away, and then deal with our own constitution. Then they part of all. All the chapters constitution is in sync with our constitution. And one of the things that we'll be talking about here tonight. Because in the old constitution, it gives the chapters the right to go and then formulate their own constitution, but it should be harmonious. I want to use harmonious. It should mirror, okay, be harmonious with the national constitution. But most of the organization or most of the chapters constitution is not harmonious. I can give you an example, Philadelphia or Pennsylvania chapter constitution is not harmonious with the national constitution. For example, in the national constitution, we elect our board members. So all the chapter then will elect their board members too. But in PA, they can appoint their board members. So it's not in harmony with the national constitution. So for me, I'm thinking that these things must be solved in the new constitution that we're talking about or that we're going to adopt. So that's one of the issues that I have there. So with respect to this district organization, if we will have to come up with a kind of constitution or our accelerated organization would be, then it means they have to conform to those things. So are they waiting to do that? I'm not sure because they got their own thing going. So I don't see why we have to include them in the Grand Jury Association of America, formation. I mean, every one of those individuals or members of those various organizations, they are all part of Grand Jury Association, and we've been working at that, and it's fine. But we include it into this thing that I got issue with it. I think my co-host is in the backstage. So let me go back there and see. Oh, okay. Can I mute your guest because they choose to? Probably you muted yourself. You gotta check your device. You yourself mute yourself. I can unmute you. Yeah. Bobby, you need to unmute yourself. You muted yourself. I'm not the one that muted you.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Bobby, you're in there twice.
Let log out and log in back.
Bobby, log back, log out, and log in because you're in there twice. Okay. Yeah. Mr. City.
Yeah.
We want to welcome you
Thank you.
to the show. We're waiting for the other people. Most of them have tested me they will be running late, but Matodi is in.
Yeah, we can start.
So we can start our band, talking about the Constitution from the beginning and going over that again. We did that last week, Sunday, but because we have more people joining us, so we decided to go back again and start from the beginning.
Yeah, but now, what I think we should be doing, let me talk about general things, because we want to go through with Matode, then when they come, then we'll go back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it'll be a redundant or monotonous or something. Yeah. So while we're waiting on them, maybe we're going to talk about some grand leader politics. If you have any idea.
Hold on, guys. Thank you, Mr. Dewey. Thank you for your projection.
You got to put us on mute.
Yeah,
no, I told you, we're hearing the conversation from back there.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. So I'm meeting. We're trying to make changes here. We're trying to go over to the bowl. We want to bring new bowl. We want to go to convention.
Look, the way you do, you mute yourself.
Yeah, mute yourself.
Yeah. All right. So as I said, while waiting for the people to come, we can be talking about other issues like grand leader politics. Yeah. If you have any idea.
No, I don't have any idea. Maybe you can, walk us through.
Well, like today, I was fortunate to have spoken to two prominent citizens of Grand Gita County.
Okay.
In the name of Honorable Alfonso Gay, who have been appointed the new Water and Sewer Managing Director.
Okay.
And also Honorable A. Marshall Dennis, Senior Senator of Grand Gita County.
Mm-hmm.
And our conversation were, let's say, based on development in the county, especially our police station that was destroyed by the youth.
Yeah, okay.
And then we got that $10,000 worth of cement bags. And then we had like $10,000 cash from the central bank. So according to the conversation, hopefully before the end of this month, the construction of the police station or the headquarters will be on our way.
So the construction of the police station is being built by the Nigerians, not the government?
Oh, well, according to what I got, they said that it was the act of vandalism that led to that. So if Nigeria want to rebuild it, they gotta use their own. It wasn't done by accidents. Then Nigeria should take money from the coffers, from the development fund, so that their own children intentionally and deliberately put the police station on fire. Government can only build a police station if there is none. But where you have a police station and you have no control over your children, and they go destroy the other whole organism, then the government cannot come in. That's what I got it.
That is not an excuse. Because
Bobby, you hear what I'm saying? Bobby is good in Minnesota election.
in every society, there will
Bobby
always,
try to get a bowl. Let me tell you.
in every society, there is always lawlessness. That why they have these institutions and to quiet those things down. And so, anything that the people finalize the play, what the government did to penalize the people that did it. Because if you let them go free, you encouraging them to come back again. When you do something to them again, they'll go and point it out again because they can go with impunity.
That one is true.
Yeah.
So right now, Grand they can only rebuild the police station from the donation they have, and they go into the county development fund to take up money from there. Or we like in the diaspora, we can also help too. That's it. Because those that did it, they are Grandians that did it.
Okay. So maybe by next month, like you said, we'll start hearing the people going for breaking the ground, right?
Yeah.
Mama, what happened to the other guests?
I don't know. All of them are sending the link.
But to me, it gets them, let's start, you know, they will meet up, but I want for them to come, they will go back.
That's the problem. It's 6:20, so
let's give it 10 minutes. Let's give it 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. 10 more minutes. Okay. I need to go for some songs who can play some song here, man.
Oh yeah.
I'm go song and see how good.
But it was maybe I can go one song too.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let me talk in song for all quick. Let me talk. I go for one song quick.
Chairman says she's not feeling well.
Okay, good. Yeah. And the only thing I don't want to happen is that we wait on people, then time and say, oh, we ain't able to come. Then we sit down for them, waiting for them. Yep. All right, now the music's coming.
Okay. So we got 7 more minutes, then we'll start. So
You can hear it?
yeah.
The next one that coming, that's the main music. Oh man.
The 5 more minutes will be starting.
Yeah, that's my music coming now. That's my music coming. And I'm taking my music way over drink. So don't say yeah. So don't say yeah. No, I know. Moyo kesi, no saudo, moyo kesi, my mondo, moyo kesi, moyo kesi. Do I know? Una they are not yours are. They are not do I know? Yes, yeah. Do I know? Mama yours are. Monday I pay we Monday I pay we you say you boy yimpa you boss me yendi Moyo kesi you was me yendi you implement duruke you implement duruke yo ayo no yo sao tetele opozo tetele aya no e kasime no yo sao yeah 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 derrière devant do I got it ana de do I got it so it's a great how great that great
We want to welcome Kevin Aboyone.
Yeah, thank you, man. You have a very good system here, man. We try to promote it and put a lot of stuff together. Promote it to all these different group sites.
Yeah.
The man really enjoying it.
You mean we on time now?
Yeah.
I think we can.
I've been around and I even saw your man Eddington Bobby Toure, but I was in the background.
Yeah. He just left.
Oh,
We know we are there out of Glendale institution meetings and stuff, but the other one we have yesterday, that was a good one. I think we had it somewhere. Let's spread that news.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for still being there. At least few of our guests has joined, and the others will be coming in later on. So we want to commence the discussion. So Jimmy,
Yes, sir.
you want to start the conversation?
And tonight we are going to critique this beautiful constitution compiled by our brothers and sisters. We are not here to criticize, but we are going to critique. Academically, we don't criticize people, but we critique. If your brother did a piece of job and they give it to you, say, oh, and Honorable, you please look over my paper for me. Then say, please criticize my paper, say, please critique to see where I fell short. Because looking at the Constitution is a beautiful one, but it doesn't have table of contents. Table of content is not here. So that's one of the first things that we're going to look at. Why is it that the old Constitution had a table of content, but the new one that had more information, and the table of content was said omitted deliberately or intentionally? We don't know. So that the first critique right there, there's no table of content. So, Honorable Bunyane, Bobby, Edison, and my end of Matuli, welcome. We are here tonight to critique our Constitution. Because of the Constitution, if we don't critique it in a way that will set up a pace for our people to follow, we'll always have confusion in the community. So we got to do it in a way that it will incorporate the educated, the non-educated, and the semi-educated. Thank you and welcome.
Okay. I think with respect to the how you call it, the table of content, I think the drafter they did not include this this particular thing because they are not sure yet. You know, they have to be sure of the Constitution before, because all the things they wrote here, you know, some of them can be removed, some can be added, you know, and then the position will switch, you know. So until they can have all of this thing, the argument will go, you know, talk about it, and then we'll say, okay, we agree on the one, we move the one, and the other one. Then when they put everything together, before they'll be able to come up with the table of content.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
So that's why we didn't put the table of contents there.
Mm-hmm.
So, gentlemen, the preamble, I think the preamble is here. You guys read it. If you are not satisfied with anything within the preamble, you can, you know, give your reservation and then give us the reason why you think it's not satisfactory and what have you. But if not, I'm going to pass by it. The only thing for me I saw there is the area where highlighted
Social bound.
Social bound. We had the broader bound. Now they change it to social bound. So I don't know why, but that's why I highlighted it. Change it to social bound. Social bound.
Which are the in the preamble?
Yes.
In the preamble.
The second sentence.
Oh, second sentence.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, we're on our meeting at the same time.
Yeah,
so speaking of that preamble myself, I highlighted that same thing, the social bound. First of all, what I want to say to that, two things. It is sad because when you look at that particular the second sentence, they say being deeply concerned about our welfare and in order to form a social bond for the assurance of unity. For the assurance of unity, I think we're not even doing that. We're not socially bounding, and we're not unified. We don't have unity. But besides that, I don't know if bound word is correct. Is it should I be B-O-N-D or B-O-U-N-D? I think it's B. That's my view. I think it's B-O-N-D, bond, to bond instead of bound. I don't know. What's your take, guys?
I'm going to define it quick.
Yeah, because bound is the past tense for bind, B-I-N-D.
No, it's the past and past participle, bound, which of course come from the word bind. Yeah, it's the past.
Bind, B-I-N-D.
Past and past participle.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so you think that's the right word?
I mean, you're using the past participle. So here we going through English now. Let's see what we have.
Because
let's read our sentence. To form a social bound, a social.
I think they mistaken it for B-O-N-D, bond.
I think that B-O-N-D they wanted to go there.
Yes.
Yeah, B-O-N-D instead of B-O-U-N-D.
Yes. All right, so then first one.
Thank you.
So that's why it is
we can highlight that and make that correction when we get down there. Good. Yeah. We're making progress.
You see, when you're using the word bound, it has to do with something you do with ropes or logs.
It will be B-O-N-D.
Yes. Restrain someone by tying up hands and feet rather than bound. That's different.
Right.
So this one should be bond. You're right. B-O-N-D.
B-O-N-D.
Yeah.
Good.
It is it'll be a bond. Yes. All right. So let's go to the name.
So first of all, my man, can we make an opening statement, or we just going about? Or we just
we already did.
Into the
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank you guys for the work that you and your man doing. I'm always it brings me, how do I say, some form of joy. It brings me joy, it brings me euphoria, or should I say ecstasies whenever I'm in the pool of competent Grenjidans know-how and where we can kind of air our views on how to engage the issue and fix the issue in our community. So I'm happy that I'm on you tonight, and that we can be able to look, even though we don't have much viewer, but it's important. Hopefully some of our people will come on tonight to look at some of the things we will be talking about, and hopefully they can come to conclusion and make up their mind to see whether they're in for this or not. But what I think first of all, this drafted constitution, it's not perfect, but it makes some sense. It makes sense that I think some things, when we are able to get this thing through, our community will benefit a lot. I think our community will benefit in the sense that we hopefully we will have the rightful people in place, that are level-headed people that will be able to lead us. So I don't want to go too much as we go, because this is a long thing, and I've seen a lot of things we're going to be discussing tonight. So let me give you guys a chance to I will delve into this constitution, the drafted constitution. Thank you.
All right, Onyale, please come in.
Yeah. Thank you guys for inviting us to this important program. I will call it a program. We started some series, so the series is continuing. I hope that we'll, get somewhere as we try to decipher some of the words, some of the vocabularies that are used in this constitution. I also want to once more thank you guys for coming up with this kind of series to be able to discuss and be able to inject or put forward or recommend some of the things that we hope can make some difference in the drafted constitution. I mean, it is very essential for the people out there so that they can understand too, because a lot of people didn't get the draft. Reason being that some chapters did not distribute it to their members. And I hope that they can be able to do that as soon as possible so that the people can get that draft. Because, I mean, this is very important because the Constitution can bring up problems in the organization. What we have in today stem from the Constitution. There are certain areas in the Constitution that the Election Commission used, and which, of course, brought some problem, whereas the board got into impeach members of the Constitution Commission, which of course is something that we have to deliberate on, because there are certain mistakes that are made by the board members or the board chair, whoever, and also there are some mistakes made by the past election commission. So all these things are because of the Constitution. So that's why it's important for us to discuss and see what these guys have imported in the draft, because we can't just carry the draft over there and just approve it. It has to be discussed, and we have to make some amendments. And this amendment has to represent the today's Grand GGAA Association, because the last constitution had a lot of things that represent the 70s and the 80s. Now we are in the what? In the 20th century, 21st century.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we need to really, come into terms with things that are going on currently, the trends that are going on in our society. So the Constitution need to reflect those things. So, I mean, I don't want to waste any time by talking a lot, but let's just go ahead and decipher what we can be able to produce tonight and share it with people out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know Bobby listening to another meeting, but I just tell you, Bobby, when I saw the bond, in chemistry, we got a covalent bond. In chemistry.
I want a chemistry now.
To the public, like the chairman just said, our aim and objective of doing this live is because, like the chairman said, most of our chapter presidents did not distribute or circulate. They didn't really circulate the draft to the membership. So by all coming here live and discussing it, we think this will help them to even make the membership to ask their presidents for a copy, because we know for sure that the national president said that they distributed to all the chapter presidents. So we doing this to push them on the wall to give their membership the Constitution, so that when we come here, they all can be part of the conversation and be able to ask their own questions, and we all champ on it and things like that, so we can be able to move forward. So, Mr. Madison, the reason why we're doing this live is because we want the community to be involved. That's why we decided not to do it offline. Because some of them, when they see us doing it, will be able to come to and share their view, by putting their question in the chat room, or even calling some of us that online, so they can be able to contribute their own idea. Because regularly, so people didn't really know that this been sent to the president, and the president didn't give it to them. But when we come here now, we'll talk about it. They hear it. They can go and ask them to get copy, and then when we come here, they will join us too. And I think Madison behind there, right? Or so let me go by and see whether Madison is there, so he can come on to and contribute his idea on this. Oh no, Madison is not there yet.
Yeah. But before we go forward, I think there's a question about my first
Send
concern.
the link.
Who is a Grand Gideon? I think I can just answer for the person, and Dominic. Or Grand Gideon is somebody who live in Grenada for a certain length of time, decided to become a Grenadian by resident, by marriage, and there are so many ways you can become a Grenadian or married to a Grenadian. So there are about 3 or 4 ways you can become a Grenadian. You live in a place for a long
honorary
time.
Grenadian too. You can be
Yes.
honorary Grenadian.
Yes. When you marry to a Grenadian too, you are Grenadian. If you declare you want to become a Grenadian, you are Grenadian. So
Okay.
Dominic, I think I answered your question. So if you marry to Jojo Kra, then I think you are double Grenadian.
So, Madison, I think I sent you the link through your inbox. If you click on it, you will come in, and I will, put you on. We look at the preamble. Jim questioned the table of content, and I think I explained why the drafter did not put the table of content here. They want us to go through this thing here to make all the changes from there before they can put it together. Then they can come with a table of content. They at least when they put it there, it will be straight. It will not be changed. So that's the reason why they didn't put a table of content there. The next thing is that I said earlier, I will also continue to explain our logo. They ask here what they to ask for, what they song for, what they banting for, all the things they explain in our old logo, in our old constitution. But they draft here, they say it's not necessary. They took it off. So we went straight to the preamble. What everyone else saw in the preamble is this: we don't have problem with this social bound, but the war bound that we agree that it should be born instead of bound. So that's why I put it in red here. So we hope that the drafter will take note. So I'm moving Jeremy to the name, email objectives. If you have anything there, then you can highlight it. But in the email objective, this is where I have problem. That's why I highlighted here with this. The district organizations. I got issue with it. And I highlight that. I don't know what you have when it comes to the email objective. If you have any issue in there in the email objective, you can also talking about it. So I have district organization. I see they don't have to put a district organization there because the district organization have their own rules and regulations. They will not be able to live by our rules, the Grenadian Association in the American rules. Except they want to form part of us, then they got to live by our rules and how the chapters are, acting or going according to our rules and regulations. Other than that, it has to be part of the organization. That's why I highlighted that. So that is my reason why I highlighted that one. I don't know what you guys have on it.
I think I agree with you because this district thing is it will cause a lot of overlapping, and it's something we need to look into keenly. Yeah, especially with the district because as you rightly said, the district they do have their own constitution and laws. So we have to be very, very careful. There's something we need to talk about and see how we can exclude the people. Because we're going to get to that point because I know they're asking for the district. Each district sends some board member, and then the chapter send a board member. I think that would be a little overlapping, and I don't know the main reason behind that. But we'll get that and we'll elaborate on that. But yeah, so far this district thing is I think it's gonna cause some problem, and it's gonna make the constitution even difficult to really digest or see how we can put it in place. But then I don't know what you guys think.
And where are you guys reading right now?
We're on the email objectives.
We F session 1F
section. Yeah, this section 2. What is it? Is this section 2?
Section 1F.
It's section 2F. No. Article 2, section 1F.
F.
Article 2, section 1F.
We're on Article 2, section 1F.
Okay, but did you guys go through the B first? We go to F, right?
Yeah, what you got on the B?
If you highlight the B, then come up with B so we can talk about B. What do you say?
Okay, B said to encourage and promote educational, cultural, and social advancement.
Very good.
Yes. So can we talk about it a little bit?
Yeah.
Like we have been awarding scholarship to people. that the promotion of education, right? But today, can Grenadian come and say, oh well, from this year to this year, we get scholarship to maybe 50 Grenadian, and these Grenadian, they are helping in our county. I mean, or we just promoting and then we just leave them. Mr. Nyole.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point that you stressed. It is very important that I think we kind of add something there that that is to say, because you want clarity. You don't want things just hanging there, and that's the problem we've been having from the onset. So encouraging, promoting educational, cultural, and social environment is a good thing. But they want clarity in the Constitution. So maybe the adding you want to probably my guess is that we have to add something there that we should appropriate some funding for scholarships and other cultural and social advancement. Even though we might not put a specific amount, but we can just say the organization can appropriate funding for scholarship and other social and other cultural advancement.
Good. But then what I also expect also to add would be, if we get some other scholarship, it is possible to be a water scholarship, right? We study at the Grenadian University and they complete. What would be the contribution towards the organization too? Are they going to serve in our towns and villages, or they just take the education go to the Memorial?
That's a good point too, because and these are things that I mean we must have something to add on, because these are things that can bring problem. Because when something a president will take certain amount on a budget and then appropriate that for education, and then when the budget comes to the board, then the board now will discuss the budget, and then you say, okay, this thing is for, because we have something in the organization that says that we should appropriate funding for these specific areas. So we have $20,000 for education, we have $5,000 for social, we have $5,000 to promote the culture. You see that? So that one will be discussed when they send the budget.
Okay.
Instead of it being in the Constitution, even though it's in the Constitution already, that we should provide funding for them.
Yes.
But it leave with the administration of that particular president administration to come up with a certain amount, to propose to the board that this is in the budget. We want $5,000 for education, and this education. But the thing you stress is very important too. You said that if people graduate after getting their education, what would be their own service?
That's what I'm saying.
Grenadians.
So it should be in the Constitution.
So we say, okay,
Jimmy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the Constitution will not do all of those things. That the policy.
The reason, can I come in quick?
When you make a law and create an entity, you give them the opportunity to go and then, or let's say, expand on their rules or their law. But to put in the preamble or in the Constitution every detail of how the thing will be done, I mean, it will be bulky.
Okay, I come and let you come in. The reason I'm saying this, Honorable Nyole has been former vice president and asked from the administration up to now, do we have any list of grandchildren that have been awarded scholarship? And those who were awarded the scholarship, was there any reference that, we are giving you scholarship to go to university library when you graduate to help our county? No. There's no list. So I'm saying, so we prepare the Constitution. It's better for all to put it there that anybody will get scholarship, there should be people who are willing to give back to our county. Because when we put it in the Constitution, you get a person scholarship, the person they back their loan. The administration cannot go after you.
I don't think it should be like my medical program, where right now they're saying that upon graduation, if I work in a rural area, right now, if I work out of Minnesota, they'll find a way to cut down my loans and take away my loans. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm speaking to you guys from Milwaukee. I mean, with Milwaukee in my hotel.
That's what I'm talking about.
will work out of Minnesota for the next 2 years. I mean, out of states, all of the rural towns and things. It will take away my student loan. But I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be that with the same way for Grenadians, because if you keenly look at it, it's saying that to promote educational, cultural, and social welfare. I think it should be intrinsic. I think it should be. We don't have to underline or overemphasize that. Obviously, when Grenadians do well, the benefit will go back to the county. Whether we say, oh my man, if you graduate from university today, then you have to do certain type of Grenadian County. I don't think when we're doing it, let's do it with our clear mind. I don't think we should clarify in the constitution and say, oh my man, when you graduate from school as a medical person, you got to go back to the county and work, or you got to do something for the county. When we're doing it, because they think wherever we do, we're promoting Grenadian. Where we pay the school fee, and they like it, and they go to Cape Mountain State. They don't have anything to do with Grenadian County. It's up to them. But the fact that the Grenadians in Cape Mountain do well, that's a Grenadian. So I don't think we need to put something in this thing yet.
Bobby, what you say? I want you to understand yourself that some will form the Grenadian Association will be given scholarship, and nothing. Right now we lack of teachers in our schools. I've been to Grenadian 2 times. We get teachers in our school, the university. We get professor right now.
No, but I think GGAA sponsor one doctor at the beginning. He's the chief medical officer in Matatama Memorial now. But it is up to him. We didn't do it. When GGAA didn't ask him, if you graduate upon your completion, you have to go to Grenadian. He decided to go to Grenadian. So I don't think we should underline that anytime Grenadian organization help you, it's a must. Or somehow you have to go back and pay back to the county. Why if somebody want to go back to the country and work? Why is other people have different ideas, or they want to? I mean, the Grenadian benefit or the family or that person that graduated, their family with the Grenadians, they will enjoy the fruit of the organization. So I don't think we should dwell on that too much. I think we should just continue to do what we're doing. What I say when you say promotion,
there's a dialogue between you and yourself. Why you learning?
When they say promoting cultural or educational stuff, it shouldn't be paying school fee for people. There's other way you can encourage Nigerians to want to participate or go to school. So take, for example, Babetri graduated today or Honorable Book graduated today. And somehow we have a specific program for all our graduates, or we acknowledge them in the community. That will motivate the younger ones that are coming up to do this, to follow up and get to the graduation. That's another way of promoting education. That's just my take. You don't want to be paying school fees. If people graduate, have a lot of doctors, graduate lives, will have a lot of nurses and things. When they graduate, you find a way to reach out to them, highlight these people, bring on specific show, have a specific show, thank them. And when we do these things, we will try to mold the mindset of our people. That's why I always continue to speak on. When we promote education, gradually those that are against education will come on board. They will understand, because I was always saying, these are the same people when the children graduate, they can be spreading about dancing all over. But when it comes to our organization, where we want Liverpool header to lead the organization, or how do I say educated people, then is a problem. So there's another way to promote education. When somebody graduates, we shall don't have a specific program for them. We acknowledge them. We call them on space and tell them thank you. That's another way to promote education. We do these things, our people will be motivated to come on board. Like, I remember that's what people used to do. And I remember I remember in St. Philomena School, we had this school system for school system, not the call Sister Leonora. They were working, and for some reason she keep certain things. She had these stars. Whenever your grade is above 1995, your grade, something like that, she get a star in the flower in. For some reason, our classmates, I was not doing bad. Everybody started taking the lessons because everybody wants to see star on the name. Everybody wants to be in the bulletin board. Everybody wants to see the start to the new order, the top 5 for this class, the top 5 for this class. So when we do this thing, gradually we'll be able to mold the mind of our people. Let's promote them some kind of way. Let's acknowledge the hard-working thing. I think that's another way to promote education and culture.
Let me just come in.
Okay.
I come in. So, I want this to be a dialogue.
Okay.
But the spirit I'm speaking from, I'm not going to, because tonight we are serving our hosts and co-hosts, and you guys are our panelists. There were people that were water scholarship, they were not Grenadian. And because of our extended relationship, we get in the scholarship. So now we are trying to prepare a Grenadian constitution that speak about education. So I want for you to just put in black and white that provide scholarship, which is I got the scholarship committee, right? We got a scholarship committee or the
James.
education committee. So
James.
if we don't put it in black and white tomorrow, anybody will get scholarship. You cannot ask Jimmy to say the money that either part give you the $1,000. Who are you getting scholarship to? We cannot ask you.
Yeah, Jim, the point you're making, I think your point is legitimate.
Okay.
But that point cannot be within the constitution. It's a framework. But when you're making policy, then you formulate those policy in a framework of the constitution or the provision of the constitution that give you the power to do that. Because the constitution should promote education. Now, if you make your educational policy, then the thing talking about it, you can put it inside, but it don't have to be in the constitution.
All right. So
Okay.
you're saying my scholarship now. I'm just giving you a specific example.
That can be a policy. That can be a policy statement on education. Anybody will get scholarship to, you must be able to give back to the country at least 1 year. All the things it will be in the policy statement, not in the constitution.
So if the person doesn't do that, then what do we do?
We can do it. We can set the punishment in the policy statement.
Well, let's go ahead. But we are here.
Okay.
So
okay. Let me come in. Am I okay?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, these are a very good, important point that Jim is making. During the past, people need to be responsible. People need to be accountable. And all these things we're talking about, they have to do with accountability. And some of us here, we are very good at, making people accountable. And people spend money. They say, "Oh, I'm spending money on, non-for-profit organization." Non-for-profit organization money, you have to account for it. So if you spend money on something, you got to account for it. You put people on scholarship. Did they graduate? Yes. Are they working? Yes. Where are they working? Did they contribute to the community? Yes or no. You see that? So I also understand GOA on a statement, which makes sense too. Okay, they can be put in the policy, whatever. But in the constitution, we can make it. We can do it in a short way.
That's it.
That it will not be, too explicit.
That's
you
what
can
I'm saying.
say, okay, the organization must fund, fund programs in education, social, and people who complete should offer services.
That's it.
In their rural areas. You see, you just cut it short like that. But then the policy now will come out
and go into
detail.
That's it.
That? But you can do it, in a short interval in the constitution. Put a little bit of, constitution. You don't have to be too explicit.
No.
But the policy will make it explicit.
That's what I'm saying.
We can fund programs in education. We fund program in social. We fund program in environment, in social. All these educational areas. But once you graduate, you should offer services to your constituents. Even government. Okay. If you do something like me, like the way the boy was saying, Judgment, he's in the medical field. I'm in the social work field. I'm in the human services field. Okay. Right now, I'm the vocational rehabilitation counselor for the county of Pinellas County in Florida. So basically, I serve in Kentucky and also in Arizona. But basically, what I'm doing, I'm also working towards freeing up my student loan. You see that? In certain number of years to come, I will finish paying for my student loan after serving. You see that? So we have to be accountable, my brother. Yeah. You see that? We can't just give money and just say, "Oh yeah, we are helping our brother." There, no. you have to. Even though it's free, but you got to offer some service, and that service has to be accounted for.
Let me give my brother to let me give you an example. When I did see,
we'll already stretch that point. You're not going to the next agenda because we're putting more time on the one thing.
All right, come on, go really quick. When I did CNA, after working in the nursing home for a few times, the people give back the money I pay for my CNA school. They give back to me. In the group home, for every course I did, then my job pay for it. So But I want you to say, right now I'm saying we need teachers in Grand Union right now.
Yeah.
Elementary school, 12th grade to the community college, no teachers.
Yeah.
All the
So
kids
if you want to teach, Grand Union Association got money. We can sponsor you. You got to sign the agreement.
That's why I'm telling
when
you.
we sponsor you, you'll go back to your village. If you come from Boleki, you'll go to Boleki and teach for at least 1 or 2 years.
Yes.
After you finish, you can go anywhere you want to go. So that's a social contract.
That's what I'm saying. We should put it in the constitution because we can fix it and let us say, "Oh, let's forget about it," and we promote it. You then go let came out. No, it doesn't work about it.
Yeah, you can just come and eat benefit from something. Then you just disappear. No, it doesn't work like that. You can't have your cake and eat it alone.
Then we tell our back on it. No, what we learn, we put into practice.
Yeah,
okay, let's move forward.
People got to be accountable.
Yep. Okay, let's move on.
Bobby know what we're talking about. He say he's serving in Milwaukee. I don't know whether you're in Milwaukee or you in whatever place.
Yeah. So that is the
preamble. I'm in Milwaukee tonight.
Okay.
So please Alexander that quick before we move on. I beg you. So don't forget. I'll add it on my paper.
Yeah, just add it. Whoever is the secretary tonight, just add it there.
They beginning in Milwaukee. They beginning the last shooting. Been too much.
The email objective. Where I want me to put that?
No, we talk about it to the B. Just add that to the end of B. Those are promoting. They don't say they will also reciprocate.
Our funding should be provided and a social contract be signed with recipients.
But gentlemen, look at the heading of this play. Where you want me to put that in here? They say aim and objectives.
Oh no! On the, you put it later on in the.
All right. Okay, let's go on. All right, let's go.
Mr. Saying you came up with that point. You make that note that when we get to the convention, you can put on the board.
Yeah, okay.
I'll put it in my book. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
As we're going, we'll forget.
Yeah, I really enjoy your point this evening. Those are good points. So you're really thinking ahead. You are thinking ahead of us.
Besides that, we with the email objective, we don't have any other issue on it again, right?
Let me see.
So far.
Okay. So we'll go to Article 3, membership.
All Grenadians, people of crown origin in Liberia and or descendants thereof, are eligible to be members of the association. All Grenadians.
Bobby, can you put earpiece in your ear to listen to
your phone on mute. Bobby, put your phone
on mute.
You're sorry.
No, but you can wear earpiece to listen to them.
All right, I got qualms with this.
Yeah, but we are reading the thing. You say all Grenadians.
Bobby coming back.
He coming back?
Yeah, you coming. You doing something?
Okay. All Grenadians.
People of crown origin in Liberia. No, Grenadian now they are not people of crown origin alone. Yeah.
Because what the first constitution have there is okay. The first constitution is the people of crown origin.
Yes.
Look at the first constitution, the first one.
Yeah. The last one, they didn't change it. Yeah.
The first constitution didn't say that.
No.
Because when you say people of crown origin, then you're trying to what? Segregate or you're trying to discriminate.
Yeah. And we'll give an example of Bill White. Bill White is not a crown man, he's a Grenadian.
Yeah.
There's a guy who served in the military and in the peacekeeping force. Right now, when he said and they got another Western Union in Grenada, he don't want to. He went to a home and came back and returned to Israel. He opened a store. They say he want to live in Grenada. You can't deny any opportunity. Yeah. So when they say crown origin, no. There are some group people that say in Grenada, they call themselves Grenadian. So you want me
and there are some Fulham people who live there.
And they can vote.
Who born there,
yeah,
and they married there, and all that thing they know about a Grenadian. You say you deny them of being a Grenadian because they're not crown from the crown origin.
Yep. So that's the statement that we're gonna get rid of here.
I don't know the person who put it there.
You have to understand that if you go down the drafted constitution, you understand that they highlighted some of these things. Where they're saying that you have, in order to be considered a member of Grand Jury Association, you have to be able to be part and parcel of the organization. You gotta be supportive of the organization. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying the right.
but the first section, the first
first
statement is
section,
very
Yeah,
powerful.
they say all Grenadians, people of Crown origin in Liberia. No.
Or descendant of thereof are eligible to be member of the association.
Okay, let me give one example. The Gilmore from Maryland, he born children from Nima. It is saying Grand there. You said they are not Grenadian. Baby born there. Chuku Gilmore there. Or you want me to go into detail, Bobby?
No, I'm getting the picture, but it depends. It depends what the people what the affiliation lies.
You say affiliation again after naming them?
No, but you said the people from Nima. I know Gilmore's account to Grenadian. I know Gilmore. Listen now, when you talk, I need to talk to you.
No, I said the father Gilmore is there.
Eh?
Okay, your local section 4 honorary membership. I think maybe that's where they're trying to draw a line here. But you said section 4A honorary membership may be accorded to a non-Granadian who is supportive of the program mentioned association by contributing to the general well-being of the association. So basically, they said that they can give honorary membership if you are not crown, you're not from crown, but our crown origin there. I think you should remove that word crown.
That was saying,
you just the people from Grand Gita.
But there are some Grand Gita in America. They're my part Grand Gita people. They get out for the organization. Yeah,
because we want people to be part of the organization. We want to raise
not
funds.
because you crown that you're automatically no.
You see, when you say people of crown origin, Bobby, then you're trying to discriminate.
Discriminatory.
I gave 1 minute.
I think that I agree with you guys. I think the setting out the crown, underlining the crown, just the crown, it is a tough one. I think we should be inclusive. I think we should be inclusive.
Very good. Okay, let me finish my statement. Okay, I think my issue with this is that we need to remove that word crown origin, because we live in Liberia. We come to America. If the people come to say, oh, people who will become citizens of America, you have to be a European. That means to say what? They are segregating, isn't it? So we have to open it. We say people from Grand Gita.
Yes.
Or people who are affiliated with Granadians, you can be a member, so long you show interest to be respectful of our bylaws and our constitution, our rules, our regulations. Then you become part and participant and parcel of the organization. So we're not discriminating, we're not segregating anybody, but we want people who have interest for Grand Gita, people who married to our ladies or who married to the men or whoever. So long you show interest for Grand Gita and you are supportive of the philosophy of Grand Gita, we can call you membership. Yeah. So let not use the word crown.
Okay. James, you got anything? You got 1 minute.
No, what I did, I just pass a line through the crown and say people of Grand Gita origin in Liberia. That's it.
Okay. Bobby, you got 1 minute, Bob.
No, I agree. I agree with the panel. I agree with the panel that we should remove the crown, and I think our Grand Gita and be all inclusive, because a lot of people are not crown origin. So I agree with the panel. Let's move on.
Okay. Thank you. So we have agreed that that crown origin should be removed and be Granadian, because crown people are not the only Granadians. They are Mandingo people who are Granadians. There are Pele people there who are Granadian. So we agree that we should remove that crown origin. So, gentlemen, we have to keep it in our board when we go to the conference. We'll argue the point to remove that crown origin. It will yet be to all Granadians. Okay. So, anybody see anything there in Article 3?
No, we're still on Article 2. What is it? Article 3, Section 1. That we on Section 2. Chapter membership association shall be accorded to any Grand Gita association. Okay, this one is okay. Let's go down.
In B, Article 3, Section 2B,
Okay.
I highlighted 15. Actually, it will be opted to 25.
My man, place here, sometimes it's hard to
What is
find
that
when
group
people.
Grenadier with members?
Yeah, the
Not
number
less
the
than
people,
15
the
within
number
the
you
state.
need, the number you need in a state to have a chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know,
I
but
think
I think it's debatable because 15, because to find people so now hard.
Can I come in?
like Utah. Like Utah.
Yeah.
What you think about Utah?
Oh, Utah, they
Places
got
like
plenty members. Utah got plenty members. I the one I called it Utah chapter. I wrote a letter and gave them certification when I was board chairman.
Okay, you see. I mean 15. I think 15 is a big number. I think 15 for me, I would stick with 15 because
15
it's not easy because if you really want to have a lot of chapters, 50 like Florida. I mean, I'm in La Brea, Florida right now. How your numbers?
Florida is plenty, my man. It's just that the people are.
But
Can I come in?
No, hold on.
You guys are not in close proximity.
Yeah, the problem we're not in close proximity because you have Jacksonville, which is about 4 hours from Tampa. Then from Tampa you have to go to Gainesville. Gainesville is far too. Then you got to go to Miami. Miami is about almost 5 hours from Tampa.
Wow.
Then from now Orlando. Orlando is 2 hours from Tampa. So basically, we have Grenadians that are in Miami. We have some that are in Orlando. We have some that are in Jacksonville. We got some in Gainesville. You see. So what we can do, we can have coordinator, in those different, but we are one. We don't have different chapter. We just got one chapter here. Just that people, they, fell out with their granddad money business. That's why most of them, they just, feel no bid,
kind of
not
reluctant.
I used to pay for Florida. I used to pay for Florida most of the time. We'll go for the whatever to just say to get Florida seated.
Out of
and
pocket.
The guy used to help me. Yeah, and this guy, Peter Tabler and myself. Peter Tabler used to help me sometimes. But he left too. He moved to Iowa.
We got to get Jim 1 minute to talk.
I think 25 will be okay because if you're looking at the structure of the organization, we got the president, the vice president, the secretary, the treasurer, the chaplain. Then we got 5 board members. We got chair lady. We got queen in all the chapters. So if it's a 15, which means the 15 members will be official. You see, but we get to 25. Then what 5 people say move out of state, you're gonna find a way to recruit. Like right now, we got places in Denver, Colorado. When everything Temple and other people left, they hope they collapse.
Yeah, right now in Denver now you have people like Nathaniel Gay who was treasurer before. He lived there right now. There are a lot of Grenadians there. It's just that somebody have to take the bull by the horn. Somebody got to be open to be able to take responsibility. That's the only problem.
So our argument here is that the 15, the number 15.
It's too small.
If you take the official from there, you'll be
but you don't even have to have all these official. The official did it. What bringing problem?
No,
we got to cut down all the BB position. Position. Yes, this is a non-for-profit organization, my people.
Yeah,
we have to reduce we're making it too political.
So that's one of the things that in the constitution. So if you think it's too political, then we'll cut it off. Then we got to go to that.
Because it's a non-for-profit. Recently, they have renewed our 501c3 credentials. So we have to operate in the norms of the non-for-profit organization. Let's just reduce those too many positions. I think that one of the things we need to put in our recommendation. We need to reduce all these positions.
So what your recommendation?
My recommendation is that 15 is enough because when you move in a chapter to put people
the position.
Yeah, the position we need to reduce them. We can have president, we can have VP, and then treasurer. And the other position, then people can just volunteer.
Will I have secretary?
No, you can have secretary, vice president, and secretary, vice president, president. What else do you want? Chaplain, my man. But you see, these are but these are things that bring in problems because people want power. Look at what happened in Sudan, what happened in Liberia. Because of power, people, Africa, we got nothing, but we all want to be. I'm the president. I'm the
But
can be
Mr.
president.
Johnson, what you say,
Yeah.
if you don't got a membership, then you don't have a chapter, then your power go down. You
Then
understand?
your power go down.
Yeah, if you don't have the membership, the threshold 25.
See, Mr. City, this is the thing. We are trying to
Yeah,
bring
you
more
want to make
people
it
on
political
board.
now.
See, the thing is, we are trying to bring more people on board. So if we're looking for an extravagant number like 25%, what happens to that particular chapter if they can reach a 25 individual or that particular states, if they can get the 25 individual? So to have the bare minimum that would be able to make them eligible. Will you try to bring more people on board? So if you ask for 25 individuals, we can start a chapter, I think it will be a problem. Because our goal here, our objective here is to bring more people and give other people chances to participate in the welfare of the organization. So I think 15, we should stick around 15. That's my proposal.
Let me give you one example for leave. Delaware, right near Philadelphia, we got more than 50 Grenadians there. They don't have a chapter. They are affiliated with Philadelphia. New Jersey, they got over 200 Grenadians. They don't have a chapter. They are so what we say, that makes 25, a benchmark. Don't be afraid. I'm saying Delaware.
No, but you see, the thing is, we besides the misappropriation of Grenadier of our funds, the most misappropriating of Grenadier fund, we have some problems, some flaws when it comes to leadership. So when you are a leader, sometimes I disagree with my senior brother, Timon Cullen, but sometimes I think he did some good things. You should be able to reach out. If you become president today, the national president of the organization today, you knowing the affairs that are going on in places like Delaware, why don't you go over there and reach out to people and see if you can establish a chapter over there? Reach out to potential Grenadians over there. Like, for example, they have people like McCarvin, they have Josephine or Watts, they have my little cousin and her husband, Deputy Bali, and my Pekin Bali. If the Jablasins are over there, when you reach out to the person, you establish your, because we want to collect, we want innovation. You have to be a charismatic. You have to be a leader who will be able to reach out to people, not only be leader and only just going about one way of doing things. So many things when it comes to leadership, my people, you have to make those sacrifices. So tomorrow, if God bless us, will come with some leader who have the potential, who have the ability to reach out to people, go to these states that have librarians in it, be able, because you have to be able to, that motivational factor. You have to have it in you. You have to, when you're on stage, people will be motivated. You have to be able to bring people on board. It's not only being president to say, oh yeah, because that's one of the fundamental thing I see in our community. People only want that title. And when they get that tattoo and walk away, it stays on there. Our president of GGA. What was your impact on GGA? That it is a thing. In America here, when people become president, they're thinking about the legacy. But when people not looking at it that way, they only see it as a morale, as a big thing. Our president of GGA. It shouldn't be that way.
Okay, to buttress what this board just stated, Bobby's just stated, I think it's very important. It's incumbent on the fact that it is very, very difficult from the beginning to be able to bring 15 people on board. They say at least 15 people. So at least if you can get 15 people, you can organize the chapter. Then later on, people will start coming when they see how the other people are doing. Then later on, people can start coming on board. It doesn't mean to say they must start to 15. It's at least you must have 15 people to register. You see that? Florida, people started in Utah. They submitted names of 15 people with their phone numbers, their email addresses. And I went through them. I called these people. And then from there, I accessed a lot of information before I gave them the certification. You see that? So after that, 15 people now in Utah, there are more than 50 there.
Okay.
You see? So it's at least, not at most.
Okay, we're moving on.
Yes. But my one of 25, Ali, I put it there.
It's debatable. Yeah, you will go to the place. Because you want people, my man, you don't want to,
Okay.
want more chapters.
So anybody get anything in this chapter 3? Because for me, I reflect this B, chapter 3, section 2B, and what we just talked about. So
my flagging starts from article 6. So we got long to go before we get there. So I will hang on.
Okay.
What about G? What about G for pass on G?
Yeah, read G. Let's see.
However, each chapter shall structure its constitution to allow for the establishment of branches throughout its state or jurisdiction, except that that branch has less than 10 members and located within a 100-mile radius of the existing branch.
I think wasn't it the thing that we just discussed that at least they need 15, and if they fall below 15, then that's what the constitution is saying. If they fall below 15, they're only 10, then they're not eligible to.
They want to talk about branch, not chapter, branch.
Yeah, but you can have branches, but not chapter. The branches have to be operating under the chapter.
And they said the branches should be like 100 miles apart.
Because that mile thing, I don't think they should subject it to a specific mileage thing. Because it brought problem when between Matokana and Gray. You remember where they got what they use a word? What is it called? Local. Okay. That local thing.
But first of all, you know what kind of dominant now?
Huh? Yeah, welcome your man.
Welcome, dominant.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks, guys. It's good to be on here tonight. Yes, I think all that you have said sound positive, and I think we making progress. It's good. All of us are here, and thanks to at least I think the most senior ranking union member here is Mr. Abu Yonle. So thanks for coming over at least to add your voice to what has been discussed here. And one thing I would want to say is that can we all manage to share individually and share to all of our community groupings here so that people can be able to come on, because I see only a few of us here tune in. So let us all share. I did share myself. I share sufficiently to all of our community groupings and to some our community members. So I just added that on the page, but I don't think anybody read that. So can we also do that? But it's a good show. I think we all talking in a positive direction and for the betterment of our community. And to summarize with respect to what Jim raised with concerning, helping people with tuition, that will help grow our community too. We as Grandidian, helping to offer some of our brothers and sisters to go to school, whether in the agriculture section or in the health delivery section. These are areas that have been done in the country for over 30 years now. Our people are now having any good health delivery system in all parts of Grandidian. Reju alone is not grand. Yeah, so it's important that we ask our people, and we should specify areas that we want to give scholarship to, the agriculture section, the health delivery section, the mining section. There where our wealth lies within the country. So these are things we should be looking forward to and try to enshrine into our constitution, and also bring the policy statement from where Mr. Gua said. All these things are all fine suggestions, but the way in which we will buffer them and the way we will carry them out will be the best way for all of us. So thank you thus far.
Okay. So we're talking about local, Mr. Bo, you were talking
what I was saying was that
you got 1 minute.
The local thing, we shouldn't use mileage as a prelude to any decision when it comes to putting it on the constitution, because that can bring problem. Because we had that local issue where the bunch of people that live certain part of New York, they wanted to have their own, voting precinct, which of course they were supposed to combine New York, because we only got one chapter, which is New York. We don't have New York and have another area. So the guy said, okay, because it's stated in the constitution that your locale has to be part of the chapter. We have one chapter within a state. We can't have two chapters in one state. So those are some of the things, because it's very simple that way. Instead of, reducing it to say, oh, you got to get 100,000 miles, or you got to get 200 miles, or 20 miles. So in case the people got 50 miles and they want to stay to their place. So they are what? They have to be a certain, they call themselves what? What is the word we use? They can be there, they can,
They call it branch.
Okay, they can have their branch, and then they can relate with a chapter. So each state has a chapter. So within a chapter, you got branches, which is okay. It's very simple. You see, our granular people will let them we let them politicize things. You see, it's very simple.
Okay. Anybody have anything to say?
No, let's go on.
Okay. So
I missed that point, gentlemen, but let's continue. I'm done with
on
our
Section
local
2,
meetings.
Article 3, Section 3, individual Grangerians. It says here that membership of the association may be accorded to individual Grangerians and their spouses who reside in any of the 50 states of the United States, Canada, and the other countries of the Americas, provided no exist. I think provided no chapter exists.
Yes.
I think that's what it meant to say.
Mhm.
In that state.
Yeah.
Provided no chapter exists in that state, or the existing chapter has not met requirements set forth in this constitution for membership in the association.
25 membership.
Yeah, I think I have problem with that. You know what?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think we can accord membership to any Grangerians who live in any of those states where they don't have any chapter, you see, or where the chapter is dormant. We can give membership to them. The national administration should give membership so long they pay their due to the national administration. They don't have to go through chapter if the chapter is not existing and the chapter is dormant. Because you can punish the people for the chapter being dormant.
Okay, there should be clarity when you use the word dormant.
Mm-hmm.
But dormant is people. The chapter is not operational.
Like Florida.
Okay, like Florida or like what other state again?
Non-functional.
Okay.
But let me add on to that from what Boo was saying. Unlike when we begin chapter at the time, because when I moved over here, Utah wasn't a chapter state yet, and some of our members, like the likes of Doris,
we
register with the national to participate into any electoral process till we form the chapter here and begin a part of it. So I think that is what they were trying to drive out into that clause into the Constitution. So if you have Granjida, we have some Granjida that live in nearby states here who are not part of the chapter. If they ever want to go to convention, they will just register with the national and go to convention, or probably try to register with a chapter and bring themselves with it. So that's why that part of the script was trying to present. So yeah, it's not a big problem in that. So that have been happening. You know, because we have to have a threshold to become a chapter. If you're not 50, you can be a chapter, but that will not exclude you from participating into the union. You can participate.
Dominic, I'm not cutting you off. I think you said it right, but the one I want to say, you cannot punish people who want to pay their due because their chapter is not functional. So you say, oh, we refuse your money. Yeah. Because your chapter is inactive, is dormant, it's non-functional. So we can't accept your money. No, we can't do that.
Did it say that?
And the buttress
no. And the buttress chance to talk, man. Who's talking? Who's speaking now?
Yeah, go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, and the buttress honorable. You know what? Well, honorable. You know what? I think it makes sense because recently on some of these shows, like Print Double Show, I remember that the current president Yubote was telling people, "Oh, your charter is inactive, so I can't listen to you. I'm not taking any comment from you. I'm not taking any question from you from Grangidian because your charter is inactive." That's some of the fundamental flaws. The fundamental flaws I found with some of our leadership people in this community, because the main chapter, you don't even know what the man is willing to pay his money to the chapter, and the chapter they're reluctant or they're being recalcitrant to participate in the activities of the organization, and because of that, you want to suppress the man. You say, I'm not going to answer your question. The chapter is inactive. That is sad, very sad.
You can't do that.
Yeah, that's what.
Anybody want to come in?
Yeah, can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like when Malcolm and Samuel started with Prince Double, then the issue of many Grangidians, they love the talking, but they don't want to contribute financially, and they don't want to participate in their own local chapter. And the people, oh, Mr. City, you speaking. There's a new list of people who didn't pay last year, and your chapter is among them. I mobilized my chapter and will pay. I begin active. As we speak, Bobby in chapter 2, they pay. But first of all, you need to participate in your chapter to make it active. You can't say you love Grand Youth Association, but then you are not part of the chapter. So we can understand that. Like
also because of that, the person shouldn't answer. Are you saying that because the people they are not active in a chapter, that when there is a concern, they shouldn't answer because the chapter is inactive? That's what you're supporting?
No, what I'm saying, if you live in a place where they got a chapter, and then you focus on the national administration instead of your own chapter first, start from your chapter, put your chapter together before you talk about the national. Because if you don't know what is happening in your own chapter, and you want to talk about the national issue,
yes.
say, well, first of all,
Mr. City, is easier said than done, because you do not know what are some of the borderline. You don't know what are some of the steps, some of some of the hurdles. You don't know what some of the hurdles that are making people to not participate in the local chapters. It might be the leadership. It might be the people, they see something that is not right because of investment of funds. And so many things you can't say, oh, and individually you should participate. You should participate in your chapter before you can come speak on national issue. You don't know what's going on in the local chapter. When some people they feel that when they fix the national chapter, the local chapter they'll follow up. So you can say, oh my man, because I'm from South Dakota, and since South Dakota is I'm trying to make everything here, but the people in leadership in South Dakota, they don't want to work with you. They do not want to work with you. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to call meeting. They don't want to do anything concerning Grand Youth. They say, oh, because of that, you know what? Some chapter is kind of dormant. They in slumber are not going to call the national until our chapter we can face our local chapter before I open my mouth to talk to the national. So I mean, I disagree with you on that.
Okay, before we leave, we'll soon be leaving. Let me give one example. We got Mr. Timon Collins. We got and Zoe Glay. They are all from Maryland, DC, right? They are active in the Grand Youth Assembly, but their own chapter is not active. That's what I'm talking about. So if you want to talk about the National Grand Youth Association, why don't you mobilize your own chapter too? Okay. Yeah, naming two people.
No, but we James, let me insert there. I'm not, I'm just trying to set things straight here.
Yeah.
Even though their chapter is not active, but they themselves they got to be active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me lay the premise upon which I highlighted this area.
Okay, go ahead.
You see, in law, every segment or every clause should be it should be congruent, right? It should be
congruent. You're speaking geometry now.
Yeah,
congruent.
You know what I'm saying? They should not be antagonistic, towards each other.
Yeah,
the process
parallel.
Yeah, they should be in the same. They should not attack each other. No clause will attack the other clause.
Mm-hmm.
They must all support each other.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reason why I highlighted this is that this particular sentence here, where after the all, it tried to attack another clause in the Constitution. Because
come home.
Yeah,
hey, let me
see. Said the existing chapter. It said all the existing chapter has not met requirement set forth in this Constitution. And in the Constitution said if your chapter doesn't meet the requirement set forth, it will be denied membership. Now,
that's a different thing there, right there.
Yeah, listen now. Now, if you put it in here now look, if your chapter don't pay that money and they will be denied membership, even the member of the chapter they will not even be getting the same thing. They say, oh, if your chapter not pay that money and they will deny, then you can't register with the national. That what you see there? Is that punishment you're giving there? Or you encouraging them, you aiding and abetting them to not live by the rule of paying their chapter fee and going through the registration process, everything. You aiding and abetting them to do those things, to not. I don't think the particular sentence is right. Because it's not supportive of the other clause that says that if chapter does not pay their membership due, they will be penalized. They want it kicking them in the ass. The particular sentence is taking it for honor them.
Yeah. Okay. Let me my point on that. My point on that is that the chapter will be penalized, but you cannot penalize the individual. The individual is a due pay member of the Graduate Association. So if the chapter is not functioning, that individual can pay to the organization. The organization is there to what? To raise funds.
Okay.
So that individual can go to the national. If the chapter is not doing what it's supposed to do, you cannot punish that individual. So long that individual can also pay to the national his due, he should be accorded every rights.
So then what is the essence of putting them together in a chapter? If you encouraging them to not
No, you're not encouraging them. It's just that, if the chapter is not functional, you cannot punish the people from that chapter.
You cannot punish them so they can make the chapter for function.
Yeah, but
remember, this organization
if you encourage them to move on there, and someone else will say, okay, I don't even want to participate in it. So the president in my chapter, you must say, I agree. So I don't even want to go to any chapter meeting. I don't want to do anything. There are the results. The president try a possible best. Sure, he tried a possible best to put people together to collect money, and nobody want to listen to the
so
president.
that's why the difference between a voting chapter and a voting individual. Because if you are a chapter, you got what? You got some rights. And if you are an individual, you got certain rights. You understand the differences?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he can go in as an individual. But if you go there as a representative of a chapter, that's a different thing.
Okay. Can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can more like maybe 5 or 6 years ago, or even 7 years ago, when Mr. Collins became president, you were living in Pennsylvania, but then you got a clearing from Minnesota.
Yes.
So during that era, the Minnesota chapter, they had a president that said, if you're a member of Minnesota, either $30 or $50 are what you're going to pay as individual.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the members, they said the money are too high. They decided going to North Dakota and South Dakota or Des Moines, Iowa to register to participate in the election. Bobby Allah?
You're right.
Okay. So we are saying, is that about punishment? But because most of them, they don't want to pay within a chapter,
mm-hmm.
and then after they say, oh, Mr. Collins, give them the opportunity, you can go to any chapter and register and do whatsoever. So we are saying, if you leave your chapter, when you get a driver lesson and you want to go to Des Moines to register, you pay either $50, that's what you pay. So no need you're going to Des Moines to pay $10 because when you come, we're not allow you your driver lesson to match, where and your membership.
So Mr. Yune, so if your argument is that you don't want to punish the individual member because of the chapter delinquency, then let there be some kind of a punishment, to encourage people so they can support their chapter. So, for example, if we pay $20 in our chapter, and because our chapter fail, and then I don't want to be denied my right, and then I want to go to the next chapter. Yeah, instead of paying $20, I'm pay $50 to the other chapter and go.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Or you should say, okay, set the bar high and say, okay, if your child doesn't do that, you want to come to the national, you pay $100. It will force them to put themselves together in a chapter because they
Oh yeah. That's why I agree with it.
Okay, then that be said there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
because you have to put you got to come up with some rules that will encourage people to be able to what to get their chapter active.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yes.
I don't know what Dominic think about that too.
Yeah, look, as I sit there and listen to what Mr. Guai is saying, I don't know from when he talk about the chapter not being active or members within the chapter are not being active. In time past, I have seen chapter being penalized, where you will not have speaking voice to speak in unison to mention. There where they punish you. Other chapters have people who want to sue for are not even paid.
You see,
right there. They pay the money.
Yeah.
That would be the only punishment I think. But to give individual punishment from within the chapter, I don't see it the other way around. Other people are very busy. Other people, for some reason, did not participate into the chapter, but they still remain part and parcel of the Graduate Association. You can't force them to do so. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want us to look at that and impose on people for punishing people because they're not participating in the chapter. No. I think what you need to do is that if you can pay your money to the national, why can't you go pay to the chapter? You pay the money. Your participation is by due payment. Even the national tells you that if you ever went to convention and you didn't pay the money to go into that hall, you are not at the convention.
Yeah.
They check you from. They don't check you for going there and going to cook out or so or going to welcome night. The ball night is the day that we know you attend convention.
Okay.
So I really want us to look at it from that standpoint.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Because all our aim here is to encourage people. We're not here to punish people. This is not a political organization. Yeah. We are here to encourage people. It's a not-for-profit organization. We just got our 501c3. And the essence of the 501c3 is to encourage people to what? To raise funds, to raise money, so that we can carry out programs. So the whole thing here is to encourage people. If we get somebody from those states that are not functioning, and the person comes and say, "Oh, gentlemen, I want to come and pay my money," we get the money, and the person comes. But you will not speak as a chapter; you will speak as an individual.
I'm not against that too, Mr. Yune. What I'm saying is that if chapter is not necessary, then let's do away with chapter.
No, that you can do away with chapter. There are other people who want to exist as a chapter, not because of few people. Then you punish other chapters. No,
I'm making my point.
Okay, go ahead.
My point here is my point here is we encourage people to be in chapter.
Yeah.
The Constitution is written in such a way that it encourages us to form chapter, and we are 15 graduates in a state. And it tells us we can go about and then do so many things to be autonomous. And you understand? The Constitution encourages us to do that. Now, I think it is doing it in good faith. So to be the same Constitution who are doing something in good faith and encouraging us to do something, then you honor mass. I think what you encouraging us to do is counterproductive. That's my argument. It is counterproductive to encourage somebody to do something like that. Then you be holding something from another person again. You'll be confused. You're saying message now. So what I'm saying here, if our aim is to encourage people to be together in a locale, and at the same time we are aspiring to collect money and put money together to help our people back home. So and now we intend to penalize people, which I agree with. Then if these guys are encouraged to form a locale, and all our effort put inside to encourage them to form locale, and now want to form locale, they make it proud money and say, we can say encourage them to come, but when they come, they will pay more on our side. That's what I'm saying. Because if I make them to pay more here, I'm going to say I'm encouraging them to go back so they can be together to be a brother and sister keeper in a local and be able to contribute. But if I say, okay, come, the same money you pay now, you can pay here. Then it give me any incentive of making them to have that idea of being together in the local.
Okay, can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, what Marco is saying makes sense. Like my brother Levi under McCarty or McCarty Levi Madison that live in places like Delaware. He loved it.
Why you always having difficulty calling my little brother name? So calling McCarty. You're looking at him. McCarty.
It's not my brand. You trying to know it.
McCarty. Oh man. Bring the very McCarty. That's so hard.
Where you today my money from? You're from the settlement? All right, McCarty Levi Madison. He's from Delaware. Well, they got almost 75 Virginia. We got to make sure if they cannot form their own chapter in Delaware, we will tell them, based on your driver lesson, you pay $50 to the national. That will encourage them to put the chapter together. Instead of riding slow way. Yeah. You love Grand Jedi Association, but you want from chapter, let people from Michigan. So, McCarvin, please try to organize a chapter that will get a job lesson. You get a soba, the whole place will still bring it.
That for sure I can tell you they don't have no figurehead. I haven't seen a figurehead in the state of Delaware. All they put in I know over there. This is
that's what I'm saying.
Educated put in, so they need to
job lesson. Job lesson there, almost 10. the Soba, almost 10. So let them organize that side.
So
Send the love
Balis
Grandida.
and all those people. Yeah.
Yeah,
so McCarvin, that is our proposal. I mean, you can tap your view on that. You know, you live in oh,
please put
somebody
the phone on mute. Please. That should be Bobby.
who is in twice.
No, I beg you, not me.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I was the one. I just trying to transfer to my phone. Sorry for that.
Okay.
Yeah, you are in twice. Okay, then you gotta go on the other side.
Yeah. Come and cut it up so that I can be able to cut it on.
Okay, you see, McCarvin agreed that if they will leave that state and go sponsor another state, then they can pay higher money.
Yeah.
Give me that money to discourage them to put themselves together and pay less.
McCarvey Liver Madison. You're telling, let you come on. We want you to be the background, be writing.
No, maybe the man stay at work.
McCarvey, we love your vocabulary. Come on, we are so grammarian here tonight. Come here.
Who you off on the other one, right? Okay, I think I just put both in.
Yeah.
Okay, so gentlemen, I think we've threw that one in North, right?
Yes.
So the next one here is a register member shall be accorded based upon a formal request from such individual to the National Board of Directors and receipt of the board's certification of membership. Individual with no state-based chapter shall request to register membership with local chapter, but shall do so within the region or state closest to where he or she resides. Upon the certification of an individual member, the board shall duly inform the national president through a written communication, and the president shall in turn notify the membership committee. I flag it, gentlemen, because of the issue. I think if they say okay, let's leave Varden now, ain't understanding me. If they say because there's chapter 9 assistant they want to register, they go to Philadelphia or Pennsylvania chapter and register. But if they want to register with a national, they should take it from there. Not registering with national, because all the people are always going closer to the chapter that closer to them. And, but if you say you should register with the national, then say national. But don't say you can register with the national, then you register with the closest chapter. I mean, what are you saying?
And at the same time, when you get more than 15 members, you have form a chapter. And I'm saying Delaware. I can tell you, say, my Sobadi about almost 5. Then when you take Josephine Ward and her sister, then you put all the Jablas in, then there are more than 100 Grenadiers living in Delaware. We got Paul C. Double. He lived in Delaware. Daniel Freeman used to live there before. I know why he moved back.
So that's why I highlight that. But we are talking about it, so I think we got to move forward.
Yeah, let's go. Let's move.
Okay. Okay, so bonafide member, but we certified with the bonafide membership, right? And honorable membership too, we certify with it.
Yep, that one is okay.
Okay, so we'll go to the organizational structure. What our open still talk about the conference, the board, and the administration. But then when it's talking about the national conference, the board of director, it's called something they call advisory, administration, chapters, and then they get how you call it, districts. You call it autonomous branches. Autonomous branches will have chapters, Baton district, Colombo district, Chain district. These are autonomous branches. So, what do you say about that?
I see you put no yellow on the one. Like kind of 100% agree with him, man.
No, I disagree with this.
No, we want your view first.
Oh no, remember you come and view for you put yellow on the other one.
Oh, that one that two we did it before by ourselves.
Okay, just kidding. What you say, Mr. Why? You say wow? You say you got problem with which one?
I got a problem with this one, yeah.
Which one?
Yeah, highlight that one. Let be in the yellow. Then go to advisory to highlight it too.
Yeah, I got a problem with advisory.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. But for me, with respect to these structures, I think the national conference is the highest decision making with the way it being placed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take, for example, with the prevailing situation we have now, and knowing fully well the national conference cannot make decisions till we go to the convention. Is it not kind of a weakening the conference? How? Because the board took decision on another group that was duly elected by the national conference, and the board came and took decision. Other people try to explain the constitution in that manner. And I don't know whether we have scholars here to tell us whether that how it should be. So in my mind, I think is there a way that in the future when such an issue come about where the national conference can go via a Zoom, because technology is improving now, where we can gather maybe roughly about 200 persons through Zoom to make decision of such. Don't you guys think in that direction? Since indeed the national conference is the higher decision-making body, but they are dumb at will go to the convention. So can they abruptly call for convention by way of Zoom? Can that happen? That's my own take on that.
Okay, let me come in.
Okay.
You see, the meeting, the national conference meeting is a convention that happens every year. So what you're suggesting is something that can be put in the Constitution, but for now, it is not in the Constitution.
Sure.
So for it to be for us to have such thing that you are advocating for, it will have to be put in the Constitution, because nobody, even the president, can just call for a national conference. You see that? National conference happening every year in May. You see that? Even for emergency, the board is the what? Second decision-making body.
Yeah.
The board can call emergency meeting, but they cannot call for national conference. So that's the difference between the national conference and the second decision-making body, which is the National Board of Directors. So the Constitution has to be amended to be able to apply what you're talking about.
All right. Anyone want to throw light on that as well? I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know. Maybe. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, national
maybe I'm jumping ahead. Hello. Maybe I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Machodi, you can go ahead.
Oh, I said maybe I'm a little, because my focus was on the administration, the president, the vice president, and well, that's why I don't know. I said maybe I'm jumping ahead. So if we're not there yet, I can wait until you guys can make contribute to what we're talking about, the national conference. But if you want me, I can go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I know people have been suggesting, some prominent Grenadians in our community have been suggesting having this Eastern Region Vice President, Midwestern Vice President, and Western Region Vice President. First of all, again, a lot of things, I see a lot of difficulties ahead if we are to follow this. I don't see this working out good for the organization, because as I said, proximity is a very, very important tool whenever you are engaging our people. There is this analogy to say the closer you are to an individual, the likelihood that you will succeed. Take, for example, the proximity. Let's say I am from Grand Gide and my wife is from Grand Gide. She cooks pan butter, I like pan butter. There will be no conflict of interest. The likelihood of all staying together for a long period will be high. And then you come from Lofa, you to Tabagi. I don't like Tabagi because you meet you from a distance. So if you're saying you're having an Eastern region person, and let's say the person is based in the Central region person, and the person is based in Chicago, and we're all within let's say the Midwest, right? And the person in the Midwest, the headquarters either in Minnesota or Chicago. How do we call meeting? Will it always be teleconference? So I think we should stick with the chapters, our chapters, and the only thing we should work on is our board members. We should stick to our chapters because how do you coordinate between people? Because you see, some people, our local chapter president, even having difficulty bringing people together, calling chapters, calling meetings. How do you bring those people together for them to be part of the organization? So I think it will be a little difficult. I think that Eastern, Midwestern, and Western region or vice president thing, for me, I see it will not. It's not going to. It will not help the organization, even if we happen to vote on it because it's troubling. It's troubling. I see it being difficult for whoever's going to be the vice president to coordinate people. Let's take, for example, you in the Midwest, you have to coordinate people in Iowa or North Dakota and Minnesota and South Dakota, right? Yeah. And so it will be a little bit challenging for whoever's the vice president. So, I mean, it's a good idea, but that depends if the people are willing, you know. So I think we should stick with our local chapters instead of changing it to regions. That's my view.
All right, can I come in?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I think the reason they decided to restructure this constitution is that we said we got too many chapters, we got too many board members, too many presidents. That only thing they want to go down. So if we cry that the board members are too many, the chapters are too many, then we need to embrace this by saying region, because I think this is what they're doing within a Liberian association. They're copying from the Liberian association right now. That's what they do. It's going well. So to you, Bobby, if you want board members to be cut, because if you have a chapter, you must have board members. So if you cut down the board member, they cut down the chapter, they're all going together. But you cannot cut down board member, then the chapter remain. Chapter can be represented. So
this is my take on it. I don't think board members should be elected from your locale or from wherever you're located. I think board members should be elected by the national conference. And whether they come from, or they come from Philadelphia, so be it. I don't think people should send board members because order to represent chapters and stuff. Because you're not there to look after the chapter. You're there to look after the national organization. So if you will go to the national conference, you just elect the board members. So 9 board members will go over there. People should start running the show that the candidates say that they want to be in the board, and when we get to the convention elect the board members. It shouldn't be I'm sending this chapter is sending the board members. This person is sending the board members. You know, that's my view. I might be wrong. You know, I'm not
board member we're talking about, Bobby. Board member represent a chapter. That's what I'm trying to say. So are you saying when we meet in the morning and then they go like what the election commission did? They pay Abinda Bear, Senate Flan, and Nelson Gabriel, all of them from the. Is that like kind of government or administration talking about? Is that what you want for all to be doing?
What is wrong with that? Because the base in Iowa, what is wrong with that?
Oh, but all of that cannot come from one place. They gotta be spread geographically. That be spread around.
So what is that in the constitution? They gotta be spread around in order for them to be
constituted. The constitution we're speaking about. That's what we're speaking about now. That the constitution.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
You're making now. You bring your proposal that with the boss on it. He is saying that he want to build a represent chapter.
They should spread out.
Yeah. Yes, in a region, which means all those from the East Coast, they put themselves together. They get one or two board members. It's already 9. So let's assume that East Coast 3, Midwest 3, West 3. That's it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Instead of saying, "Oh, we should have we should be electing," that we should stick with the chapters and then send two board members that will come back to the same for the 2 members. So what we can do is that if let's say the regions agree to have elections in their area to send at least 2% or 3%, That'll be fine. Instead of going back to the board again, say, oh, when we want the title to stay in place, then we got to send board members or 2 people for each board member. No, we should do it like a region thing. Well, Chicago, Minnesota, Iowa, North Dakota, or South Dakota, whoever want to be a board on the board over there should come out and people get together. We'll have an election and we send it to the national board.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm looking at too is that if we want the board to be formed on the region basis, and we have a convention where we go and we elect board members, and you giving the region they go ahead to have the election and send 3 board members. Then when they send all of them send a board member, then go to that particular convention where we can elect board. Then we don't have an election there. You want to change it around to say, okay, you have election in the various region like a primary, so they send more than 3, so that we'll come to the national for to have the real election. Is that what you're saying? Or we'll go to the other conference where we can always elect board members. We will not have anything done there because the region have already finished setting forth their posts.
This is my take, and this is what we're doing on Bunyan is on the line. The Western region, they elect 3 board members. The Eastern 3 region and 3 members, May 3. All 9 of them, when they meet in the mall, whatsoever place they're going to meet, then the board member had their own election to select who is the chairman, who is the secretary. That's what we usually do.
Okay.
Instead of one chapter bringing 1 board member, they went by the same for the 2.
Okay. Now, that idea is good.
Mr. Guami, I have my own idea up there now.
Yeah.
I think from what is written into the new constitution, it states there should be 9 board members now, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, my own take. Where in which indeed we have 3 permanent districts within the county. We have Kunamo district, we have Chien district, we have Bazon district. Where we ask the district to send 3 representation, 3 persons from Kunamo, 3 persons from Chien, 3 persons from Bazon to be the representative on the board. Won't that make a lot of sense in my mind? Where we have 3 persons from the Kunamo belt, 3 persons from the Chien belt, 3 persons from the Bazon belt. They will be our full board member. They can have the representation. Probably can send 2 persons from each of maybe Chien district can send maybe 5 persons or 6 persons. Bazon the same, Kunamo the same. Then they come to the national convention. Then we elect from there. We should be electing 3 each of the Kunamo, the Chien, and the Bazon. Then they can represent us on the board. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I got a question.
Yeah.
If you have a local chapter and then you got a Kunamo district, Chien district, what would be, how they going to be working together? What will be the collaboration?
No, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy, what he's saying here is almost like, we're going through the same region thing. We are not going to go through the established Kunamo District Association, Chien District Association, Bazon District, without going through them.
Mm-hmm.
Because there will be no need for us to go through them.
But why he's saying, listen to him.
Yeah, well, maybe I don't know what formula Gua will want to use, but my own concern.
What I'm saying here is that if we want Chien District to send 3 persons,
yeah,
then we can the Grand Association can organize an election for Chien District.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be all under the auspices of the Chien District Association.
Yes. Okay, granted. Here's the reason why I suggested that.
And then they have the Kunamo District, the Bazon District, but it's not going through Bazon District Association, it's not going through Kunamo Association. No.
Very good. That's what I want. So they will have equal balance into the union. So that when they come up with a decision, nobody's going to say, oh, because he seems the mayor is a Kunamo mayor, that's why he took side with him. No. Because here's the thing. You can have about 25% on on the board of directors from the 40 some plus board of directors will have that hail from Kunomo district or that hail from Baton district or that hail from Chien district. They could override any decision there. But when we have the balanced representation and inform people too with high level of integrity and education, I think the union will go for, and when they make decision, they will not be making decisions that people will come to question tomorrow. So I want us to look from that direction. Let's put people in there by the section representation with even numbers.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm on board with it, provided they will not use the organization that already been established.
It'll be very hard.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I buy that too. They should not use the organization that already been established.
Are they willing to do that?
The association can organize an election commission that will go and conduct election for Chien people. I mean, for people in Chien district. And you can organize the same election for people, only people in Kunembo district.
Yeah.
We'll send in the application and then we'll go there. The election commission will go there and conduct the election. Yeah. It doesn't have to be on the auspice of Kunembo District Association. No.
Sure. You know,
so,
that's
gentlemen,
what I was thinking.
Okay.
So,
let me come in. Oh, okay. Finish, Bobby. Then I can come in. Oh, okay. Yeah. So what I want to say, gentlemen, I think I want us to go step by step. We all agree that the national conference is the overall leader of our union. The board members, we agree to that. But I think we kind of jump in. What is our conclusion on the Eastern, Western, and Midwestern region thing? What is our conclusion that we can just leave that? You know, where are we on that?
Yeah, that what we've been through here, but we are saying that we should form the board from region.
No. I'm not talking talking about the boards, the chapters, and the Eastern region, something headquarters. What do we do? Do we stick with our chapters, or do we turn it into Eastern, Midwestern, and Western region?
If we want to go the chapter route, then because we want to reduce the representation of people on the board, then we'll have to group the chapters into region.
Yes.
So that we can reduce the number of people that will be representing, be on the board. Because it will say each chapter send 2 persons, and then we'll get to the chapter. That's 60 persons coming there straight away.
Yeah.
I understand what I'm saying. We can group them together only when we want to have board elections, but not for the permanent.
Yeah. No. We don't have vice president for adequate Indian Queen. We're not doing it. But we're not doing it, you have to form the board representation.
No, but what in the constitution are two different you're saying?
No, but the constitution, you have a draft.
Yeah, I agree. But what the constitution is saying, if we have 3 board members from the central region, then they got a vice president there. You don't want to control that region. So then there'll be no president, no treasurer, no secretary, all the one that we got our vice president taking care of that place with 3 board members. Then we go to the east. 1 vice president, 3 members, board members. That's it. That's where we're going. Because you cannot restructure the board, then leave out the chapter. They are all going together simultaneously.
Yeah, but James, we trying to have the bucket bureaucracy, that what we're trying to do, because right now the president makeup of our association, we got president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and chaplain. That 5 administrators. Now they want to add co-chair for Western, co-chair for Central, co-chair for 60. So that 8 now you put in it now.
What you trying to say? What are you saying?
The administration. The administration, then you increasing the number of administration. Because you have vice co-chairman for Western region, co-chairman for Central region, co-chairman, co-president, co-vice president.
No. Why are you reading it? I think a different thing you're talking about. Because what they are saying, if you are saying the Liberian Association, that the Constitution, they already took this from. So I think after this, something we have to do research with the Liberian Association, those who are members of the Liberian Association, they already took the piece from. Yeah.
Okay, so let me come in. Okay. You see, I look at this whole thing, they're just trying to confuse the people. I mean, some of all we understand where they are going.
But you see, if you want to change things, do it in a way that the people will not be confused. Okay, we have the our thing was very simple. You have the president in that chapter. The president has a corps of officers. Then you have 2 board of directors. Okay, now the problem we had is the too many board members. Okay, when I was board chairman, I had over 40 some more board members. And the good thing was, because I was in this how do you call it, the technology thing, so I had Uber conference. So the Uber conference, when I do it, I had everybody, information. I got everybody's phone number. I got their email addresses. So when time for meeting, the system will call people automatically. And that was one of the first things that I had. I used to pay $25 every month from my own pocket. Most of the people won't even do it. I did that thing for 2 years. I still got my records. You see? And the thing here, if we want to reduce the board members, as I said, we do it by region. Okay, you got the eastern region, you got the western region, you got the southern region, and then you got the northern region. So if we want to do those 4 regions, we can get 2 members from each region. Okay, so with the 4 regions, you got what? 8 board members, or you can, you got maybe you can have even numbers. Okay, so with those regions, when they go to the convention, the regions board, the region representation can vote to elect what? The chairman of the board, the co-chair, the what do you call it? The co-chair, the parliamentarian, and the chaplain. That's what we got on the board. You see that? So that's how they were supposed to do it. And you see, when they're electing people to do the constitution, they should also have people who have experience on the board. You see, they didn't do it. They copied this thing here from another organization and just plug it in. You see, you can't do that. Because when you do that, you what? You kind of mess everything up. You see? So this is the problem we're having. You see, the thing is very simple. We got 4 regions. You see, you can have 2 people from each region, and these 2 people from each region times 4. You got a number of people. Then when you meet to the convention, these people can have election and elect their what? Their chairman, their co-chairman, their secretary.
Mr. Yune.
Yeah.
A point of correction, they got 3 regions in the constitution, in the draft. They got
yeah, but I'm just talking something hypothetical. I'm talking about what they got.
Yeah, but I want you to speak to this.
Okay. Okay, even if they have 3 regions, we can.
So, I mean, when they have 3, they can just 3 from each region.
Okay,
so
we make it 9. Even number.
Yeah.
Then we have an even number. Okay, let's say 9. Then the 9 people can meet and what and vote and elect their officers.
Yes.
Which is the chairman, the co-chairman, the secretary, the chaplain, and the parliamentarian. You see that? So they have their corps of officers. But then for the president again, I see here they bring you a different structure for the president. You see, the national president, the national secretary, the national what? The national vice president, and the national treasurer. Finish.
Or
chaplain.
Yeah, that national vice president for Western.
Yeah, all that kind of thing. It's necessary.
What they're trying to do, what I'm telling you guys.
This is not a government.
The Liberian Association, and how to call it, their constitution, they want to take they want from directly.
Yeah, this is too political.
Yeah, so the Liberian Association, they had national vice president for East, for Midwest, and West. That's what they're doing, and that's what they're trying to bring. So we have to understand that we are not going to restructure the board. The board, there are too many. We got to get rid of the board. We got to get rid of the local chapter too. That's what they're doing too. So
because it's the chapter that make the organization. Without the chapter, the organization does not exist.
No, they are not erasing the chapter, but they put the chapter together to have a big chapter.
No, you can't do that because this is not a political organization. We're not heading to a politics stuff.
So you like that political organization?
Yeah, ULA is, and I play the poker and come from the go to like.
No, I'm talking about. I said the meaning of ULA. ULA is that a political?
No, but ULA, even the meaning of ULA is not a political organization. But in reality, it's a political organization.
Well, what the point I want for us to speak from what we are seeing that is written here. So to all want to say, oh yeah, like Bobby, the board member, there are too many. Oh, they overstay. Okay. The board member is not going to go, but they are going with the local chapter too. So we're going to region now.
Yeah.
But
The board
James,
member can be
but
there,
James,
but
Yeah.
James, why is it that we want to reduce the board, but then we're increasing the administration?
But that no, which one on the paper here? No, it's decreasing.
No, increasing here, they get vice president, they got vice president of Eastern region, they get vice president of Midwest region, they get vice president of Western region.
You know what we're going to do now? So which means the vice president for the Midwest, so there'll be no local chapter like that person they're going to look at to take a look.
No, they said that chapter in here.
yeah.
Then the chapter, what I'm saying, that the Midwest person would be like a governor.
Yeah, but they get chapter there. I mean, because you increasing the administration now because we never had it here before.
Yeah.
No, but when you say increase, that how many members are in there?
We're adding 3 to the 5 we already have. 8 members now in the administration now. So because we have 5.
Then we say what decrease the board member that now increasing. So
No, I think what I'm seeing here is like the vice president for the Eastern, Midwestern, or whatever Western region will be like the president of the overall that particular region, and they will have, I don't know if they're going to have a vice president and then or so forth. Vice president, it's complicated though. When you look at it, adding.
How many chapters do we have currently now? Before then, the last time I checked, it was 22 originally. It came up to 22 when Utah was formed, because Utah was the last chapter that was created. Added up to 22. So if we're having 3 regions now, so how are we going to divide the chapters into? Are we going to divide the chapter evenly into a region and having president in each of these chapters that fall under a region? Is it that now? Won't you think there will be power struggle to have a vice chair for a regional vice chair for Eastern region, a regional vice chair for Western and Central region? So will not be a power struggle.
So this is my understanding. This is my understanding from what I take on all of this. So let's say the Midwest. The Midwest comprises of how many states? Help me out here, gentlemen. So we say North Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, South Dakota. Is South Dakota included in our Midwest? Okay. So now we're eliminating almost 4 presidents. And the only person will get there, we get only 1 governor, which will be the Midwestern vice president. Yes. So we took away 4. We took away four presidents. Then the other one only vice president.
Matode, upon a correction, in the Constitution, they still have chapters there. Chapters still there.
Yeah, but the chapter again, now within that chapter now. So let's say I am the vice president for the Midwestern region, right? So now in Minnesota, I only have vice president. In Chicago, in Illinois, I only have vice president. They'll be coordinated with me, but we don't have president in Chicago or Illinois or Minnesota. I will be the
is that what it's
president.
They'll be called coordinator. In the
coordinators.
Okay, coordinators. So you see, yes. I think that's how it's going to be like.
Yeah, coordinator.
So every chapter now will not have president. They will have coordinator.
We'll have coordinators, but they'll still have secretary, chaplain, and so forth.
Yeah, the coordinator
and treasurer.
Yeah,
and the coordinator will have president.
But then again, who will be the Midwestern treasurer? Or the
no,
who will be the Midwestern secretary?
That was they created another layer of bureaucracy. So
because let's say so, will the local chapter be reporting to the vice president of that region, the secretary?
They didn't define the role of the vice president.
Not define
the role.
They just took it from one constitution prior and just put it out.
Define the role the vice president will play. They didn't define it.
That's being lazy, because when you're writing constitution, people give you a lot of credit, because to do this thing here is a very tough job. But if you're going to do copy and paste, then I don't believe in plagiarism. You do that's not fair to our people.
So why are we suggesting that the copy and pasting here? Why are we suggesting that?
The role of the vice president and the airport, the vice president for Western region, vice president for Eastern region, vice president for Midwest. But why they will do Wow, they will take care of. They didn't say nothing about it.
At one point in time, you call the president executive director, then you call him president. Now, why didn't you say deputy executive director for Western Region, deputy executive? I think they tried to remove the political power or title from this whole thing, but they're doing it on one point and they're leaving it and the other side having the same title. I don't understand. It's good not to make it look like a political institution where we've been having a lot of crisis and what have you. Executive director is good, So call everybody about that title. You can't be calling one person executive director, you call another person vice president.
I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna call Mr. Gessler. Let me email me. The Liberian Association Constitution, because they want to do the thing here from.
Yeah, but
well, you trying to trap the man. You trying to trap the man. Him going to come up.
Oh no! So I won't call him. So you just email to me. Because
just call him. Just call him. Email.
Because he's member of the committee.
So, gentlemen, my thing is that if these functions are not defined clearly, there's no need to put it inside.
Yeah.
That will make them continue with our same structure.
But these things we can deliberate. We can deliberate on these things. That's what they're here for, and that's what we're doing now. So at least we have a clear picture on what to discuss when we get over there.
The president said that we cannot add.
But let me just say something. Let me say something here, Mr. Yonle. You've been one of those who have gone through our current constitution, and there are some things that we all know that needed to be amended. Why can't we go by that and remove what we want to remove and add what we want to add there, then to bring a total new formation of constitution here? Don't you think we heading for some big trouble somewhere? This thing is, I don't think that's what we want. Our constitution, our constitution is not that bad. Though we have some other lapses in there. People have been working on the thing. Did they call you to partake into what they did here?
No, I'm gonna say it's very new to me.
Look at that.
You see, it's very new to me,
gentlemen,
because you gotta get people who have experience.
Of course.
Yeah, this is my take. Listen, this is my take. Our little constitution, our old constitution. Let's say our existing constitution. We even have trouble working around that constitution. I think whoever wrote this thing, the idea about bringing about this Midwest is a good thing, but I think it's a little convoluted. It's a little compact. It will confuse our people more.
It's heavy, Bobby.
And I think we should stick. I think we should stick with the old formula. When we go,
I'm not cutting you off, Bobby. When we go to the convention, grand leader people, you can't play with them, their politics. When you go to the convention, those people don't even want to, when they see those things, you'll see there will be a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Grand leader people not stupid.
Yeah. We don't want to turn this thing into where we go to that convention, we don't get anything tangible from out of that convention. So I think we should do this thing little by little, because this is something we haven't tried. And you can't, with all the chaos and hula balu bruhaha in the community right now, you're going to throw this thing where it's not clearly defined. We don't know who the vice or the coordinator going to be. He's going to be reporting. We don't know if the secretary is going to be reporting directly to the. So what I think is that we should stick with our chapters. The only thing what we should be discussing here, how do we reduce the amount of board members if we're going to have somebody chapter? How do we reduce that amount? How do we should stick
but that's a proposal I made here, comrade. I said this thing with the vice president for Western Region, vice president, but it should be removed.
Yeah.
We only use region when we're forming our board.
Okay, you see.
We have election, we group chapters according to region and have election there and take three board members from there. So we got 3 regions.
We the poor chapter president been there alone because I want to hold the organization.
If the boy get chapter president.
Leave the poor alone.
Have the president, have the vice president, from our board. We group the chapter into region, and then we'll go in our region and have election there and take 3 board members from there.
The problem with the Grand Leader Association is the board member, the board thing. But the president then, no problem with them. Y'all leave them alone.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, Honorable Boo. So okay, that's that. We We will get rid of the vice president in Washington with that our take. We don't know what Grenjida is going to say.
We are not, Mama. We are not ULA. We're not ULA. We're not looking for jobs in Liberia.
So we'll move all the bars on district and everything. We're moving it from there.
No, Mama. You can't have. Is Grenjida organization going to control Bazan district or Chen district?
No. The people not even agree. That's different entity altogether.
So we're moving the advisory.
And no people then they want to be autonomous. They don't want to be messed with.
So we're still maintaining our structure, our president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, chaplain.
The people ain't got a problem with that thing, y'all leave the people alone.
Yeah. So make a note.
Look at the
Mr. Goa.
Yeah.
Mr. Goa. I want you to make a note on that part. That particular area of info is very, very important. You have to make a note that what is it that we want. We're going to get rid of those vice president and we're going to stick with our chapter. But the most important thing, how do we have our board members? We're going to come together as a region and find our board members. You have to make note of that because I don't want to have conflicting views when we get over there.
That organization thing, the grant that constitution have been, the only problem is the board. And then the money thing, that all.
Yeah, that misappropriation. They're the people, my man.
Those are the only problem. Besides that, the president then no problem.
Who will be our president Minnesota? 20,000 for 5 years. My picking project just keeping it. What's that Grenjida president, national president will be that? Yeah.
but my man, you're there. You're supposed to talk to your man.
No, my picking carry money with Jack and I want to meet with the man. I've 20,000 stay fresh. Even Ariel right now because paying 120 to come to Iowa.
Very good.
We don't play here. People coming back. People are they feel enthusiastic again. They're coming back on board again. They want to participate because Grenjida is our common denominator, my brother. We can't run away from it. We can't have it. We can't stay away.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Even though people trying to look down or say all kind of negative thing, but it's just like sometimes we want to just walk away from the organization. But it's so hard. It's so hard.
That's
you know. I mean, if we stay away from Grenjida, we will all of us on the board here. On here to now, if we still on Grenjida, we'll still do well in our lives.
Yeah.
But then it's just part of you. It's instinctive of you that when you know something is not right, you will come back to contribute. But then other people look at it. That's what I keep telling my people. This is a one-time opportunity in our life that we should go to Iowa in our numbers. If you stay back, then you don't mean well for Grenjida organization. If you don't go to Iowa this time around, you don't mean well for GGA because any decision is taken, we'll have to live with it again. We'll have to live with it.
That's true, my brother.
You see?
That's true.
Well, we can't continue like that.
That's true.
You're right. Make errors, and we make errors. Nobody will see the somebody. Look how our constitution was used. Because you have a chairman who doesn't understand, who just says, "Oh, my man, you do this one, you do the one." How will you be a leader? Well, leader, people give you ideas, then you go and sit down and decipher and look at between and see what is good and bad. Then you make decision. But if you're gonna be pulling by nose, then we'll have a trouble.
Then we'll have problem. That's true.
Yeah, we'll have serious problem. I can't wait for us to get to the election committee, the election commission. You know, the election commissions. Even though our where am I calling my need down there?
Okay, next Sunday. Yeah.
And my hope is, I hope that these guys, the people that wrote the constitution, at least 2/3 of them are being in place and begging, or 3/4 of them told to be able to answer our question. We want to get the idea why they
if none of them there, we're gonna trash the whole thing.
They have to because
you're out.
I made a note there, so let's move on. We are
are
moving to Article 5, Principal Bodies and Duties.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I went just now and I was lucky to get a chairman of the Constitution Revision Committee. Mr. Kaibla is on the line. And so you can stay at least for 20 or 30 minutes to answer a few questions.
Good.
Because
let's go back to let's go put our Eastern region something.
All right. You got Honorable Bunyan there. You got Bobby to there. You got.
But you're sending that link.
No, he say he's not prepared to get on video, so Ali can talk with us.
But Mr. City, Mr. City, why you call me honorable man? Because I have position GGA before. So you can call me honorable too?
Okay, honorable Dr. Bob.
Do I have the whole position GGA for being honorable man?
Everybody listen to you. All right, guys, Mr. Ray is on the line, so you let look. I'll call you quick. For the next 20-30 minutes, be out.
So, Honorable Red, this is Eddington Today. I got a quick question.
Yeah, what is it?
Are you there? So we're having a little bit of trouble. We're having a little bit of trouble on our constitution when it comes to Article 4, Section. Let's say Article 4, Section 4. 4A, B, C, and D. Where it says A, say President, Executive Director, B, Vice President of Eastern Region, C, Vice President of Midwestern Region, and D, Vice President of Western Region. Now, our problem, or my problem here is how will these people coordinate with the local chapters, knowing. Is he listening?
Yeah.
Knowing the trouble that we already face for even a local chapter to even assemble 10 or 15 persons to come to a meeting. And now when you get somebody this kind of vice president or region, where I don't know if you're going to be flying or driving from state to state to bring people to go to a coordinate meeting, don't you think there's going to be a lot of hurdles and that it's going to be a tough time doing this? This is our take. Our take is that we should stick. It's going to be trouble. Our take is that we should stick with our local chapters. Because our goal here, our goal from the initial stage, most of the people that support this constitution is that how do we lower the amount of people that are on the board? And I think that's how you guys came with the region thing, which are going to be good to help in lowering the amount of the amount of people that serve on the board. But then when you look at it in the longer run, it's going to be too hard. That coordination between chapters and the secretaries and things, we find it very, very, very hard. So we want to know your mindset, how you came up with this. Maybe we're on the wrong trajectory. Maybe you'll give up your idea. Let me give you the time to kind of probably elucidate on it a little bit.
Yeah, thank you so much. Our role here in the Constitution is to make sure that we give room for people to make suggestions like what you're talking about. Most of the constitution we had over the years were constitution few people sit together and crafted and say they want to pass it through. What we have is a framework.
Okay.
What we try to do is to do what we have in the Grand Jury now. We say it's a union. It is not a union. It's a unitary administration. The president just went to put a level program in Des Moines. The role of the regional vice president, as we see it, will be representing the president on functions and activities. See, so there's not a role to be in your internal business. You see what I'm trying to say? So for the president, having a having a meeting or a program in Des Moines. Then I'm like I just told James, I'll be in the global program. This coming day, I got it on the 28th. The week on the 28th. Okay. So if I were a GGA president and I was an editor-in-chief of African Star, and I have the African Star regional representative, I would need to pay almost $1,500, $2,000 to go to Des Moines. That money would be saved because most of the time our officials are in the Grand Jury Association and most of our non-profit around here, they are not being paid. So they go into their job schedules. Sometimes they travel, they miss jobs. So to avoid that, those regional people we're talking about, they are part of the president's executive committee. And as you know, the executive committee has not been influencing the local chapter have the independence. But what we are saying is that if the president needs to go attend a program, a rally, let the regional president who is in that area go there, unless it's necessary for the president to be there. So the president is a guest speaker. But like I talked to you, it's in Des Moines. The regional president was going there. So when maybe the other people having a program tomorrow, then he going back there. Other people having a program, then he going there. You see what I'm trying to say? So that one person who has a full-time job, The man has a job, not paying this man. So what we've been seeing that people losing their job because of GGA. Some people have to go to a convention because they have to go to work. So we reduce this thing to the people who live in that area. Their role there will be to represent the president, not to take decisions on the chapters. Unless there's a conflict, the president designates that vice president. But the vice president for regional affairs not just going to tell the Moen people or tell Arizona people or Minnesota people what to do with the chapter because they have their own structure. But the representation is just the people who will be ambassador for the president. They report to the president. And the president can turn that around as he wants to. Give them responsibility on the executive committee of the national. But the role there not to interfere with local affairs. We don't want them to do that. That's not what we're looking at. But to reduce the president who does not have an office, who is not taking pay, to put a body on the 95 to 52 states in 1 year to meet with chapter conventions, chapters elections, chapters inaugurations. It's a body for the guys who want to be president. So nobody, most people want to be president. I don't want to be president.
Good point, Mr. Red. Yeah, 1 second, Mr. Boo. So these people that honor the president now, they honor the executive director. Will they be elected too, or they'll be appointed by the president? Those Midwestern region people.
The Midwestern region people, our undertaking is that there will be two options that will go forward to the vote, to the conference. One, the first concept is if they will be elected, then they will be elected by their region or nominated by the region. But our expectation is that the president should, for now, to reduce the whole election thing, qualification, money, campaign. Let the president have these people as his representatives for now.
Oh, okay.
So we do the too much elections. See what I say?
Okay, I agree with that point.
Okay, Kai. My problem I have, Kai, my problem I have with this issue is that we adding another, positions and that kind of stuff. Why don't we leave it with a local chapter president? Because under Matakana and other administration, if the president is invited, the president of that local chapter act on behalf of the national president. So we don't need all these positions, the new positions you're creating. So the local president take care of that.
What we are saying is that if the local president, what we're trying to do is to create a structure that reports to the president. Our constitution did not give the president the right for the chapter to report to him. The chapter report to the board. The constitution is
Then let's put it in the constitution. Let the chapter report to the president because they are in the senior executive.
Who are coming?
Yeah.
Just everything. We're trying to reduce the duplicity. This what we're talking about. We're talking about people who will be available. So today we're district having a program. You have to the regional president knows his responsibility is to represent the president at these programs. So when the invitations come to the secretary sends it to the president begins to consult. We don't say there will be a president, but the president knows that the man in Minnesota will be in Iowa to represent me. It's a driving distance. So the man goes there. So we don't want to put extra burden on the chapter president to buy tickets to travel. We are getting people who will be able to do that. So we don't have the same president traveling around. What we're having now, what he is traveling around the country.
Okay. Can I come in?
What we say too is a recommendation. So when you say we, because we are in this thing, like I said, it's a framework. It will be left with a convention to approve it or not to approve it. We're not saying how the person will be elected, who the qualification will be. The concept must be accepted. But we're not forcing people in. Because we say, okay, the president in that chapter will represent the president. They'll put another layer in now. So the president doesn't have money, has a job, can't go to New York. Even though he's in Philadelphia, he can't go to New York for a conference. But I responsibility to go to New York. They'll put an extra body on this president now, who is a local president, to perform national duties. You know what I'm saying? Because a local president is a local president.
The local president. Let me finish now.
Who the next person? Hold on. That's the way on all in now. Bobby finish now.
Let me finish.
Boo online.
Yeah, Boo on.
Yeah. So, Mr. Kai, I understand your point, Mr. Kai. You had a good point. The problem I have is that from the beginning, from the administration, our vice president of Matakana, and all we do is the local president there. Let's say the president is supposed to go to New York for a program. The New York chapter president would be there to what? To act on behalf of the national president. That's how we have been doing. You see, we have new people now. That new another position we're creating, and it will bring a lot of confusion to these people.
No, and when you see nobody create confusion when you create what we call stratification in sociology. What we have not done in our organization is to create clear roles and responsibilities. It has a check and balance on who does what, at what time, for what. And what does it bring to the organization? What you talk about has not been effective. We are not talking about the organization bringing all the districts, breaking the system bone, the Togway, the Bishop Julie Association, the Multilateral Association. The organization is going to report to the chapter president.
Those are autonomous people. They're not affiliated with Grand Association. No.
What I'm saying, Boo, the new structures look at, we are trying to incorporate every organization that is part of Grand that calls the new Grand and invest in Grand and want to invest in Grand.
But those people maintain their independence. They don't want to be part of Grand.
We are jumping from topic now to topic because some of us will still want to address that issue of the three regions you have created. So let us not jump the bomb. Let's do it step by step.
But let me just point out. We have not for you to understand we have not created anything. We have not. What you have in there is a draft document. Draft document that was presented. So we have not created anything. That's supposed to be discussed by members of the association, by stakeholders, and to go to a convention and see why you will accept and why you will not accept.
So in other words, it's a proposal.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a proposal.
It is.
It's a proposal. So,
the document you saw there, it's a draft. We did not see a approved document. It's a draft for discussion. So what you're doing is good. Discuss what you see in that draft that you think you can accept now. If you, like I told most people, I said, well, can't discuss that whole draft document in one convention?
No.
For example, we say, look, what are our problems? One of our problems in the association are the board. The board. You can't have 42 members trying to discuss issues or constituent that they really understand.
Mr. Rep, will you address that issue? Before you go to let's start right there. I don't want you. You'll get there, please.
Bobby, come in. Bobby.
Let's do it one by one, Bobby.
Let's do it one by one.
Yeah, because you're going to board members. I want to address the issue. I don't want to.
No, the city you feeling where I want to talk that too. Let them talk. I want to talk. Jesus, I can talk.
Let this thing be a dialogue. Let me give you my mindset.
Yes.
Which I wrote it down. What we have to first understand, we did not give you a document that is approved. What we give you is a framework. So what we're going to see, whether you like this, whether you like the tail, you like the hair, or you like the body, or you like the face, what you like, you take it out. It's a framework. So we did not give Grand a document to say, this is what it is. That is a proposal that you can discuss. You like the original, fine. If you like how things stand, fine. If you let the president representing this, fine. But that is what we put forward for you to discuss. That's why discussion is important.
Yeah.
So whether you like the board to be changed, whether you like the structure to be changed, but these are all suggestions. And I like these discussions. But accept them as suggestions, and that this committee did not send forward a document that has been approved, that has been discussed by the board, that the board has approved. The board did not approve the document. The administration has not approved the document. The administration to us to discuss the concept.
Okay.
What we have there is a concept.
Mr. Ray, let me ask you. My only question is, you did a brilliant job by going into details on everything. But when it came to the board qualification, they had nothing. You said that the administration and the president you have associate degree and the board that claimed to be the godfather, no qualification. Was it done? Intentionally, or it was just a mistake?
It's not a mistake. The concept of a 5-member board is a new concept. So you're not going to have experts putting responsibilities unless the concept is accepted.
No, it's a 5-member board.
I'm saying, if you have, I say very soon that we want 5-member board or 7-member board.
9, what is it?
9, well, that concept has to be accepted before you assign responsibilities. Or else you'll be putting in variable hours that mean nothing.
Okay. No, Mr. Red, what I'm talking about. You said the president should have associate degree.
Yeah, what I'm saying,
what
I'm saying, James, we have the structure where we have the president, vice president, and now we're bringing a new board. The new board concept will bring in a 9-member board. In our 17-member or 42-member board, we got a qualification. So if you say, look, the 42-member qualification, we're changing the board to 9, then now we'll begin to attach, are we going to take the old qualification in the old constitution?
No. Mr. Ray, you're not getting me. I said, was it deliberate? Or it was accidental that you didn't put one qualification.
It's deliberate. We want to first see whether I go accept the concept, because the board gave us up to 2 to 3 years to work on this constitution and to restructure the organization. We should have started in 2020. COVID came. So this is our first meeting we're going to have. So the meeting we're going to have is not going to approve everything you have. If you say, okay, we agree to the concept of having this board, the next step will be what will be the roles and responsibility of the board. We'll do that in Senate.
So they demand are going. We're not going to discuss the constitution to pass it.
We're not adapting it.
Oh.
What I'm telling you, James,
is
that the document you have there.
Yeah.
It's so superfluous. They're going to discuss a 56 or 7-page document in one second. Your EPOs that you're making now will be discussed at the convention. If no EPOs are accepted, say for example, the post of when a 9-member board, right? Mm-hmm. Then the committee go by, because we'll all be there. I should be there that morning. We'll all be there, not even until Monday, Tuesday. We'll all be there. So that by the second session we meet, the responsibility of that board will be then be presented to the convention, because we have all our information that people think should be. What do you think should be the responsibility of the board? I think this should happen. No. So your suggestion will be, because when we put those things in, then we take your responsibility as conferenciers to discuss your constitution book suggestion in it.
No, okay, Mr. Red, before I leave you, when you guys went to Kansas City, Missouri, I learned the constitution was going to be adopted there, and it didn't. So now we are thinking that you're circulating the constitution to make our input so that we'll get there. We don't take a long time to pass the constitution, but it is not that. It's like we'll get to Des Moines, then we'll get you another 1 year.
No, James.
Yeah.
James, what we have is not only the constitution. The constitution is one aspect of our job, as I said. The constitution is constitutional review. Then the restructuring of the organization. So what we're doing now is the full convention to say we adapt the constitution as one aspect. The constitution has to be implemented. We have to work to make sure the constitution is implemented. We have to make sure all the structures that are in place based on what the understanding would be, defining those things according to what people understand. So, for example, you can't go far for application for a campaign unless you are issued a copy of the constitution on the position you want. Say, I want to be president. It is on the responsibility of the Elections Commission, the administration, and the board to give you the requirement for the job will be asking, what will be my requirement? I want to be president. So saying the dossier will create at the end of the convention. We don't want the convention to end, then people say, what will discuss? So if you adapt the constitution, we'll make sure that every point that was made, James City made a point, John Brown made a point, all the posts and suggestions, I put in something like an Excel spreadsheet. So when that is the constitution is adapted, it is sent to all the chapters for implementation. And we want to work with them to make sure that, I don't want John Brown, the guy told the administration, I said, make sure that every president of the association has a copy of the constitution. Don't just say I send it by email. It will cost you $200 to send it by mail. Don't assume that everybody has a printing press or has a printer. Let everybody really outline what they want. The way you guys doing, I like it. I wanted to come in, but I didn't have the authority at the time because I work for the board and the administration. I'm not an elected official of the association. So I can't come and discuss something that the board or the administration does not approve, but the president approves. So now we have a concern what it is. So your concerns as we are talking, I'm taking the concern into consideration. There's a concern that Brother Boo gave as well. Why can't we remain the same structure and have this person represent this? Is that what we all want? So we're not saying we're not going to adapt the constitution. That's what we're going for. So when the constitution is adapted, let's assume you say, okay, we adapt this one, but we don't want to adapt this one. We'll put it on hold. Why do you accept to adapt? If you adapt the entire constitution, it's adapted. But what we'll do also for the next year is to make sure that the constitution is implemented. Because what we are not doing in most of our constitution in our organizations, even at national level, when documents are written, they left. No follow-up to see the progress evaluation. Has it been implemented by Ohio? Has it been implemented by Louisiana? Suppose Arizona has questions. Who do they call? The commission will still be standing back because we are just both constitution and restructure of the organization. So the constitution, I'll make it clear, is one aspect of our work. If the constitution is adapted, we're not just trying to want to make sure everybody has a copy of what is adapted. Everybody has a copy of what is agreed upon. Everybody will have minutes on what is agreed upon. So that we're not just leaving there. If we're just leaving, like I told the president, we have to spend some money.
Okay, Mr. Ray.
The constitution, when they adapted.
Mr. Ray?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the job thus far, and even coming on here to help us understand some of your things that you're proposing. You know, I like it, but one of the things I want to stress here is that if your argument for creating those regions is to help out the president, then I think it doesn't hold water, because a region vice president is not just representing one state. He or she will be representing almost 4 or 5 states. So that person might be living in one of those states and then will be traveling to go to another state, like about 3 other states behind. So then I think then the first concept that we have, like you said in your own deliberation, that most of the problem with our constitution is that roles are not defined. Then you would have gone ahead to actually define the role of the chapter president so that it can be clear to help out. Because when things happen, they don't happen in utopia. They happen in specific states. So if something happens in a particular state here, the president in a particular state or in a particular chapter will just go and represent the president there. There's somebody who is living in North Carolina and traveling all the way, because the president in the same region, they have to travel all the way to Minnesota to go represent the president there, because they are the vice president for the region. Why about the president in Minnesota who are representing the president right there?
And you see, I can't agree with you more. If we are saying what we have, again, that's why I put it to discussion. What we have need to be improved upon what Buyoni said. Then we have no problem. Then we make our work easier. But let's agree what our problem is. Our problem is stratification. It's role definition, as your suggestion.
Right. I agree with that. I agree with you.
So if all of I agree, because you see what I don't want to do, sitting down in my little corner and deciding for the whole branch of the party, there's the problem. We made a major point, say, during Metal County administration, this is how we're doing it. Have we been doing it since that time? If the answer is no, then let's go back to what worked. My father said, when it's not broken, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
Can I come in?
If things were working at that time, then redefine the president role. So the president is not leaving Minnesota and going to the place. They define the chapter president role and get them responsibilities and get them report to our levels and get people who will check on them to make sure they are well, they will be to the program. The president doesn't need to come to tell you when that Facebook time, people do live. The president see the video live.
Yeah.
See my point? When I was working like bro, for example, I did not go there. I was on the internet addressing the folks there. So when we all agree on that, my brother, then we'll go say, no, you know what? They all attack a chapter on the article here. Because for me, when you make correction, it does not help me. It proves on what we have done, because then you have an input. Then we own it. I want us to own this constitution. To say the brother made a conjecture. Yeah, what James said. The whole regional thing, we don't need it. They can be straight down. They'll take it from there. Because I don't want to put a thing on
Mr. Ray?
somebody will feel offended. No. So when we all look at it and say, the other one will not need it. The other one will not need it. Then we make our own board. Now we have a common agreement that we agree on something. For me, then I like it that way. I don't want to impose on anybody.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, Dominic.
Mr. Ray? Oh, Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Dominic, yes.
Yeah, look, I think you guys have said it all, but what I want to inject here is that with both of the lapses that we're trying to raise here, and I don't know who Mr. Well have on our committee that drafted this framework document, and leaving the likes of Mr. Gua himself, who even wrote the GGAA constitution, who have broad knowledge in structuring constitution, Mr. Buyone, who have followed the GGAA constitution for over a decade plus now. Why the people are not added to this framework document structuring? So I think if Mr. Blair will want to think in that direction, going to Iowa Des Moines will help in that direction, because there are a lot of things we see here that the people over there might not accept. We agree, we appreciate your hard work done, Mr. Blair, but I think there's more need to be done. It's a good start, as you rightly said. So that's my own take over there. And we can discuss all year now, but I think we should be looking in that direction to add other people to this framework document. That's my take.
I think if you want adding people on committees, is not within my reach. And I don't want, let me make it clear to all Nigerians who will be listening to this series.
Okay.
The rejected and accepted document does not impact us in any way.
Okay.
That's it. We put a document up for people to discuss it and accept why you can accept. When some of us were the little kids, university students, were doing research work on the National Constitution Committee with Dr. Sawyer, there were a lot of issues that came up. But Doe can only appoint at the 19 National Constitution Committee. Then they had a Sunday. So what we have in here is that we have been holding consultation. What has been our problem, and I must continue to say, is our inability to give free time to what we need to do. All that we're doing here is free time. Everybody get free time. But when we're doing constitution or doing framework, experts can come in with their suggestions. When we're doing the constitution for probably a librarian or a research officer, there's some professor that brought the recommendations in. I think that we have to do it. It did not make that Sawyer angry. It did not make Wonsadia angry. It did not make community we say angry. So what I want us to do here is that if you say when I accept this, nobody's going to fight there. It's out there when you accept, we take. Why you don't accept, it removed. That's your document.
Good.
That's your document. So we all experts important. If they have suggestions, the president said, the God put it, bring your suggestions. When we go in there, I will get affirmation, we'll give what I call in journalism, attributions. Bujone said that Bujone suggestion. Then James City suggestion. Then John Brown suggestion. So when 5 people in that city have the same suggestion, they'll put it on one plot. So what we have there, my brother, is because we have not had a consistent document. If you go on the website, over three constitutions there.
Yes, that's true.
Over 3.
Yes.
It's what I'm saying, over 3 constitutions. So our policy has not been that we don't have consistency. We want to create a consistency, something that all will agree on. So when you say, look, this structure there, we don't want another structure, we still want to begin 12 votes. I'm not going to that place to fight. I'm going there to coordinate and say, what do you want? Is that what Frank Brangile want? Okay, we'll carry it. I'm going to say, before I put it there, you're saying, I want it, I'm going to walk out. No, that's not how I work. In my editorial work. If I read an editorial, my team said, that's not how I want it, change it, I change it. Because I work for you. You don't work for me.
Thank you.
I work for you.
Thank you.
I want to get out of the back of your mind when I get on that stage. I work for you. You the Crown people. You don't work for me. You are the leaders. You are the representative of the Crown people. You are the delegate to the conference. What you say is supreme. So I want to give you the power. Take that constitution and say, no, put your hand and say, we don't want it. We put in your vote. How many people don't want it? We'll give democracy. John Brown said, we don't want it. That's what we agree on. Yeah, we don't want it one. Don't move it. You see what I'm saying? So we're not going
All right, Mr. Right.
That's what I want you to do.
Thank you.
I want you to
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for elaborating on these issues. For me, I want to thank you. You know, you guys are so far. You did, I would say, immaculate job. It's not an easy thing to kind of put a framework of our constitution together. You guys did a good job, but I'm a little disappointed in that the key issues. One of the key issues that has been affecting our organization relates to the board members. And the reason I'm kind of disappointed is that I'm sad that after perusing this whole framework, I didn't see any or academic qualifications of the board members. Nothing in there was stated as to what would be the qualifications, and that is so sad because being a guru in this community and being one of the outstanding or hardworking, knowing the tough time we've been through, knowing the chaos we've been through. And the board have been a very, very, very instrumental in creating chaos and disharmony in the community. And because of some people, most of them over there, I would say level-headed, is because of the problem that you were not able to inject or insert some qualification level for the board member was kind of disappointing. Hopefully, that will be addressed over there. You know, as you said, you are working for us. When we get over there, we'll work on some of these things. Now, my second point here is that in order to reduce, I'm speaking now in relations to the vice president of the Eastern, Midwestern, and Western region. My proposal would be in order to reduce the redundancy, to reduce the overlapping, or to reduce the misunderstanding of the president having people representing him going from state to state. I think in order to reduce that redundancy, I think we should allocate a specific budget for the president to be able to reach out if they want to represent the organization, instead of people who having extra or executive member again in the GGA. I think that's a lot of overlapping redundancy. That's my proposal. We get rid of these people that you guys propose, and I will allocate a specific budget that the president can use when we need him to go somewhere and represent the organization, instead of having Midwestern vice president, this vice president, That's just my proposal. But thank you for your hard work. Please stick around because we're trying to dissect this whole thing. We might not have the opportunity to talk to you again before we get to the convention. So stick around as we go down the list.
Okay, so let me just respond to what you said. It's a brilliant, all of these things all of you said tonight. Please drop in an email of your suggestions. That when we have our own committee meeting, we say this is what the public opinion is. Because what you said, and I want you to include in what you said as well, what do you think should be the qualification of a board member? I want to give it to the grand leader and say, this is the qualification. When I be type person, because I don't want to type to say the board is the problem, because I'm not done a need assessment and I'm not done a research as to what our problem is. So I'm going to come to the politician committee with prejudice. I come here with open heart, open mind, open sheet. So let you guys who are sitting tonight, those who are listening, list for me, what should be the qualification of a board member? What should be the age of a board member? What should be the responsibility of a board member? So you fill in the brackets and send it to us. Then when we come to the convention, we will recognize what you said. Because all our constitutions have not been successful based on our research, because they were imposed on the people. They read it in their room or in their conference room, and they kept the ground. Who say what? So say yeah. So we want to say, you know what? Guys, did not say John Brown will get PhD or will get bad master. The convention said before you become board member, this will be your qualification. That's the convention. Is that what they agree on? Yes. So they what we want to do. But when we're doing the qualification over the years, few people sit together and take a decision. I want you guys to go to your workroom tonight, and I encourage you to do that. Fill in all the blanks you want to fill, including remove the regional thing, get a budget for the president. Please put all of those things in the right. And I want brother Boo to put that in writing and say, it works matter kind of time. Let it empower the presidents. Let explain their roles and responsibilities in a clear level that is clear, that they have a sheet in their hand, not to assume that it's on the internet. I love the internet, but then hard copy that in people's hands. So this is my responsibility as the president for the Philadelphia chapter, for the Northeast Philadelphia chapter. This is my role and responsibility. And I'm going to cross to somebody else. So when you send those things, my brother, we acknowledge. Because one day, reporting is a critical issue. But I don't want us coming as committee and say, there will be the qualification. I want the leadership. You, the folks, you the spokespeople, you the people who know the organization more than me, who've even been on the board and saw the problem to say, look, this is what we want the board responsibility to be. This is what the qualification must be on the board. We will take that to the convention approve it. We put it inside. But we don't want to say, no, can't say everybody to red board now. Is everybody must get PhD so you can be board member? No, I don't want it to come from that level. You see, so I want to who knows here where I post for my knee or not. Because I'm running for anything. But I want to give people the chance to empower the young people. I proud of what you guys did. James has been behind me over and over. He's my brother-in-law and before disclosure. He's been calling from day one. And I said, James, let me talk to the president because I believe in respecting people. You give me the job, I may be qualified, but I want to consult the person who tell me to do it. So when President you what you told me, you can go and discuss it with anybody you want to discuss it with. And then he went up Frank Double, she went and said the same thing. And he asked to talk before he left it. I said, okay, you want to keep talking? I said, I just got home, I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to talk to any of you guys anytime, any minute. I'm always home after 3 o'clock every day. I don't work on weekends. I'm willing to send me text messages, I'll respond. Please put what you want to say tonight. You said tonight, please put it into writing. This document is for you. Change it the way you want to change it. Structure it the way you want to structure it. Because I want to give power, a new voice to you. So that when you implement the constitution, say, yeah, I say the president must take pay. You beat your chest. I say the president must take pay. Because the president tried it. So when I put it on the board, then I see people will defend it. So the whole structure of protocol, I want people who will defend it. So then because they're no talking. I say, oh, James said he said it. Boo said it. That all of you at that convention talking about what we want to be in the constitution. Please write it down. And by the time I send a new constitution draft to you in the next 1 week, everything you send to me will be reflected in red. Suggestion from this talk show program. These are the suggestions they want, and I will send it back to the public. You see my point? Mm-hmm. Let's do that. So make it easier. It's the structure here.
Somebody want to say something?
And then we can move out. So I'm not missing anything because I will not remember everything you say tonight. But please, read that and read your suggestion, the constitution you have, and send it to each of you. Your suggestions. Then I will incorporate it and send it out there. And I also give you credit. Put your name there. I said, John Brown wanted to be at this. Peter David wanted to be at this. So don't take Kyle and say he a corner and put everything that is for our people.
Okay. You know, so anybody want to say something before I speak?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Red, thank you for elaborating again on some of the issue that we're kind of proposing. Before you go, I got 1 or 2 things I want us to look at. I don't know if you have the Constitution before you. I'm looking at Article 6, Section 1, Section 1H. Article 6, Section 1H, H as in Houston. It speaks to the ECOM, GGAA, election commissions. I think recently where our trouble came from with all the noise in the community. I think my proposal is that you guys need to underline, you better need to underline or highlight that the election commission should be an autonomous body, and there should be any overseer. Because if there's because our constitution, what brought the trouble was that the national board can impeach any elected officer, and because these people on the election commissions were elected, the national boards felt that their tentacles could also reach to the boards to do whatever they wanted. I think we need to underline that these people should be autonomous, that these people should be exempt from the clause, from the grips of the national board. I want you to think about that, and maybe you have an idea to maybe I'm going wrong, because I am not open to this thing, and because of the problem in our community, I'm trying to very, very dive deep into this constitution. That's what I see. My thing is my proposal that I want you to look at that section Article 6,
No.
Section 1H, concerning the income, that they should be an exempt from the national board. It should be an autonomous body, and the board shouldn't have any kind of power over them. To put it simply.
Okay, Mr. Red, let me help you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mr. Red said, make it simple. When you Bobby send email to him, then you say, okay, this from Bobby today. Because he will not take everything in your head right now. So let's put it in black and white, what he said. Yeah.
That's just an open thing.
If you don't have the constitution in Word document, you can send it to Moscow in PDF.
You got it.
I can send it to in Word document.
No, I got it now. I got it. I got it. Mr. City sent me that one too.
Put it in red and put your name to it. Put it in red and put your name to it.
Yep.
Okay.
Just send it back to you. So the next couple of days, I'll correct it and send it to you. If I put it also, I'll send it to you.
Mr. City, you have his email?
Huh?
You have a number right? You have a number right email?
Yeah, the same constitution that you got, go to the end, you see the email, everything there.
Okay.
The number everything there. The number everything there.
The number, the email, everything is there, including the members on the committee. They're all there.
Okay.
Go to the end.
All right.
Put the community members.
Yeah, but Mr.
Yeah, Mark, go
I don't
ahead.
know if you want to leave us now. We want to thank you. The fact that you came on a short notice and you were able to respond. Short notice.
No, this is grand. I'm home. This is grand business. I want you to make sure you get your clarification, but I want you to make sure go through the Constitution. Everything each of you said tonight. Go to the various areas. Put your need and say suggestion from this person, and put a red in and put your name on it. So I'll redo the entire thing the next couple of days, and I will send it to each of you before I put it out. I want to make sure what I put it out registered. To say we have suggestions, or there's the updated suggestion that we have received for the Constitution. And I'll be open to do this until
Okay.
I will be able to do this until the 11th. Updating, sending it back to you. You send it back. As many people that want to make changes, just put it in red, put your name on it. I will update it gradually, and then I will do that and send it to you until the 11th. Because by the 11th, I will be out here and I'll be in Des Moines. So you can call me while I'm there and so forth, or call me in the hotel, I can do it. But I mean, I have access to a printer, maybe in the hotel I may have a printer, but I mean, I have a printer that I have in my home. I can do that. So all of those suggestions.
Mr. Ray, please, before you go, I want you to give a play-by-play, how the day by day or hour by hour, how's it going to be the first day when we get over there? What's the first day going to be in speaking to our Constitution? What's it going to be like the very first day? You know.
When we get in there, when they give us the forum, I know the forum should be more about the Constitution for the first day. Our first day will be that we assume by the 11th, all the changes we expect to make, all the suggestions from you for the qualification of the board for everybody, it will have been distributed to all conference leaders. Our goal also to make sure that those who wanted to be on their phone, we can distribute it to their phone. We can ask some of our friends who are good savvy in technology to create an app that we can send to everybody on your phone full time. So that the first day we get there, that document will be read. We read in the sense that those suggestions that we have will be incorporated and say, this is what we have as our Constitution. So go stage by stage. But we'll divide it based on the emergency. So, for example, the name of the association, the aim and objectives, the question in the Constitution, the goal, the administration, the Constitution Committee. You see what I'm saying? These are people who are making suggestions that what is gravitating towards. But we're talking now, I don't think we should do that regional thing. So just, if the regional thing is terrible, we put it forward. So, but we'll go step by step, but we'll go on stages that are critical to the association. That I will present. The area that receive more suggestions. But before we go that time, by the week of the 9th, we will send an outline to you to say, this is how the Constitution will be discussed. So you are there now looking at it, but I don't want to get detail if I go to my membership. I don't want to make an individual decision. Then they say the mayor is a dictator. People go to charge for a dictatorship in Africa. So by the 9th, but there will be an outline of how the Constitution will be discussed so people are not confused. So we can be discussing Article 3 and come back to Article 9. So we say, look, just hold your question, but these are the changes we want to make on it. Because we want to parallel the Constitution we have with a new one. Then what we have in the old one, then what we change it. The Boo will say we have this in the Matakana Constitution, but don't want it to maintain it. So we don't need a regional power president thing. Let it move. They'll give reason why we're not regional power president. There's a Boo. We got a Boo, but the new qualification of the Boo must be this. So we agreed it. There's the Election Commission. The Election Commission must have certain qualifications that impeachable. That when they are elected, they cannot be dismissed by only the Boo. Who can just get this very Election Commission I was just appointed without going through due process. There will be due process. What we are not for profit. Even if it will be dismissed, the replacement will be by due process and by I call it mini convention. Those things want to put
okay, Mr. Red, before you Mr. Red, before you go, let me pick your brain. Let me pick your brain a little bit because we might not have the opportunity to talk to you again. So I was looking at chapter 6, qualifications of officers, section 2. I was looking at D, E, and F. So let me start with E before I go to D. So E, for me, from my believing, I think it's a little bit ambiguous because you're talking about someone to be considered. What is the 10 years of service? And F talk about administrative or profession, leadership in his or her chapter or equivalent. But the reason I'm speaking to these things is that because we have to find a way to bring potential Grandians on board. Now, let's say this man, Bobby Tudi, he has not participated in any administrative position in the local chapters or the national level. And I have the academic pedigree. I have the social adeptness to be able to run an entity. But because I did not hold any administrative position, that will absolutely bar me. That will stop me from contesting any kind of position. I think you guys should look at it. I think you look at it, and it should be an open. It should be an open door for everybody to have the opportunity to run this organization. Because even the country that we are living in America, there is nothing that says you have to hold some administrative position to be elected as president in the U.S. So I think that is a little bit harsh on potential Grandians that endeavor to run this organization. You guys should look at that. Again, I'll make note on that, and hopefully you will receive my email. That's my take. That is speak to section article 6, section 2, D, E, and F.
I think personally, I agree with you. People should not be punished because this is a non-for-profit. And I'm happy it's coming from the young people. We are old. You know, no disrespect, I'm older than every one of you on the teleconference. No disrespect. We are old. So if you make anything rich, people are not taking pay. There's a voluntary work. But when you bring the best mind and say, look, if the person get a bachelor or master's degree, it supersedes the 10 years. But when you don't get master's degree, then you might be in the organization for some years so that you get knowledge of white people. That whole idea of administrative is vague and ambiguous. It's vague. It needs to be defined. And I told my colleagues, it needs to be defined. You can't say administrative experience. I've been Grandian Association since I came to the United States 20 years ago. But I've never been elected to anything. I've never been chapter president. I've been doing debate. So now, if I can be president, I'm going to do debate because you're not administrative experience. So that time, even though you qualified before master degree, doctorate, but you can't be Grandian president because you're not chapter president. The election commission, start doing debates, you'll be running for chapter board because you have the administrative experience. So the administrative experience is ambiguous. If the person has the qualification in the area of management, if you can run something, they put the heart for non-profit. That person, then the voter decide. So that the young people, they will not be dominated by old people. That's why when I go to convention, my wife myself take our children to the convention. 1 or 2 of them to the convention. Most of them will be taking our young people. We can't block them. And for me, the second review period, I'll talk to the president. We can recruit 10 more young men like you to join the Constitutional Commission. All the people who are the commission are so open. Bring young people in. So to bring a fresh mind. Because you guys have a fresh mind. And I think I appreciate what you said. Put that starting in, let people who have masters, PhD, come to the organization. We need professionals to run the organization. Nigerians are more educated today than 1955. Nigerians are more educated than 2020. Nigerians are more educated than 2021, than 2022. Then when 1981, Bishop Julius High School graduated. We have more Nigerian young people who are educated. I was 20 years old before I got into college. 24 years before I got my bachelor degree. But there are kids who are 18, 19 with bachelor degree. So please put it in there. I will fight for it myself. The young people must be brought into the organization.
Thank you.
When I be old for 10 years.
Gentlemen, if anybody don't want to go, I keep going. Can I go? Or anybody want to say something? I don't want to. This man, we're not going to get anytime soon. So, okay, Mr. Red. Oh my God, thank you so much. First of all, again, Article 10, Section 1. I want to commend you highly for that one. That speak to the board chairman and the national treasurer being the only signatory on our on our account, on our corpus. I want to highly commend you. I hope we can stick with that particular one. That the national board chairman and the national treasurer will be the only signatory to our account. For that, I want to commend you. Now, let's go back to Article 8. Article 8, maybe Section 3. So Article 8, where it speaks to the aspirant, how much they will pay. So this is what I want to say. I'm just throwing anything out there. So my mains, the panelists will hear this thing tonight, and so journalists will hear look into what I'm talking about. From my belief, I think the amount that these aspirants are paying is far too low. It's far too less, because you see, Grand Jita organization is a big name organization. And you see, most of the people that sing in this position, being Grand Jita president, secretary, vice president, these are esteemed positions. So when you endeavor, when you want to be president, I think you should pay some good money to be able to vie for this position, because that is another way for our organization to generate income. So my proposal was for president at least $700, VP $500, secretary $400, and so forth downward. Instead of paying $200 or $300 for being president of Grand Jita organization. So that's another way for us to generate funds. You know, the president will raise the money a little bit, because you want to be president for this organization. This will carry that. I can make your political career that can pay for your political ambition. Who knows who you're going to be tomorrow in Liberia? We see people live from Eula here and they work in governments. We see people here, a lot of people know Fred Gwen, a lot of people know Tim McCollum because they're president. Even you voted today. Even Prince Johnson know you voted, remember you voted all the things. So you're aspiring to be president. I think they're supposed to pay good money. I think the proposed amount over there is too low. My proposal, I think we should raise the fund. And again, I want to thank you that, because we've been having misappropriation of Grand Jita fund. One of our Achilles heels. It has been our Achilles heels. People taking our money because too many people have access to our account. So the fact that one that you propose, Article 10, Section 1, I really, really like it. D, where they say only the board chairman and the national treasurer will be signatory to our account. Again, I want to thank you for your time, and I will give you time to respond to things that are proposed.
Yeah, thank you so much. As I indicated, I like this type of interaction. As a journalist, a politician, an educator, an advocate of community services, I like them. Anything with myself. I'm trying to say here, I know a few persons in the Grand Jita Association who pay money for services and never ask you Grand Jita to pay me my way, to give me transportation, to give me hotel. Every convention I went to, I provide a few services to do debates. Because it's my responsibility to get back to my county. So those who want to be president for our communities, they must have to pay their equal share. That's how I always say with the poverty reduction thing. Pay your equal share when you want to share. So $700, I don't think the convention going to oppose it. You say $1,000, they're not going to oppose it. It's a big job.
Yeah, it is.
Over 100,000 people in America. You know, they don't even say members of the Grand Jita and say we are president for all the farm people on earth. So one of our men will say, I'm president for all the farm people on earth. So when the people here are president for all the farm people on earth, everybody running behind that brother when they votes. So you said for me, I like the interaction, and I must thank all of you who was the panel. I'm available anytime.
There's one area I want to bring to your attention to is the area where.
Please make sure your suggestion put in that red.
Yes.
And put your name on it, please.
Don't just say it.
Write it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it is in Article 8, Section 1, C, where it says that except the election results are disputed, the national officers elected shall immediately be sworn in by the chairman of the board of directors, or in his or her absence, the co-chairman of the board of directors, or in his or her absence, one of the board members present, who shall be selected by the majority of the board members.
You see that I'm not cutting you off, Mr. Goa. You see, the board has different structure. They had a structure. So you have the chairman, you got a co-chair, you got a secretary, and then you have the parliamentarian, and then before you have the chaplain.
So that's why I'm trying to propose to submit that the next in line of authority shall act until at such time the line in authority is exhausted.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Okay, I accept it. Just
put it in black and white.
Put it red and red.
Yeah,
red.
I'm red. Yeah. So that
and then Mr.
So Mr. Goa will compare notes after they will compare note, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Wule, I think we also look at the one of the provisions there in Article 8. Article 8, Section 2A, Section 3A, where we had a different, I think Bobby mentioned that, but he didn't go into detail. But where we had the national president paying $350, and then we had a national board member paying $250. So I think we'll put that in red too, because these are people who are officers, and they are high top brass people within the organization. So I think the amount they pay, the president shouldn't pay more than the board, the national board member. I don't know. You see, these are some of the things, because I have to talk to. I think we need to bring people on too, because he appointed the people who work on the election commission. So you need to appoint people who have ideas, people who have experience, who work on these things before. You see, you can just throw people to go write constitution and they don't know nothing about the organization. So these are some of the things. So it's not your fault, Mr. Wule.
Right.
I think we need to talk to the president too, because you got to appoint people. That what our brother, what's his name? The guy from Sire was saying just now. He said you got to appoint people who have experience, people who have education.
Exactly.
You see, people who have the educational background and also the experience, who have served the organization 10+ years, because they know about these things. You see, you put a national chaplain $50, a board member $250, national president $350. Can you imagine that?
That's nothing.
Babu, one of the things we need to take into consideration, I think one of your speakers made reference to that. Our people are fatigued when it comes to participating in structural work that needs time. People get appointed and regret it, they will not turn out.
Yeah.
People want their name to be on documents.
You see it?
What we try to do here was to level it in a way that we want to attract people to the association. We came to this thing when the whole issue of granting them money becoming a problem. So when you start putting money business forward, and that's why I said this is a framework. Now we are getting some stability. We're doing anything, we're doing the COVID time. So we're doing this thing, hoping that we'll approve it in 2020, then COVID will here, then we'll convention and all that. The people start saying, nobody even come back to the organization. I would even 1,000. Because board members, I'm a member of one board, and I pay more than $2,000-3,000 a year. Yeah. I am a voting member. Well, I'm chairman of the board of the African Star newspaper. If the people can't publish, I'll go in my checkbook for African Star to go. My book is being launched today, Tuesday in Dwazo, Sino. We have to bring a 4-week drive from Monroe for two Jeeps to take our laboratory radio journalists to Sino with the dime. The boat has to take the cost. So if you want to be member of the boat, don't pay less than $5,000-$10,000. That might take. But if people we try to do a democracy thing, my man, we put a thing up there, more people will not come in. So when you guys agree, board members must pay more because they are taking decisions. They are firing people. They have that kind of power. So if you can pay $5,000 a year to be board member, then you can fire me.
Yeah.
I $50 to the door, and you pay $50, they won't fire me. Is that fair to me?
You guys are singing my song now. You
Well,
put
yeah,
me on there.
Every time I went, I was laughing. I called a check. Yeah, who there? When they said cash out, I was the first one to pay. And they don't just say I pay for all.
Yeah.
Everyone who some will actually pay. Some will pay $50. Some will pay $25. I'll pay later. But we pay when they will fight our right to fire people.
Mr. Red. Mr. Red.
It's not fair. So I think you guys should carry the bar up because I want a suggestion to come from you folks. So they say, "Oh, guys, just selling book now, you get money." So you say, "I'm going to pay $1,000." When you agree upon it, then you go to the convention, you defend it. That's what I want to do. I want to build a coalition.
Mr. Red.
Yes, sir.
I want to understand the rationale for which you guys excluded with the floor members of the organization in the discussion at the convention. You divided the convention into 3 sections. You get the IRS, you get the CC, and you have the EBS. But the only place where the floor member can participate.
But which article are you speaking to? Which article, please?
The EBS. Why you guys decide to do that? That's Article 5. Article 5, section. Article 5, section 4. It talk about section 4B. Talk about IRS, like information and research section. Only few people will be there. That is it. They say they will be make up let me see the board directors. Okay, let me read it. It says information and research section IRS shall serve as the forum to discuss GGAA mission, vision, projects, and reports, debate issues, and come up with annual resolutions. This session shall distribute and issue strategies regarding projects and all programs the convention resolved to implement, objectives and all programs resolved by the National Conference IRS shall be implemented by the administration. The board of directors shall have responsibility to ensure that only programs, projects, and or objectives approved by the National Conference shall be funded with GGA's finances. This session shall be composed of national officers, chapters leaders, delegates, and representatives of district organizations. This is the decision-making section of the National Conference. We the member not there.
No, but you are delegates now. To be part of the conference, you have to be a delegate.
But it's a delegate and representative of district organization.
That's coming now. What we are saying here, we say delegate and representative of district and. When you come, because what we have not had when we go to convention, my brother, is that we have not had resolution that we discuss. This is what we want to do as a grand leader, so you're going to be a church or to be a school in Johnson. That's what we agree on. And the money we collected is to build our school. Period. So the committee will be a resolution. But most of the time we come to the convention, they say, why discuss it? I don't know. So the committee, at the end of the convention, will read the resolution we agree upon and circulate it after it has been approved. So that when you come and go, them your son asking that all the money to go, why was it for them? See, I don't know the same thing what to do. So the delegates, you are the national conference. Then you will say this is what we agree on. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman of the board, are you the senator? You are the treasurer. Look, I'm going to pay money for the school with Benny Johnson. If they want to make elementary school in Southpoint, don't approve it because it's not part of what we discuss. So the whole idea was say, President, so I get my project. No, that's my project. No, that's what we're trying to say no. So that group that include all. Because you have to be a delegate, you must pay your certain fees. You don't just go to sit down to the pay, you don't pay certain fees. I can't discuss. No, you gotta pay certain
because those members that pay certain fee that pay to go to the convention and pay their $50 going a position, they don't call them delegate, call them active members. Now when you keep dying, you call them delegate, then you confuse us.
If you look at in terms of our information and resolution section, RRS, the information and resolution, we read the resolution. It will include the national conference. They will call it national conference, and the resolution is a national conference. And it will be chaired by the administration. And the board will have the government to ensure that in the programs. So what we're going to do this thing, we are saying those will be composed of what? National officers, chapter leaders, delegates, people who are paying a due. I'm not the chapter president, but I'm not going to exclude myself from discussing because you can't say, "Okay, I'm going to sit down and pay my $50." So I become a delegate.
Okay, so I blame confused that way you delegate there. Then we gotta go back to what you said.
You're not going to be a member of GGAA because you can pay my due, my $50 my chapter, my chapter due. I'm a member of GGAA. But when I enter the convention to be a delegate, I'm going to pay my $50, not going to go to ball or dance, but to participate in any discussion in that conference. I'm going to be a delegate. That means I have to pay my money.
But Mr. Blair,
I
thought the delegates should be people that have been selected by the chapters.
No.
To represent those chapters.
No, boo. What we are trying, we're not reaching that level. What chapter will send?
So you see, they delegate not defined. Now why you see a confusion right now?
So Mr. Ray.
You see, because anybody who pay money cannot be delegate, Mr. Blair.
I come, Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray. So are you saying if I come from Lofa County and I pay my $50, I'm a delegate?
No. You must be part of the look at Article 1. You will first be member of the GGAA. Pay your due to your chapter. Then come to the convention and pay your $50.
All right. So are we allowed to open the door to non-Grenadians who come in to participate in our debate?
There's no provision in the Constitution.
Yeah.
There's no provision. Unless you want to put it in one, anybody can do a debate. Do you want people to do a debate and discuss it and they leave? And they are friends of Grenadians. I want to say Grenadians, friends and sympathizers of Grenadians. They can put it there. I want to for you to own it. So I said that what they said he said. They can be like, what can you say? So I want all of you to put all the things in there. Define that delegate. Those who are members of the Grenadian Association.
Yeah, it must be defined. Yeah, it must be defined.
Yeah, those who are members of the Grenadian Association and pay their certain fees. Just somebody to add it in red.
Yeah, I'm adding it there right now. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Ray.
Okay. Mr. Ray, again, this is Bobby Tudi. I want to thank you again for taking your time to come on here to kind of explain to us, we the concerned Grenadians vis-a-vis our drafted constitution. I just want you to look at Article 8, election of elected officer, Article 8, Section 2B. If you look at 2B, I think there's a little typo. You want to underline that and correct that. There's a little typo where it says 2B. Where is it?
Yeah, so you must correct it and send it.
Yeah, the 2B.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Correct and send it.
Yeah, what is it? I can't find it.
The commission shall scrutinize.
Right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The commission shall scrutinize for qualification, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Then we go determine eligible. The article HR. Yeah, what is that? HR, article HI. What is HI? Section, the commission shall scrutinize candidates for qualification and eligibility, determine eligible voters in accordance with HI. I don't know what is HI. And then when you go down to C, I want you to look at C too. It's kind of blurry for me. It says where am I?
And Article 8, Section what? Section 2?
Article 8B.
Section 2B or just Section 1B?
Yeah, Section 2B.
Okay.
Section 2B. Election commissions.
Is this shall scrutinize?
Candidates for qualification eligibility, determine eligibility.
The election.
Yeah, Article HR.
I think you meant something else instead of HR. Roman numbers don't have H. So I think you meant something else. You can look at that and correct that. Then when you go down to, I'm a little confused on C.
You highlighted. More highlighted instead of him.
Yeah, they look at it. They look at it. Not everything got highlighted. They got highlighted of team. Too. The chairman of the election commission shall now vote. Article 8, Section 2B.
The election commission shall scrutinize candidates for qualification. That's it, right?
Yeah. Determine eligible voters in accordance with Article HI.
HI. Yeah.
No. I don't. That's not Article HI. That's correct.
I think you meant something else. Maybe you meant VI, which is chapter 6, something like that. Okay. Yeah, now the other thing.
Let's go back to that.
Article 8, Section 2B.
Or B. Scrutinize eligibility and this that. And then the chairman of the election commission shall not vote except in the event.
No. You're skipping the thing. Go back to B. We're just trying to make I think the typographical error. I think it's a typo. That's what we're worried about. So you can fix it, because one of the guys were reading our constitution, according to James City, and the men from Temple are laughing at our constitution. So we don't want people laughing at the words in our constitution.
So show me why you're talking about Article 7 or Article 8.
You see Article 8, they see when you're reading. You're reading just now.
Paragraph 2, which is what B.
Okay.
Stop confusing man. The paragraph in here, talking constitution paragraph now.
Yeah, B.
Yeah, that's
Section 2.
Section 2B.
Yeah. The chair, the commission shall scrutinize candidates for qualification and eligibility.
Okay, I will take care of that.
Okay, you got article.
Not that thing, no. I think you. Okay, we'll just move on. We were seeing the draft thing. Okay. All right, let's go to see Mr. Red. Let's go to see. The chairman of the election commission shall not vote except in the event of a tie, in which case she shall cast the tie breaking vote. What kind of vote now? I don't understand. On their board, I mean on their own committee or the national election.
On their board.
Oh, the election commission.
I just arranged. We are talking about time on the commission. Cannot vote on the commission. I just arranged.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We're making progress. Thank you for your time. Don't go yet. Maybe the other book. Yeah, we're making. I'm happy to know that you're one of the most prominent. Someone who wrote the thing you came on today. You were able to kind of put our mind at ease, even though we got a lot of work on. But let's see what else we have here.
No, I have all the time to myself. I'm here. For our people, I don't like to run. I'm free.
So I know you wanted to put it in red ink, but this is just my proposal. I think our board members, at least that you have an associate degree too. Then our president.
At least a bachelor degree.
For board members?
Yeah.
Bachelor degree, both members should be bachelor degree.
Yeah,
And the chairman should be a
bachelor of master degree.
Chairman should be master degree.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
What are you
Because
talking
these are
so?
people,
How many people get
these are
married?
people who take important decisions.
Oh, plenty. Plenty
Bobby, you're encouraging people to go to school, so let's talk about school better now.
No, I like the idea, but we should look at the community.
Yeah.
You should look at our community. Master, I have a master degree. Why don't you think I want to have master degree?
Yeah,
You should look at the community.
You'll be a chairman, Bobby. So don't advocate for those who don't go to school.
I say, James.
Yes.
In the new constitution, what's the training for the board members now? With the 9-member board member, what will be the
3 years?
3 years?
3 years.
3 years.
Okay.
Even the president, 3 years.
All right. Yeah. At least then they will not be greedy to overstay because our problem.
Yeah. But gentlemen, let's be realistic here. That master degree for both chairman, for me, is unrealistic.
What
What do you mean it's unrealistic? It should be realistic.
Bobby, you're not the only person who get master degree. There are thousands of people that because they show up. Other people show up.
You are
Bobby, it's about
you
time
don't
now.
want
It's about time the likes of you take leadership too in the grand.
Bobby, we are progressing. Don't care about it. No, the problem with you all
in
are
life.
education. Don't
speak of the education and they say
Yeah,
no.
because I mean, these are things that making our organization to go backward. Because we have a lot of people who are blind.
I am not wavering, my brother.
They want to lead people.
I'm realistic.
Yes, no, it's not unrealistic. It's realistic.
But nothing wrong with
your head.
Nothing wrong with it.
James City,
What you guys say?
James City, off your head, Mr. Sire off your head, and Mr. Boone off your head. Name 10 graduates off your head right now with master degree that are participant in this organization. 10.
So when people to answer you, I will tell you I don't know, and there will be a many telling you I don't know, but they are there.
Yeah, so
they are there.
Bobby,
gentlemen,
they are graduates that you say you overlooking to get master degree.
I'm not overlooking.
My second ask you to name a few, and you're not name one that I know.
Yeah,
I can name plenty.
Huh?
I can name plenty. What are you talking about?
No, but you name somebody that I know have master degree, and you don't know they are graduates.
Oh, okay. I understand. I'm not know, but listen, gentlemen. What I'm saying is, we all advocated for these people to have some qualification.
Oh,
well, I just wanted to be. I want us to.
But the chair is not bad. You spoke about
chairman.
Yeah, even the president might be your AA degree holder. The president should be a PhD degree.
These are people who take important decisions. These are people who
I agree. The president for the union cannot be your AA or degree holder.
You cannot advocate for educational level. Then we'll come to it and they say, "Oh no, let's limit it." No.
So I'm looking at the community that will make him a better. I'm looking at
don't worry about the community.
I don't know.
Don't worry about the community. The community will survive.
All right, that's the proposal. It will be the one who be in a democratic country. Well, this is
they are our best mind. They are our best mind leaders now. Let it best mind lead.
I agree.
Yeah, if you have a master's degree, you can become board chairman.
Look at Eddie What made Eddie run away? What made Eddie run away? He can't come out in the community. What made Eddie run away? He can't come out in the community.
I don't know.
Because the people wouldn't know nothing won't leave.
Mr. Reagan
How about me? I stay.
Yeah, what are you now? But you didn't run away.
You can't walk away. You can't just walk away because you feed a man.
Oh, okay. 20 years, so you can call him back now. So don't stay. You say that
there. We are moving forward.
You see, you guys are
gentlemen.
So you see what
Gentlemen, I will continue. We have to find a way to be inclusive. In as much we want the best, the bright, and the best and brightest for our organization.
The Bobby Mayor in the background was talking the same thing here. He said, no, he frowned me for making this suggestion that he's making now.
But that one was him myself talking. When you advocating,
yeah, Bobby, the people question, Bobby, the people question, he say, oh, Bobby, no, nobody will question you. The people question you stand for it.
Yeah, now.
In the public glare, now he's backing off.
Remember, our ears are open. At the same time, it has to be inclusive. You don't want to create a scenario.
You can be inclusive, but there are certain areas. You say all the fingers are not equal. You see, there are certain areas you can occupy. Okay, you can be a board member. Okay, you can be co-chair. You can be secretary, but you can be board chairman because you don't have that, qualification.
That was we say board chairman.
Okay. I really on here tonight when our election commission, Mr. Gavin Jerry is saying that it's just unrealistic. I think we can let you know what is impossible. It will create a stalemate for the champion for chairmanship of the board.
So chairman?
Yeah.
What make it impossible? What make it impossible?
Yeah.
It's not that we don't have. My brother, it's not that we don't have master degree holders that want to chair.
The very getting Jeru man. Is he now a master degree holder now?
No, he went to school to do law. Yeah, but that will make you a master quick.
So we all get on the board and we all get bachelors. The men will get master and more will be the chairman.
That's what I was saying, Bobby. And
I was saying.
It will not be by the numbers of me. It will not be by the numbers. It will be the high-ranking officer. It will not be by votes. It will not be by votes again. It will be by high-ranking degree person.
Oh yeah, then I mean you got master degree there, and you don't want to go vote. You're two there, and two. Bobby, you'll be on white ballot as a chairman.
Okay, Bobby, I think what you should do.
The same way Simon goes to power master degree.
Bobby, you need to study philosophy. And it's philosophy we talk about Socrates, Aristotle, Plato. They said those who are qualified should lead. So now you be advocating about education now with honor now. You want to care about backward. We don't go back going forward.
It means they want to also say, the thing is, we all want the best for Grangie there. But we have to be Mr. Jerry, go up. Mr. Jerry want to call in, so I'm trying to pick up his call.
I cannot say in a link. I cannot say.
Okay, Mr. Rappy, hold on. Guessing Jerry want to come in. Yeah, I share an idea.
Mr. Red, please, I want you to come in. What do you think of a board chairman having master degree? Looking at our community, looking at the overall community. I don't know how many people you know that have master degree or whatever that are interested. Please come in. I want your injection, please. What do you think? Bachelor's or masters?
What the commission attempts to do and what we are trying to do as well is to be inclusive. We do not want to include what we call in Moja a bourgeois intellectual organization. Because when you do that, what will happen is the Moja, the LPP, PhDs, masters, I have my own phone sitting down here. It doesn't mean anything to me. You have degree that they can't even use. They can't even perform.
Yeah. So
it has to be a combination of all. Master degree or experience. Then will not be discriminated against those. There are those who did not go to school. Now they didn't go to school, but they came here. They have family, they get children. Some of us came when our children already almost grown. So have time to go to school. Well, I got to understand we're allowed to go to school and go to work at the same time and bring small money home. That will bring plenty of money home. So people did not have the opportunity. If I was young children or have the master PhD, fine. I came to this country single. So by the time I got my two masters before I got married, I'm kind of third and fourth. So let's do it. I have a master degree, all, but not less than a BE. All experience.
Yeah, but Mr. Ray, we're not saying. Okay, go ahead.
Everybody, I think we're trying to share ideas.
Yes.
I'm not saying master is not important. I'm not undermining education. But master standing by itself cannot work. Master has to be accompanied by experience and expertise. A guy who comes from the classroom right now with a master's degree cannot be my old man who been teaching since you were 10 years old in 1975. Because he got in. You see what I'm trying to say? So, because now, more you need what we hire that is our failure, we hire both people who don't have the idea to lead. But those who can lead, those are old people who are chiefs. My father was chief, when he was not educated, he didn't go to school. But now, so let now some old people here, they get knowledge. But they may not have the opportunity to get master's degrees. When they went to school, there are no master's degree programs that grow up. Some of them coming as refugees, no master's degree in GGAA. So what I say, I agree. Let's make a minimum to say associate and above. And let, because the Bible knows well, the board has a way of setting its own criteria. And let's leave that with the board. The least will be a bachelor degree or 5 years or 10 years in the organization, or this. So the major time from school now, master does not know how to manage the constitution law. I don't go to convention. Don't know that whether we can dance. Don't know that whether we can yell at each other. Don't know that whether we can eat 4 o'clock in the morning. You don't know. So let's just leave the thing open to the question. Oh, if we're going to be now, we probably not going to go. Don't start creating prime for ourselves.
Okay, let me welcome Mr. Gissenjeru on. Mr. Gissenjeru, you are welcome. Yeah, you
put a C on there. Put a C on there.
But Mr. Ray, what you got there by leaving the title of the board is a good thing. But in Liberia, everybody say crown people or graduated, they are not educated. Which is it's a wrong idea to just classify all graduated to be non-educated people. So now we want to use our association to promote the educated one, the bright ones, to bring them up. So if I know to myself, I want to become board chairman in the future, then let me go and get my master's degree. It will encourage people. Because the same Bobby who is here tonight is saying, oh, the letter that was written by the board, they're not the board chairman that wrote the letter here. That's the person who wrote the letter. We don't want people to be, because if you feel that the person who is the chairman cannot read all the secretary, right? We want to erase all that. So when you get a master's degree from Temple, and you cannot read your letter. Yeah, so we want people to be speculating that the letter here they were written by General Gaywell. No, we want that. So you get a master's degree. If it's not right, they will question your university.
Yeah, but
school.
I'm not spoken there for a long time. My role here as a constitutional chair for this committee is to allow the Grandians to make the decision.
Yes.
If you go to the convention, you complain and feel like one master's degree, and you pass, who with me?
Yep.
My it will just be a click. So I left the framework open.
Yes.
Still in the blend. You know, the Latin says they want to hold this. I don't want to bring my prejudice in the organization. The other man qualified. They want to go out there because I don't want to do that. So I said, let the people make a decision. If you made that recommendation, you put it in the constitution, and we put it forward that who accept it, it's fine. Because I don't because our constitution because in the lack of participation. People have not been fully participating in the draft of our constitution. People read all the different article 1 to article last. They fill all the gaps. They say, so one. People even read the constitution that they are not read. So go in the article there, put a gap of qualification of both, then you'll be the big people. That's like the other brother said, let them pay $700, $800, $1,000. Put it in there. If the folks accept it, it's fine with me. Just go and love it. Because you free me from making more noise when I go to the convention. When I say article, I say, James Sebi, please elaborate and convene the protocol. So elaborate when convene the convention, they vote. It's fine with me.
All right, let's work out, brother Gissenjeru. We need his input. What your take, Mr. Jerry?
Thank you very much. First of all, I was a little bit late, and I like the discussion we are having about the new constitution. It's very, very important. I'm going to also initiate a process where we'll invite the commissioners, the election review committees to come on so we can go deeper into that. Look, anytime you educate, you are making laws. Most of the countries around the world do not legislate education. The reason is very simple. If you want to legislate education, you put a barrier to the people who are going to elect them. If you say that if the board members should have a master's degree, there are 3 options you have.
No, it's the chairman. The chairman.
The chairman of the board should have a master's degree. Let's look at 3 reasons why it may not be possible. One reason, there may not be any master's degree holder who is interested that will run in the process. So you have bunch of bachelor degree holders ran for the election. Now the election is over. we don't have a master degree holder, and then we'll not have a chairman just because the Constitution says the master degree holder should be chairman of the board. That is what we call the legislative fast. You don't do that way, because when you do that, you put a blockade to people who are doing the election process. If it is an appointed position, if it is appointed by companies, there are some board members who are elected. Our situation, we elect board members. We don't appoint them. And once it is election, there's a possibility that the 5 people who have master degree may not be interested to be a board member. They may not contest.
Right.
We have a bunch of bachelor degree holders contesting. Now we elect all the bachelor degree holders. There's no master degree holder. Now we are stuck. Our board cannot have a chairman. What we have done to ourselves is we have legislated something that is impossible to happen all the time. That is why you don't legislate education. The president of the United States of America you don't have to have any education. There's no education criteria. The president of Russia, you don't have any education criteria. The president of China, you don't have any education criteria. Why are we coming from with a small NGO to have a master degree holder? I'm going for masters. I'll be graduating very soon with master degree, but I may not be interested in becoming a board member. I might want to be president of the union, but I don't want to be president. I don't want to be a board member. So the fact that Mr. Bouyanle had a master degree and he was on the board does not mean that everybody will be on the board. We don't legislate education. You put a blockade to people who are going to elect these people. So we can say the person will have a degree. Okay, that must have a degree. It is a broad way for the Constitution to make it liberal so that we can choose people with education who have degree, like associate degree, bachelor degree, master degree. All of them can come into the process. But you can't restrict it to bachelor or associate degree or master degree. You barricade the people who are going to do the election.
But
So I got a question.
Then you stay in election education, because if you talk about degree, then you election education, then yes, you will leave it open.
Exactly. You can't. No, when you say degree and master, no, you can say degree and associate degree can come, as master degree can come, a doctorate degree can come, the bachelor degree can come. At least you raise the profile. That's the best way to raise the profile. You leave it liberal and broad. Yes. No diploma. Then you go to high school. Somebody can be a GED and still come because they have diploma.
Yeah, I want to crack a little joke.
With GED to be my president.
I want to crack a little joke. Our president said, and I got my high school degree.
Who said that?
I said, our president. President, we are.
I reserve comment. The commission reserve comment on that one.
Yeah, I was reserve comment on that thing there. You know, doing get no control. I get more. And you go more out, catch you on the airport. See the way arrest you.
Well, I get my high school
degree. I don't
have the document. I hope Mr. Ray is going to be magnanimous to send me the document so I can go through it. Yes. Yes.
Please give me your email address right now.
M as in Mary, O as in Orange, N as in Nancy, G as in George, B as in boy, O as in Orange, E as in Esther 2002 at yahoo.com. So there's a place there. There's a place.
Where you take this zero business from? Are you Ghanaian?
Yeah, my man, 00.
Yeah, zero. This is zero.
The issue about election commission, we must be able to put in more mechanism whereby the commission will not be interfered with easily. I think what I read so far on the screen here about the commission is not too tight. It's like the old constitution. You just brought it over and then put more mechanism where the commission will be free to operate and nobody should be able to interfere with the commission.
But the commission must be checked. You cannot go unchecked.
The commission can be
checked.
The commission can be checked, but how?
That's the mechanism we gotta work on. But to say the commission go free and nobody interfere, get the commission or leverage and they can do anything. I mean, that will please them.
No, I did not say it should be free. I said there should be mechanism where the people will not interfere with the commission. I use a specific word.
But you speak on one side. I'm looking at the other side too. I am saying that why you don't want the commission to be interfere with the commission should not be able to make use of function too. Mr. You check that too.
Mr. Goa, you cannot interfere. You cannot interfere with the election commission all you can do is to either reject their decision or how do you call it, or counter the decision or reject or counter the decision whenever they come with a decision, but they can't be working until they have an overseer or somebody who will call them to vote.
No, I'm saying. Let me
give you an example, Mr. Goa. Let me give you an example.
I'm not saying that, Mr. Tony. What I'm saying here is that we all looking for a way and means to make things right. I'm saying that Brother Casey is only looking at one side.
No, I'm not. I'm not looking at one side.
Yes, what I'm saying. He's saying that we should put in mechanism that the commission will not be interfered with. And I'm saying I agree with that, but we should also put in mechanism that the commission cannot make use of function.
It's already in the Constitution.
It's not enough. It's not enough.
Okay, we can put more there so that it can be a process. Let me give you.
So what do you?
Let me give you an example. The United States where we live, the National Election Committee, the people when they take a decision against you, you don't like it, you go to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners take a decision, you don't like it, you can go to the district court or the federal court. Well, we don't have a court system. Our board is assuming two roles in our organization.
Yes.
It's serving as a judiciary branch of our association, and it's also serving as a legislative branch of our organization. So there's a mechanism already in place by the Constitution we already have, that if you go to the commission and the commission take a decision, you can go to the board for adjudication. But the Constitution does not provide a means where you pass over the commission before going to the board. There's no mechanism in the Constitution for that. So what I'm saying, if we are writing a new Constitution, it should be stated that unless you go to the commission and the commission pass a decision that you don't like, your complaint to the board shall remain invalid. That way, people who are in the system, they will not flout the system, they will not abuse the system, they will not disregard the system and jump over the commission and go to the board just because they have friends on the board, just because they have people on the board who can speak for them. That's what I'm trying to say. Of course, the commission should be held responsible. The commission should be held accountable for their action. And it should always be that way. This is why our board, the Constitution says anybody can bring a complaint to the board. The moment the board receives a complaint, the board assumes a position of a judge. And a judge, you don't do what other party litigants should do for themselves. You don't act on behalf of party litigants what they should do for themselves. The judge sit down and entertain argument from both sides. So when the board receives a complaint, they are no longer legislators. They are now judges. So as judges, you're supposed to give chance to parties to come and argue before you can make a decision. We are not saying that yet.
It has happened. I can attest to that. We also have committees. Listen to me. We have committees on the board. When we had our problem with February, we have committees on the board, like the grievance committee. The grievance committee called the parties involved, and they
are you to that?
And then after that, it goes to the grievance committee. You see that? So there's a process. There's a due process.
Are you to that? That's
Mr. Ray want to come in. Mr. Ray, come in small.
Gentlemen, I think I like the discussion. If you check your email, you have two attachments that are sent already. And I think all of these things we're talking about, let's put a mechanism in place.
I got it.
That will not make the board utopian. That will not make the board more serious. There will be another layer when the board is having a confusion with any other person or having a conflict with an elected official, that the board is not a judge and the messenger at the same time.
At the same time.
Because so most of the problem we face, and as I said, we try to bring an open fee into this constitution without breaking in our packages, so that people bring their suggestions. Because my goal here is not for the commission to go, the committee to go out there and be the one answering everything. When everybody put to say, look, I put a safeguard in to protect the commission. And I want the commission to be protected as well because they were elected. And Boo said a good thing where they had a grievance committee. But most times, we don't want to make opinions on cases that are in litigation. So I want to be very clear with that. But what we do, the commission will put safeguard into place so that people who are elected, including presidents, find that they are not just dismissed because we don't like them, because we don't like what they say, because we're angry with them. but because they have feel with them. In some, because we have a lot of small organizations around here. So we have problem with the person inside the association, they'll bring it to Grand Association, or in Kunem, so they'll bring it to Grand Association. So I think the election commission should be protected, and qualification for election commission has to also be clear. And the election commission communicates to the public must be clear, because they must have a separate responsibility to make sure that we hold their interest, protect their interest, and they must protect our confidence as well. And I think we should get something in there that the commission should be protected. That even the board has a complaint against the commission, they must have in-camera discussions. Because we are a non-profit, we have a fiduciary responsibility to safeguard our brain. The Grand Jury Association, our brain. But the fact that every month we go on the commission, we have a press conference today, we will discuss. Why can you hold discussion without you putting a press conference? Without you having an internet conference? We had a meeting that we can even meet one-on-one and discuss our issues. But put it out there, they muddy the water, they want to be with the hero, who is this thing, and nobody's taking pay. Like I tell most people, I want to be clear. We're able to buy our tickets to go to that place, my wife, myself, because we believe in Grand Jury. Nobody believe in Grand Jury, I'm a Grand Jury. When I say I'm a Grand Jury. We're going to the global people thing on a 20th. We're going to Grand Jury Association on a 12th because they are our people. My father said there's nothing important than your president. And all the people right now, all also go there. This is Grand Jury Association. Let's take the decision are better for our organization. That's the only way people will be afraid of us. So we can just make all these things, all these suggestions, we'll get to the conference united. How we defend it?
Yeah.
I don't defend. I don't know everything you say to defend it. So I can't get a lawyer now to talk. What would be like different way open it now? Maybe brother Jerry has come, and we are willing to come on your show. But I said I'm not going to show it because the board and the administration appointed me, and I sent it a draft constitution, and I wanted the authority to go out to the festival. 5 days now, better who said 5 days? Maybe go or somebody go to maybe and say, "Guys, don't want to give you fire authority." The fire for the Grand Jury Association or the band. So I don't want nobody.
Somebody playing something in the back, please.
You know. So I think that's what we should do. Send your suggestions in. Put a red thing in it. Send it to us by the next. If you receive it tonight, in the next two days, I will correct it. Send it out to you. Those who made the suggestions, you share it around. You say you look like we're correct. I send it to the public domain. And I will anybody from Grand Jury Association, but I want all of us to put our suggestions in. The one we like, the one we don't like. This constitution is for you.
Yes. Two quick issues I want to bring to your attention, and everybody here. There is a provision in the Constitution about the 48-hour windows for protest adjudication. For me, it looks like unfairness to the people who are filing protests. And I will write my Tony and send it to you. The Constitution is saying, and you repeated that because that's the old Constitution, you repeated here, that if there's an election dispute, the person has 48 hours within which they can file their complaint. And meanwhile, if you look at C, it says immediately, it says except election results are disputed, national elected officers shall be immediately sworn in. But you said except, you didn't provide what the exception is. You didn't provide what the exception is. You said unless there's a dispute, this is how I understand it. Unless there's a dispute, anyone who is elected should be sworn in immediately. But what is the except? What is the mechanism? Yeah. So then you come down to F. No, let me just finish, then you talk. Then you explain it for me. Then you educate me. Then you come down to F. You said if there's an election result in its challenge, it should be adjudicated in 48 hours. Meanwhile, you said the post should be sworn in immediately, but the exception is 48 hours. Is there any provision in between that says if the election results are disputed, the election commission shall not shall not have the winning candidate sworn in until the dispute is adjudicated? It's not in there. But you say
it's implied.
It's not implied. It's not.
We added it.
It's not in fact. Like I said, I will send my stuff so that the exception, because he provided exception, which is good. Except there's a dispute. Except there's a dispute. Yes.
You add it in there. You will just change those articles around and bring that one back and bring that one forward. So just add it.
Yes, I will send something to you. The other part is let me tell you the other part again. Let me tell you the other part. According to the old Constitution, chapter 8, section 6, if the board were to impeach national officers, including the election commission, no commission shall be appointed until it goes to the convention. That is not in the new constitution. Is that a way that we can strengthen it so that the board, because what the convention is trying to do is, what the constitution is trying to do is to stop the board from appointing people that they have no authority to appoint. The appointment of the election commissioners are with the national conference. So the national conference is saying, hey, the constitution is saying, hey, board, just in case you impeach these people, you do not have the power to replace them. That's section 6. And that we need to strengthen that in a way that the board, even if they intend to impeach somebody, they should know that they don't have the power to appoint the person.
Yes, actually I agree with you. And that I'll just add that on that, and then there will be, because the vacancy open, they will have to call for an emergency convention or so go again for 2 years for another. So I think as other stuff that I'm supporting.
I think you're right. I think there should be like a mini convention to immediately appoint. Yes, I will ask something and send it to you as well.
If you are going to fire somebody, to be prepared to host a convention. So let's tie into it. If you want to fire somebody, be prepared to sponsor a convention.
Yes.
Yes. If you want to fire the man, you don't have the power to replace the people, but you want to fire them, fine. You can go ahead and fire them, but you can't replace them.
You can't replace them until you have the convention.
Yeah, you depend on the president now to call a convention. You have to convince the president why he need to call a convention, a mini convention, to be able to replace these people because they have a piece of job to do. And this is the only way the board will think twice before they even take an action. Or when I put nobody there, we gotta go for convention. Then what we're wasting our time for? Then that kind of thing can bring them back to understanding that they cannot just go ahead and do something like that. And as we speak, there's no mechanism that if a person is impeached, what role the president can play. What role the president can play? Does the president accept it or refuse it, or the president just follow blindly, or what happens if any part of the constitution is violated? The president should have a role to play, all the kind of stuff. But I was thinking to you.
The board will have role to play about it be the convention, a mini convention.
Yes.
Because I meet convention within 30 days. Call convention. So we'll add it there. If you fire somebody within 30 days, we'll have a convention.
Yes.
Mr. Red, I'll be in Iowa waiting for you. The hotel you'll be stopping in, I'll book that same room so we'll compare notes with that constitution because even though we'll highlight the
another issue here is that Mr. Red said from the onset, that a lot of things in the community that is not explained well. There are many of us in the community today. We believe, we always carry the notion that the convention is the higher decision-making body, the national conference is the higher decision-making body. But does it say that the national conference can make decisions outside of the law?
Yes. The national conference does not have a barrier. If the national conference meet today and say, we dissolve our constitution, that's it. They say they are the higher decision-making body.
No, they say they have a barrier. They are not above the law.
They are above the law. That's what it's called.
No.
Let's argue that. Let's argue that. I will give you the chance to bring your point, and I will provide my point.
Okay, here's my point. When I say that the national conference is not above the law, they have to do everything in the confines of the law. For example, there are many in the community that are saying today that when we go to the convention, the national conference is going to cancel the election. The election is constitutional. Anything that is constitutional, anything you want change in the constitution, it must pass through the changing process. We see the amendment process. And the amendment process says anything you want to amend, it's going to be circulated from 30 days to the conference where you are changing, where you amend it. So if you don't pass through that process, if the National Congress does not pass through that process, they cannot stop anything that is constitutional.
Are you finished?
I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying.
Let me tell you this. Let me speak. The Constitution is the property of the National Conference. They authorize the writing of the Constitution. If the Constitution does not, if the convention is sitting, if the conference is sitting, and the conference has a meeting and they take a vote and they say we don't want Constitution, you throw it away. It's thrown away. There's no F and N because the Constitution says the highest. It didn't say the higher. The highest decision making. There's nobody else above them. They can decide today and say, you know what? We don't want no president. We don't want coordinator. That's it. There's nothing you can do about it.
And I disagree. I think Mr. Carter had to come in because anything that is in the Constitution for you to change it, you must pass the process.
Mr. Goa, they put it in the
what process are you talking about now? Why amendment?
Amendment process. Anything they call change the amendment.
Who provided amendment process? Who authorized the amendment process? Who authorized the amendment process? Not a convention?
Not a convention? No, not a convention.
Oh, let me see. Let me just tell you now.
Let's go to the amendment process.
Let me tell you now, we'll go to the convention today. This constitution we are looking at now, the body can say, you know what, Mr. Ray, what you brought here is exactly what we wanted. The old constitution, we don't want it. This one is the new one we want. That's it. Nobody else can go to do that. That's why you need to understand the power of the convention.
Yeah, but yes, that's true. Yes, if Mr. Ray have not put this particular constitution inside of the within 30 days, the convention cannot accept any kind of thing on the floor. That's what I'm saying.
There's nothing, any kind of thing for the convention.
There's something. There's rules. I mean, any law that is made, any country, any organization, nobody above it, you must pass through it. You got to follow it. The way you make it law, somebody will be above the law.
Let me put it in the Liberian state.
If somebody will be above the law, the way you made the law.
They're not above they made the law. The law.
Yeah, but they made the law, you got to follow it. I will make the law, you can follow it.
No.
But who is the law? Who is the law?
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. You know what? When they say Proposition 1, Proposition 8, these are specific laws they bring to the people and say, this law here, we want to amend it because they are servants of the people. They are agents of the people, so they can't change it. They have to come to the people. So they do the proposition and say, this law is not too good, we want to change it. And the people can go to vote. When they vote and say no, that's it. When they say yes, that's it. You can't go beyond it. That's what the power of the people.
The same proposition talking about that it seems to have in our constitution called amendment. Our amendment process is laid out. It's laid out. The amendment process is laid out.
No, amendment is different from proposition.
Gentlemen, let me come in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're confusing two things.
Okay.
The convention will entertain a motion for the agenda. The agenda the convention agrees upon, and the decision the convention takes supersedes all other decisions of previous days.
I told you.
Supersedes all previous decisions that were made. Say, for example, when the president will be there for 5 years, and when the convention say one president will be 2 years, that point that had 2 years is not withstanding.
It's not involved.
So when the convention said, we do not want election. When you were to our appointed, the convention with the constitution amendment, when you were to appointed, when the board appointed,
you don't need it.
No, they need it. They appointed you according to the constitution. The constitution gave the board the right to appoint.
There's nothing in the constitution for that.
Yeah, there is.
There's no provision for it.
There is a provision in the constitution that they both follow.
Now what?
Let me continue. Let's pick one at a time. Let me continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Red.
In the constitution, there are words we put the word to be very careful. So use the word supreme. What does that mean? To say supreme, the highest. We sometimes utopian languages that cannot be measured and achieved. But when it comes to the national conference is the owner of the association.
Exactly. They decide what goes.
The national conference. And what I tell people, you can't be talking your left corner if you don't go to the convention. The decision to get to the convention is binding on you and your children. So don't say, oh, the decision I take, I will not there. You will not get over there. Unless it does not reach a quorum. So the convention meet tomorrow, constitution, the Sunday meet tomorrow, say, what happened? We dissolve the goal, we dissolve the election commission, we dissolve the administration. That the day at the owner of the association. They can do anything with it.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Because they own it. So what you can do, when you say constitution amendment, it's a process. There are many constitutions. In Liberia, for example, when the Liberian government decided to say the 10-year clause is superfluous, so they were not in the country for 10 years. We are not in the country continue for 10 years. Why are we not there for 10 years? That whole 10-year clause, did they call referendum? No. No, call referendum.
Apples and oranges. Apples and oranges. The reason why I won that right is because of the war. Now, if it was simple, if it was going smoothly, they were not going to change that.
Let's talk one at a time. We understand.
Okay, yeah.
So what we need to do in our constitution is to find a way in which we don't get superfluous powers to the conventions. Say when a decision will be taken.
Mr. Ray, let me buttress you very small. Mr. Ray, let me buttress you very small. Listen, if you look at the Constitution carefully, the Constitution prescribes the function, the power, the limitation of all the bodies in the Constitution. But there's no prescription of the General Assembly and the limitation of it. It will not say there's no limitation of the General Assembly. The only thing the Constitution says, the General Assembly shall be the highest decision-making body. Period. It didn't say I come in. It didn't say the General Assembly shall not make decision when it comes to so and so. The General Assembly is limited by so and so. The thing where the Constitution limited the board, limited the administration, limited the commission, the election commission, limited all the bodies and gave them their function. There's no limitation for the General Assembly. You know why? Because you cannot limit the owner. They cannot limit themselves. The General Assembly is the owner of all the things in the organization. They can't limit themselves.
But are you limited? Somebody who paying your school fee? Are your part? They say, oh my man, but before you fire me, before you take me from in school, we got look at so before you take me from in school. Are you kidding me?
And when you look at,
for you.
When you look
Go
at,
ahead, Mr. Red.
When you look at Article 5, Section 3D, they made it clear. They say all deliberation of the National Conference, a simple majority of votes for eligible voters shall be sufficient to dispose of any matter.
Exactly.
Of any matter. You don't say some matter, of any matter.
What are you reading from again? On the right? Where are you reading from?
Article 5.
On the right. Where are you reading from, please?
Article 5B.
Article 5.
Article 5, Section 2D. In all deliberation of the National Conference, a simple majority of votes carried by eligible voters shall be sufficient to dispose of any matter.
Dispose of anything. It's very simple.
It's simple. So unless you want to change it, they say I want to change it. They own the association. You can't say
I say you sell the thing. Dispose of any matter. Dispose of any matter. That's the key word.
Any matter. Any matter.
But again, is it Section A? That's Section A. I mean, Section 3A said the National Conference shall be the supreme body of the association. If somebody is supreme, you can limit that. You can limit who is supreme. You can limit who is supreme.
Unless you want to change it, that's good.
Look, we can go to convention today, and then we can have a meeting, and somebody can raise a motion and say, I move based on the discussion. I move that we should not have no election anymore. We should do appointment from this convention, and that vote is carried. That's it. No more election. We only take our leader from the convention. They'll go there and just say we appoint the person and the person, or we do succession by terms. If somebody raise a motion and say from today I moved that we should not have election. It's too much problem. Let people according to town. Let's start with the first town from Upper Grand Jeda. And they vote for it. That's it. You can't change. You can't do anything. You can't come out of it.
No, what's time to change this too far?
That's why when the convention set up something, just as the election commission, when they set it up, the board has to be very careful before you can move towards it. Very, very careful before you can move towards it. Because when the convention say this is what we want, and because of the whatever disagreement the board has, and they come to circumvent it, then the constitution come and say, okay, you know what? You want to take the people from there, you don't have the power to put anybody there. When you take them from there, come to us, we will put somebody there. That's what the constitution said. Section 6. Anybody you want to take from there, you can go ahead and take it from there. But you can't replace them. You can come back to us. Because we put the people there. And we can't do anything about it.
Well, Honorable Ware and Honorable Gibson, thank you guys, because this has been one of the lingering issues in our community, and I was kind of troubled by it because I didn't know what were going to be the actions when we got to the convention. Now that it's clear, I like Section 5, Article 5, Section 2D, I like it. It kind of underlined the whole thing. Dispose of any matter, M-A-T-T-E-R, dispose of any matter.
So is that a concern, like Mr. Jerry taking to the convention?
No, I'm just trying to say my argument was
gentlemen, can I come here a little?
Yes.
In which article is this? In article 5, section 2F.
Article 5, section 2F. Let's go down there. Article 5, 2F. The National Conference shall have the power to institute measures consistent with due process in the matters which it has jurisdiction.
Yes.
Is that what you're reading?
Yes.
The national
there are some other matters it does not have jurisdiction. In matters it has jurisdiction, it can take action. But in matters it does not have jurisdiction, it cannot take action.
Okay, let's understand what they're trying to say here. Let's understand what they're trying to say here. Yes. The conference cannot come and remove a chapter president.
Oh, when they say they don't want anything, they can do it.
They have to be
no, chapter president.
Oh, what about the president too? When they say, isn't that made that analogy not too long ago that when they go to the conference and say, oh, we don't want no vice president, we don't want anything, they can move everybody the way he said.
If the convention is sitting, they can do anything like that.
But they sit there yet. I think they're talking about the convention, they're talking about conference. And the convention they're talking about.
Okay, which chapter is that?
I see chapter 2, that is a conference, the national conference,
Chapter 5, 2F.
F.
2F.
They are limited.
They don't have. No, they're not limited.
No. But it said 2F. What did 2F say? They shall take inconsistent with
2F says in matters over which it has division. So, but to your mind now, what can I? Which?
It is very simple and clear. It is very simple and clear. If somebody take my complaint to the convention, the convention should be able, because they have jurisdiction over that, they should be able to give me due process. It's simple as that.
These are matters that these are things that they have control over. But what I'm saying when it comes to constitutional matters,
it did not have jurisdiction.
When it comes to constitutional issues,
it did not have jurisdiction. You must watch the constitutional language. The constitution did not say over matters it did not have jurisdiction. If they say it did not have jurisdiction, they say, oh, but then it does not have jurisdiction too. But it say over matter it has jurisdiction. When it came a complaint to the convention, before the convention take a decision on me, they have to give me due process. But as matter that they have jurisdiction is disposed of. Simple. It's about due process. It's about due process. It's not about the jurisdiction.
But my idea here is that I'm saying that higher decision making body.
Wait a minute, who making noise in the back?
Does not make the body supernatural. The ballot is also limited. It's not supreme because when it's supreme, and that's what getting restriction, and that's what tells us if they don't have the decision, control over the city, they will not take decision on it. That means that they are limited. That's what I'm saying. I'm arguing here that
you play hold on.
Yeah, my example here is that there's no ballot. There are 3 ballots in the Constitution. No ballot is above that law. If you want to take any decision as a ballot, you have to follow the law. You have to do it in the confines of the law. Like in the case of the vote, like what we see here, the vote cannot just go fire somebody and say the election commission and you have to appoint them. They must go to the conference. So they have to act within the confines of the law. It's the same.
Do we have that same example of the convention? Do we have that same example?
Now what I'm saying is the same.
Mr. Ray will come in. Mr. Ray will come in.
Let me explain something.
Yeah.
What we should understand when we read this non-for-profit organization, they run their corporation. They run the African Star, for example. I'm chairman of the board and editor-in-chief. I put investment in the organization. So we detail what happened to the organization. Who is hired? What story is carried? Who is it? The same way the Branches Association. The membership, how they own the organization. So when they say matter in which they have jurisdiction, the Branches Association can say when they discuss issue between the NEMA Association and the local association to see who will be the president. Who has jurisdiction on that? No.
Australia.
Oh. The fact that Branches Association is owned by the members, they not have jurisdiction on anything that is Branches Association.
The Constitution is not being written to regulating outside our jurisdiction or outside our limits. The Constitution is being written to regulate things within our confines. So when people representing people without jurisdiction, the people jurisdiction that we all have. It's not calling for all outside. So how can you come here and say that they say jurisdiction because they're trying to insinuate something that is outside the organization to another thing? The Constitution is written to regulate the organization.
The organization want to restrict to that person of Branches Association. Don't say I'm going to solve problems to local association. You can take your money to put that on the problem. No. So I want to make it clear. And if you here will make it clear, that is always foul when they continue to prove. I mean, we project on it. Any project that is not approved by the convention, the board and the treasurer will not sign money for it. You want to make that clear. So the convention is why it's important for people to attend convention.
Mr. Red, the argument we're making here tonight is like we're saying that the citizen of a country has power over the Constitution. Is that what we're saying here? Why it is true that the Constitution is written for the betterment of the citizen. If the citizen wants to do anything with that Constitution, they have to find it out of the process. They can just go and just say no to it.
The process here is at the conference. I go at the conference, I say,
Somebody knows the bag, man, please.
Mr. Ray, hold on. And Mr. Side, Dominic, please put your number on mute.
I'll put it on mute now.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
Yeah, go ahead.
The fact that you hold a convention in Iowa is protected by the Constitution. In May. If for any reason that May will be changed, it has to be by the convention. Without the Constitution, we say not go by day. We want to Florida, and we change it. The convention. To follow the rule. So as long as you are in that convention hall, you are covered by the Constitution of the Branches Association. To converge and discuss on the common good of the association. If that common good requires experience carried out from the organization and the group accepted, that's why democracy is majority. The common good. The fact that I want to expect carried out, why you did? People bring a complaint. And they set up a committee. The committee may report to the body. The committee say carried out be expelled. They vote on it. Carried out expelled. It's going to confirm the Constitution. It's not a violation. But when they decide to say they went hold the discussion outside the convention end on Monday, they meet on Tuesday, they say how they expel. It's outside the jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of the convention, that will be that 3 days. You see, convention start from 11 to Sunday. When decisions are taken there, they cover the convention. They have jurisdiction. Any decision they take, that come to them. But after that, we say then the board has jurisdiction when the convention ends. But they're trying to say let's protect the board and protect the board activities so they're not misusing no power. So anything that is said in that convention, that's what I want to say, we let the constitution open so that you go and make your case to the convention. When the convention say let's amend this one, let's change this one, let's do this one, the voting will be there because you have chance to when you give a motion. They will ask you to explain that motion, why the motion will be kept. Those who oppose the motion will speak, that due process. Before go vote. You shall issue due process. You see that? So nobody can ban the people who are in the convention. You can't leave that convention hall and go to my hotel and go meeting there without the convention, instructing and say I take decision. It's outside the convention authority. You can't take decision outside the convention.
Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray, I got a troubling question here, something about binding question. So let's say we go to Iowa now, or on everything that's unfolding in our community, and we able to our newly drafted constitution, we able to adopt it, and saying that the board members, you need to have certain qualification to be on the board. What happens when does that take effect? Do we are the current board member, are they automatically?
Let me help. Let me help with that answer. Then Mr. Ray can come. Once this particular constitution is discussed and approved and adopted, that we call it that the right word for it. If it is adopted by the convention, all board members without degree are immediately dismissed. They don't have recourse. They can't go back in meeting. Because the constitution now says that you have to have a degree before you can be a board member. And you don't have a degree, you can't go back to meetings. It means you are violating the constitution. You can't make any comment in meeting. You can't say anything because you're not qualified to be there. You are automatically dismissed.
Why are they proving that you have the degree?
There's no other process. There's no other process for them to go through. The convention says you not get degree, you're not board member. We approve it. Any member who is not board member, you're not going back to meeting. You are done. You can't go back. You can't even go.
I want to disagree with that.
What's the process? What process you think they will adapt to remove them?
You know what I mean? To say
first of all,
have an end term. The law.
The constitution ended right there. The convention adopted the constitution. That means a new constitution take course. The old constitution no longer exists.
Okay, can I come in? This is James. See, that's what I've been saying. We have to be very, very careful in what we advocate for here. Because sometimes we may be thinking about A, but then the result came out to become Z. So when we're advocating, we shouldn't use a tunnel vision by looking straight ahead. We got to be looking behind and forward at the same time on the side.
I agree.
So if we say, oh yeah, we're going to demand, we're going to adapt constitution, okay, good. But the constitution, if you adapt it, immediately it takes effect.
But yeah, what about about A?
No, what we say that Mr. General trying to tell you that when we say, and election commission, the administration, board member, everybody across the board, BSC, you might have Fernandez, you might have everything take effect.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm trying to disagree with Jerry is this. Say, for example,
sometimes you don't need a disagreement when I'm right.
Yeah, I understand. What are you right? I don't know who will say you right. Let's see. And what I'm saying here is that, like in the case of our country, upon in his president, and then they think that upon fighting for to change the turning from 6 to 4 or to 5, it goes through. And upon have completed almost 5 years. I mean, already going to it says that you say the man will move. No,
he can't move.
he will end his term. He will end his term.
Listen, well, this is what
You
happened.
understand what I mean? So what I'm saying here, is that
this is what
even if
happened,
you pass the constitution today, it will pass the constitution today. Those board members are dead. They will end their tenure.
They don't end their term. This is what happened, Mr. Goa. The Constitution of Liberia, if that 6 years was approved, when that 5 years were approved and that 6, the Constitution that provided 6 years ended immediately. The president begins a new term of 5 years because he is still within his constitutional mandate. The description is still within. But they say if you don't get a degree, you can't be a member of the board. They didn't say They didn't say when you were elected by your people, you must end your time. They say when you don't get a degree, our board, you can't be a part. And they approved that constitution. What may you pass still? You don't get a degree.
It is the thing we're talking here. I seen that happened to this guy who they moved in Liberia there from that commission. The man is in a tenure position. Then when they passed a law that removed the tenure position, then they say they don't move from there. They may go soon into the court. So my tenure not end.
Then what happened?
The Nigerian guy?
Eh?
No, that
The
Nigerian
Nigerian
guy.
That Nigerian guy.
They were also the Nigerian guy.
Yeah.
Who is that? No, that example doesn't exist. Where is that?
Okay, maybe it's a red coming.
Let me make it simple. Let's understand it. Let's not make it difficult.
Mm-hmm.
When the Constitution is adopted, that when it's agreed upon, anything that not in that Constitution is not withstand. Anything that not in that Constitution is not withstand. So if the Constitution says you have bachelor and you agree, those who don't have bachelor, then vacancy exists.
That's it.
Then they commit the board, then they'll bring it to attention or the conference. Based on the decision, all the board members being removed. When the four get beaten or who get beaten.
That's it.
Oh my God, I am loving this content. New adapt. My people, your people, let's go to Iowa. I'm begging you.
Yeah, I mean, all what you guys.
Yo, hold on. Let me say right end now. Yeah, please.
Mr.
Okay. The convention will instruct the federal chapters. Please expedite your process and send your representative to the board that meet the criteria.
Yeah.
So they can send a representative to the board. So you send a representative with that criteria. And the board have the elections and have their leadership based on the constitution.
We got to rally for vote. We got to rally for vote for the constitution.
I say, oh, we do the constitution.
We got to rally around.
No. When the dual citizenship were approved in Liberia, they say don't can't vote. They say, well, Liberian go vote.
Yeah, it open.
America go vote.
And I happy one.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Mr. Ray, let me play the devil's advocate. What would be some of the barriers that will stop us from adopting this particular newly drafted constitution? Let's say we're going to Iowa. What do we face? What is the hurdle? What do you think likely can stop us from adopting this constitution? Because we have our planes and other people have their own planes. I know the board members, they're not sleeping. They're not sleeping on the laurels. So one thing is,
here is my
let Mr. Ray answer them, Mr. Jeru.
Okay.
It is not the kind of commission against the board. The board appointed me, not the administration.
Okay.
To do this law. I saw the approval. I'm writing something. You supporting it? Yes. I got my letter 2019 after Djibouti came to power. So if you look at the constitution I gave you, we should have made a report 2022. They give 2 years. We send the first draft to them. They will send the second draft. They will send the final draft. So the committee is not again nobody. They get it. And I will send you by 10 or reference. I didn't read it. They go wrote it. Kind of your commission. That's what we want you to do. Restructure the organization. Restructure the constitution. Review the constitution and bring it to the General Assembly.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So the board the board members, they are sending their own recommendation to me. So there can be no barrier. The only barrier I will see, which I call will not even be barrier, is for us to be there to be a quorum. If we cannot have a quorum, the constitution will not be discussed. Because I don't want to do something that is illegal.
So which one of the ballots will put on the floor now?
The president.
The president will put on the floor.
The president is the chairman of the convention. He got the agenda. Nobody else got the agenda.
He will invite the chairman of the commission to present the commission to the assembly.
Yes, exactly.
And put it into vote. So I can say there's chapter 1. We all say 1 and 1. They accept it. Everybody accept it by making sure that constitution is in the booklet of all the folk going to the conference. So you can't say I don't get it.
That's the paramount reason that we are doing.
So this is my question.
Mr. Ray,
That's my question.
This is not the first time we have tried the constitution. During Tim Collins' time, there was an attempt for the constitution to be rewritten. Once the convention is not interested, one of the things we should be mindful of the people inability to sit and listen to the reading. Because that's what the people that go to the convention, most of the people who will be at that convention are not like you and myself. They're not interested in reading.
No, most of people go there just to have fun.
Exactly. Because of their inability to wait and let the commission read one by one, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, section by section, they will be leading, and as they lead, the people get smaller and smaller and smaller, and we are the one that are going to remain there. Well, we can still pass it once the quorum was already met.
Yeah, the only thing the quorum must be met.
Yes, anybody left there, we can do it.
Mr. Ray.
My brother, what I want to know.
Mr. Ray, I think you are in error when you said that the president will be the one to put it on the floor because he is the presiding officer of the conference. Here in the Constitution, here is it. Let me read it for you. This Constitution may be amended during the national conference or a special conference by a vote of 2/3 majority of bona fide members of the association, provided that the proposed amendment has been circulated to the active member chapter at least 30 days prior to the covering of the national conference. The board, not the national administration, shall have the authority to initiate and supervise, coordinate the amendment process.
But another thing you're talking about, they may just told you the board appointed him. The board told him what to do.
No, Bobby asking.
Amendment process. More initiate.
It said amendment process will go to the convener. What is it?
No, I said the board should initiate the amendment process.
Supervise, coordinate. You know, say the national. It specify not the national.
What section are you reading? What section are you reading?
Go to the amendment.
What amendment? Okay, on section what?
I think 18.
Go to the last.
19. Yeah, 19.
Are you reading the old constitution?
The old constitution I'm reading. I didn't want part of that draft. I have proposals. So I'm not reading it now.
Also get rid of the new one. You read the OT.
But I don't want going back for the new one to come to being.
But let me give you an example.
Yeah.
The board appointed me in consultation with the administration. In our situation, the president is the chair of conference. He will invite the committee to present the constitution to the body. When the voting process comes in, because the board has already initiated 2 years ago, they had a constitution. The constitution was circulated 2 years ago. This year, the best circulation January. So we pass about 30 days. What the board need to do now, the group need to do, is to have a quorum to discuss the constitution.
Mr. Ray, honor Article 9 of the old Constitution, everything you read is not there. Honor amendment, it says requirements and procedure for the amendment of these laws shall be seen as those provided for the amendment of the Constitution. Where else you are reading? Where are you reading?
Go on the
where are you reading?
Where are you reading? US. You will see our constitution that go and read it. 19. Section 19.
What?
I mean, yeah.
The old constitution does not have what you have, 19.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm reading from the website.
But
No,
you see,
they're wrong.
We had 3 constitutions in the Grand Association. We had 3. The one came up on
That particular one you're reading is not the right one.
The one on the website, the only official website of the association.
It's not the right one.
That's the right one. I on the website. I don't know what looking and he said not the right one.
You said
which page?
what?
No.
Which page?
The one that what looking and he said not the right one. When you coming for you, the right one.
Let me just tell you now, the constitution that was amended May 29th.
The one on our official website where anybody that won't see about all of it can see first. That you are reading.
Oh man,
but we article is that.
oh man, the people could be making mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Which
the
article is that
amended
you reading?
constitution that is official
Yeah,
is May 29, 2010. Is that what you reading?
XV1.
XV1.
There's nothing in XV1.
No, XV1. Then you're talking about 7. Let's say 15, 16.
Yes,
No,
XV1.
no, that the old constitution you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So that's 16. Article 16.
Yeah, 16. What they talk about amendment.
The amendment.
Yeah, okay.
Section 1. That's 16.
Okay, section 1. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Okay, the constitution may be amended during the national conference, or remember, or a special conference by a vote of 2/3 majority of the bona fide members of the association, provided that a proposed amendment has been circulated to the active members chapters at least 30 days prior to the convening of the national conference.
Yes.
B, the board, not a national administration, shall have the authority to initiate and supervise, coordinate the amendment process.
Yes. So what we're going to do now, the amendment, that change we're going to do to our constitution.
Okay,
so
no, let me ask you a question.
Supervise and not the administration.
Go ahead, section 2. Read section 2.
I got a question here for you.
Yeah.
The Constitution is specific that the national president shall be the chair of the national convention. Mm-hmm. The only time that the president will relinquish his chairmanship is when he is delivering his State of the Nation address, and right after that he assumed the chairmanship of the conference. Mm-hmm. When the president is the chairman of the conference, who makes the agenda for the conference?
Well, I'm saying agenda.
I'm the president.
Let's start from that first.
We're trying to put new constitution. We're trying to amend the constitution. That process will be overseen by the board,
not
the national administration. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, the agenda will dictate the process of you are talking about.
It has to be in conformity with the constitution. Once the constitution is in the constitution, the president cannot do anything ordinary.
I agree with you. But what I'm saying, the president makes the agenda. The agenda will go with the president at the convention.
No problem.
Agenda, I come in now. Let me finish. In that agenda, maybe the president got prayer and item 1, amendment of the constitution.
Mm-hmm.
So the president will introduce that agenda, or his secretary will read that agenda. Now, where I want to agree with you is maybe during that amendment process, the board is presiding to make sure that everything is done. But technically, what we read just now seems to be the way I'm looking at it. After the process is started, the board is in charge to make sure that the amendment process takes over.
Yeah.
But the president, they does not relinquish the president of the chairmanship of the convention. It's just like delegating responsibility.
Okay.
I'm not questioning the president, or power. What I'm saying here, when it comes to amending or changing anything in the constitution, the president has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Guan, hold on.
I tend to agree with you on that. But Mr. Red said it here that he was not appointed by the president. He was appointed by the board.
By the board. Can I help you guys?
The board is saying what to do. So maybe they are still doing it according to the constitution.
Yeah, they got to go outside the constitution.
Yeah. When you're sitting as VP on a Matokana, and then we went to Philadelphia to adopt the constitution.
Gentlemen, don't get information.
Okay.
Here's a letter that dated December 24, 2019. Appointment to the GGA National Constitution Restructuring Committee. And this letter was signed by Honorable Ominga Kala, Chairman, National Board of Directors. It reads as follows. That is the initiating the process now. It reads as follows. The GGA mission has grown and will continue to grow in structure, size, and function, and complexity, while the Constitution seems stretched beyond limits to cover sectional situations not originally envisaged or expected. The stretch must also give rise to new interpretations during situations as well poses difficulties aligned to recognizable non-for-profit framework. As a result, over the year, we have seen unending cycles of disagreements and inefficiencies in the decision-making processes. In acknowledgement of the aforementioned, the 2000 National Conference resolved to empower the National Board of Directors to commission a restructuring committee to forge a path to a future viable GGA structure to rise above all. In view of the foregoing, it is our pleasure to appoint you and the 40 members as follows. For the 40 mandates, structure and qualification. Review the structure and qualification of GGA from scratch to include, from scratch, to include the board, administration, chapters, election commission, and to propose a functionally viable structure in consideration of GGA and Grand Gila-based organization, growing intricacies and conventions. 2, chapter, financial and convention management and procedure, due by 2021. That's our pass. So we're also being able to give us the authority to also review the non-elected members of the association to include the voting procedure, eligibility, tenure, terms, and conditions, as well as strategies for retention of potential leaders. So this letter also includes our consultation with them after our appointment with the administration, and we were able to submit this report to the chair of the board, including other members of the board, including the president of the association. The process has been initiated because we have done that in 2020.
So a level is supervising the process and they initiated the process and a level and supervise the process.
So the process is now, that's why I told you I'm not going to come to speak to anyone until I speak to people on the board and the administration.
Yeah.
So the process is now going to be supervised. So the voting will be an event. It will be the live process of this supervisory process. The voting, the amendment.
Yes.
But this will be because of the collaborative nature of the organizational structure they get to work with. We are working with both the board and the administration. Because the administration they're going to take care of where we meet, how many people will meet there, who will be on the agenda. Because they will also send the agenda from the inner working cycle and consultation to the board. These are things we're going to discuss. And even when the president wants to discuss it, they will put it to the floor. This is what we're going to discuss. And the floor will approve the agenda of the president. So the McKenna will supervise, will not supervise. The process is being supervised. They want on the front with you tonight. God received the blessing to come and talk with you. So the supervisory process has been since 2019. When they appointed us, we've been with the consultations, meeting our members, making report. Some of them participating in our meetings. And I tell you what the president said the other day, conference that was your talk to Congress. So that the process is going. So the board take the kind of who a chair, the board can even designate a special committee to say, look, you go count votes. Or you go make sure that secretary can't vote. Or the president can't do it. Because the team is a small organization. I don't think we're going to be more than 50,000 in Des Moines. So the most important thing is what we do is important to ask our questions or to spread the information. This is our new document. And the president said the organization is getting bigger. So the constitution will have the one thing calling have. Now what we're going to revise it because that was the latest one. There's another one there. So the other one I have with the same nature Timor Collins, Iwekong, and Yanu, commissioned by Matakana 2010, that one I wasn't, but that's the official one, the Bo gave. So, Bo is not fighting for who is chair, who is not chair, who is not fighting the boy. I don't think that should be our concern.
No, Bo doesn't have to swear that the Bo role at all. Nobody can assume or usurp the Bo role. You know?
What I'm telling you is that based on consultation, Bo and the administration interchangeably run stuff in the convention.
No, not this particular amendment process. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Red.
My brother, listen to me. You know what the amendment in Florida was not carried? I was there in Florida. It was not carried because Ibrahim brought it on the floor. 1 week.
Yeah, he brought something on the floor. Everybody, I want to know who said no.
Who said no? He put it on the floor to the convention. Who said no to get Timor Collins time to 3 years? I said no.
Yeah, we said no. We all said no.
But I'm giving these folks 5 months to review this stuff. So all the process you're talking about, the only thing we need to do now, read it, do our recommendations, revise it, send it out, and as I told you, and I'll tell most people, we are not stuck to this constitution. Because we have to have a reference to do other things with the Banking Association to improve what the board wants us to do, working with the board. But our role here is to make sure we bring all of you in, so that when we get to discuss the constitution, it will be a different process. We're not going to be kind of defending it, but everybody can still going to defend it at a little point. I don't want to vote. I want to go to get this. So you also love it to bring for you to vote. But if you don't vote, the constitution could be thrown out.
Okay, Mr. Red. Mr. Red, come in. And Mr. Honorable Bunyane, in Philadelphia, you were VP at that time. Jeremiah Sokan was secretary. Madokano was president when we adopted the constitution. You forgot what happened at that time? Who was in charge?
We had Asif Boer was the board chair, remember?
No, I talk about the process now, that the board taking it, or that the administration, or that the committee.
Wow.
Because you were the vice president, Madokano
I
was
know.
the president.
Yeah, I know, but at that time, I think they both were working hand in hand. I think they had a committee, and then also the board was involved. I think all of them were working hand in hand during that time.
Because it happened in the Catholic Church in Philadelphia, I was there.
Yeah. They all were working hand in hand. The board, the administration, and the committee, the commissioner, those that were appointed on the commission at the time.
Okay.
Because you see, the thing is that the constitution spell out plain blank, not the administration. It said not the administration, but the board. So to always draw the administration into the process.
Michael.
Yeah.
Michael. What will happen that day? It doesn't matter. I mean, even though the constitution say that to the letter, but both parties can work together.
You can't work together.
No. The administration set the agenda, and then the board comes and monitor the deliberation. And that's what UACON did at the place in Florida. They always follow that. You see that? So the administration, as the word Gessler Jerry said, the administration set the agenda. And then when the time comes to do the constitution, then the board chair will come and then what? Deliberate, monitor and what? And supervise the whole thing. So it's nothing.
There's something, but the information you're giving here is that the administration, because the president is the presiding officer of the conference, so he does the amendment process.
Michael, understand. What he's trying to say is that the administration set the agenda. Then when they reach to the part where they have to do the constitution, then the board chair will come and supervise that part.
I agree.
Okay, I mean, why are we making noise for?
Because the whole amendment process of the constitution, the administration had nothing to do with it.
No, listen, Marco. Now the way you're looking at it, it doesn't work like that. Because in Philadelphia, I was there. What they would do, the Akuma Madokano administration, they set the agenda, they read the agenda, and when it came to the amendment process, the board chairman came out at that time. I don't know who was the chairman, and said, well, we got our constitution revision committee, and they called them up, they take the chair. Every one of us, we sat down, and then we started going through the constitution line by line. So when they say supervise, it's not there like somebody hold a gap over your head. No.
It depends on the board. James,
Yes.
What you say, it depends on how the board wants the deliberation to go.
Yeah.
If the board say, okay, the commission will come and explain and go into detail, yes, then the commission will come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, I want to call the adoption. That whole day in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but that's it.
Everybody start down.
The only reason why the only thing I'm arguing here, Boo, is that the administration, the president has nothing to do with the amendment process.
No,
he has to do. Because the president
he's just telling you that he set the agenda. That's
if the president doesn't put on the agenda,
I'm talking about amendment. Agenda. Why are you trying to confuse the thing here? I'm talking about amendment.
Michael, don't think that will be on the agenda.
The board chairman had nothing to do with something that I'm telling you.
No.
The
board chairman has nothing to do with the agenda. Why go on the conference?
But you think that will be on the agenda, Michael? It has to be on the agenda.
Now the way you look at it, Michael.
It will be on the agenda. But when it's time for the amendment process,
you are not saying that before. It doesn't work like that.
But we agree with you, Michael, that the same thing.
Michael, you are not saying that before. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. The way we look at it. When the board chairman come and say, well, it is time for the Constitutional Revision Committee to come out. When they call all of them, then they are 8. When all 8 of them take the chair, then with the rest of the people that you bowl, your administration, everybody sit down, and then we start going through the Constitution. So you're not saying to say, oh, board chairman sit down, the guy gavel the hand. No, it doesn't. Now what are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying, Jimmy. I'm saying that the whole process is being taken care of by the board. No, the board sit down in the kitchen. No, the board in the upstairs bedroom by that business. But they take care of it.
I saw the board finna introducing it. They said that.
What if board introduce it and go by in the living room? Yeah. How they take care of it and how they want to use it, that's fine.
I think look, sometimes we should agree. I think Michael has a point. Michael has a point. Yeah. Why it is true, I still believe that the agenda may be set by the administration.
Yeah.
I think the board spearheads the process of the amendment.
But that's what we said. But we all say the same thing.
So
Gibson,
the board, when the process starts, when the commission is deliberating and reading, at that point in time, the board seated with the chairman will supervise the process the way I'm understanding it now.
But that's what it is. We don't have to go around it.
But the administration does not have a.
You remember when Iroquois presided? When Iroquois presided in Florida. Okay.
You know that the administration can decide not to put on the agenda.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, listen. Right now, as it is, if it didn't pass it through the process, it's not going to the days. So they are bound by the constitution to put it there.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Mm-hmm.
They are bound.
Yeah,
but the process has started, so they can't. They cannot stop the process.
They cannot stop it.
Michael,
don't think that written on board that we're talking about ignorance. That we're trying to talk about criteria to becoming leaders in the community. Because some of these things that these guys they because of ignorance, they bypass some of those things. During the previous time.
It's a whole thing our time to them before on the go know it is bound for out of discuss it. They will never change it.
Yeah.
We feel passing the state.
And
when they tell it, so the president can stop it. The president can change it.
Michael, listen to me. And if you argue, even if they can bring police and you have your constitution in your hand, the police will go with you.
Yes. And I want to be with my constitution in my hand. If James wasn't telling you won't go supervise the commission, I didn't know him more from that.
No, but that's what I'm telling you, it doesn't work like that. All you have to do after the secretary will read all the agenda item, and then when it comes to that amendment process, the board chairman will introduce it. From there, the board chairman to take a seat. Then the 8 election commissioner, what a revision committee member, then they will take charge. Then the board member, everybody will sit down and start reading.
Yep.
No supervision within there. That the committee member and us interacting.
Yes. No supervision within there. Anything that happens,
the board is supervised.
Why are you talking about?
No, but when you say supervise, what I'm saying, they will say
they will not be over
there. They will not be over there, Jimmy. But any kind of thing that rise up from that place that they don't want how to go and solve it.
Everybody reading.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
How do I
we-
get this super fast?
You're not move on.
Does that mean that
The night
I'm
is
also
going.
yelling at people and people be talking? Then I want to possible fast.
No, but what I'm speaking from experience. I went through the process before, the way it worked. That's what I'm just telling you. All right, what next?
Well, gentlemen, I think I heard a lot.
Yo, what up, Mr. Ray is talking?
Yeah, no, I just said I just want to thank you guys.
Yes.
For the good deliberation. We talked too long today.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, we did well.
Everyone get a copy of the Constitution. Get to somebody.
Yes, we did.
Don't just hold it. Read it
Mm-hmm.
and teach it.
Yeah.
Read it and teach it, so that your points you put through, like this is democracy.
Yes.
And the greater thing in democracy than numbers. You are not able to express why you want in the Constitution, why you need to be there, and people vote the contrary, that the will of the people, for which what I like democracy.
Mm-hmm.
But for democracy to be democracy, must be guided and educated. People make educational decisions. Don't say, my man, why my friend put my hands up my ear. Because it represents our future after recognition. And it took us almost 23 years to come this far. Since 2010, and the 13 years to come this far since the last constitution was amended. So, as I said, there are two phases of this thing. We will have to go into from the constitution, we have to do the organizational framework, the handbook for the working of the organization, and all of that. That will be the second phase of this. Look at the whole structure of the organization and see which is feasible to make sure that it reflects the 501c3 process as provided for by the Attorney General report on non-for-profits in Pennsylvania. And I think what we did not include in that, and I want to say that there will be a policy issue, will be the issue that most of our issues here have been our documents get missing. We can't get documents. I told the board and I told the administration that we have to discuss in our policy, second phase of our policy, and all of us should be thinking about our need a national headquarters. Will it be 2 rooms? Will it be 3 rooms? Will it be 4 rooms? What will keep our data? Because we are too many now to have our personal information, our social security number, bank cards, to be in somebody cash app or somebody backpack. You have to find somewhere that we can show those things that will be protected. That we have a membership roster that we can all look at. We have a constitution that we can always be available to everybody. We have a financial report that are always available. That we're not going to be fighting because the organization is expanding. That with one of the major things we don't even know who went to a convention, who didn't go to a convention. All of these things is not a good news for us. And even with fine taxes, we want to know our profile. We are big organizations now. We want to be more professional. So instead of collecting $50, we can be writing project proposals and getting money from our 501c3. So we did a better work than the rest of the people. We have to be able to serve our community here and serve the people back home. It will not just be like a saving club. We'll raise money, send it to Labrador. We want to be another government in exile. We don't want to do that. We want to be a non-for-profit. And that we do that, and we are accountable, and we are courteous to each other. This is Jason took his time. He came and joined us. All of you can take your time. Nobody's been paid. You came there for love our county. Let's be kind to each other. Let's be nice to each other. Why you don't want anybody to say to you, don't say it to him. Why you think we hurt somebody? Be very courteous how you say it. We don't fighting for power here. Nobody just reaches in this thing. We spend our money. Let's make sure we have a good 501c3 so that when I buy my tickets here and go to Iowa, pay my hotel bill, I can have some tax break. Then what I do with African Star. Every penny I pay African Star, very double. As president of news, give me a tax paper at the end of the year. And I file for taxes. I don't do that for Grand Jury Association. So when we start doing those things, then people will be willing to even pay more than $100, $1,000. And then when we start going to pay $250, $300, it didn't mean that we wanted to do that. But when I'm paying this money, I'm not getting any tax break. But I pay money to my Catholic church. I pay money to another churches, local churches. People give me tax papers. But when I pay money to Grand Jury Association, I don't get anything. It's not insults. And I think we need to be kind to them by keeping some of our friends away. I don't want to get that from somebody forced me on the internet. And I think we are growing up. And I think this civic discussion is very important. You guys continue to reach out to other people, educate them on what the organization is about. We should not stay away. As soon as at the convention we can solve our problem, we can scream at each other. At the end of the day, we are grandchildren. And I will encourage everyone, as I told people, I didn't have any appetite to go to the convention. But then I remember what my dad said. There is nothing greater than your presence. anything that happened when you were not there, you were not there. You can't be absent and say I was there. So it's very important for all of us to go with our disagreements to see what a convention we agree on and move our organization forward. It has become the envy of the world. Grand Guinea Association is the most potent, the most recognized, the most eloquent, the most serviceable organization. In any organization in diaspora can boast of that. And I talk with government officials, policy makers. Grand Guinea Association has the cream of the best. If the Crown say they want to raise 100,000 today, they'll raise it. And let's give our people hope to belong to this organization. Let that work. Let that work. Let's put our faces out. And I'm proud of you, James, for being so resilient and persistent to get me here and give time willing to go on your program, to go on any other programs so I can all be civic, respect each other, and move the organization forward. This is our organization. I always tell folks, this is our community. We have to make it right. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
night, sir. Thank you very much. All right.
Well, gentlemen,
Yeah.
I think it's done. Before I go, I just want to thank everybody on here tonight. We have an idea where we are going. My only thing here tonight is that I see on here tonight that we are in consensus in making sure our newly drafted constitution will make some of these changes. We are in, but you see, I'm a kind of person. I don't stand still. I always like to look ahead. As I was saying, everybody on here we are in consensus on making amendment to our constitution, the newly drafted one. But we have to also remember that people that are again making some of these changes, especially when it comes to the academic pedigrees and stuff. I know a lot of people that have their own family members because they will see it as a hurdle for their aspiration, their presidential aspiration, whatever position. So we can't sit on our laurels. We have to start reaching out to people that will agree with us. That when we reach down there, it shouldn't be a surprise package. That all of a sudden everything we talk about will be deliberating on here. It will not come to fruition. So we need to start reaching out to people. We have to brainstorm. Like I said, Mr. Goa, hopefully we can have another show before we can go to Iowa. Let's compare notes, things that we want to be changed in the Constitution. I put some of them down. Let's make sure Mr. Red asked for email that some of the things you highlighted in red ink and send it to him. We shouldn't sit down and just let's do a follow up. Where everything we ask for tonight, all the changes we make, we ask for that Mr. Red told us. Let's do it. If we don't do it, then it is on us. So please, let's continue to reach out. My own, I'm excited about this constitution. I'm excited about this convention because why? It's not about the election we're going to have. I'm going to the most important thing that came to that place, that our constitution.
Okay, Bobby, before you conclude, please go on page 21 on the new constitution. Please go there quick.
Let's go page 21. The way you do it, you change your constitution. 21. Say we got an article. Yeah, go to 21.
Page 21.
What do you got 21?
Page 21 show the amendment, people.
I mean, the email to send all the things that I want to show you.
You won't carry me to the thing. You won't carry me.
Say the thing now. I don't know. Something you are coming to say me. Yeah.
No. You said, Mr.
My man.
I'm telling you.
You don't put flow, man.
Oh, but I want to tell you what email. Yeah, okay.
Gentlemen, sir, let's have another show and see what we can tell the thing. Yeah, let me let her put to speak.
Let me. I'm about to leave too. I'm doing some financials here. Look, first of all, let me make it clear that I kind of agree with Michael Gore about the board spearheading the convention. I think the reason is simple. The board is the legislative arm of the organization because they make law and stuff like that. So they oversee the legal process. I don't have any doubt that Michael may be right on that. But I want to also say that this process, we should encourage everybody, all our old man who don't understand English, who don't like to sit down for long to listen to long reading, let's encourage them that this process is very important so that we all can be able to have a new constitution that address our contemporary issues. There are too many issues that we need to address. And I think we should try. Those of you who have the copy, you want to make a contribution, let's try to put in place some mechanism that will be able to stop the various bodies from interfering into another person's work unnecessarily or illegally.
Yeah.
So I thank you very much for letting me on, and I think I made my contribution. I don't know, Margaret did not agree with me on something, even though I'm a little bit right.
No,
But
no. Wait a minute. You know, you don't want to follow in a community.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. I'm doing my financial for my year-end accounting, so I will talk to you guys.
Thank you for coming.
Take care, sir.
Boo, you sleeping?
Oh, no, I mean, I'm here.
Okay.
Do I know somebody who's sleeping?
No, I have that. Wow.
Okay, since you want me to give my own
closing
parting remarks,
yeah,
really like the. Are you listening?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I want to thank you guys tonight for this, initiative. I mean, it was a very good, kind of discussion where we, went through part of the Constitution, even though we didn't go through all, but some of the important areas we touched them. So I think it's very important for us to kind of give, do some notes. I think James, I'm sure you did some of those stuff by being able to put some paperwork together. If you have anything, you can share it with us, and we all can do collaboration so that we can write one paper and send it to Kai and his group so that he can look at some of those things we are looking at. The general changes, which of course somebody on the.
Who's that?
Who that?
Sorry, my alarm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
One more time for the go to work.
Yeah. So the general changes, we ought to make sure that we put those things together so that we can, submit them to the Constitutional Commission. Another thing here is the talk for the president, doing the agenda, which of course, I mean, we all agree that the president does the agenda. Okay, when it comes to Constitution, the president has that particular area in the agenda. They'll call on the board chair so that they can chair it and call the commission so that they can deliberate on it. That one we all understood it. Another thing is we have to encourage people to come to the convention because it's very important. And we have more people coming there and we encourage them, get them copies of the Constitution. When I come in there too, I will make some copies for those who don't have it on emails and all that kind of stuff so they can have some copies. So it'll be a very important thing for people to understand what is in the Constitution. But most of the main things that we targeted, I hope that we will have enough time to be able to discuss this thing. We can put in some days in between because we have shorter time now to the convention. When is the convention? Is it May 12th or May 11th?
Yes, the 12th.
May 12th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So prior to that, can we be able to meet maybe about, we got to look at each other's schedules and see when we can meet to be able to look at some of those things quick and post a document together.
So we can meet Tuesday night?
Tuesday night? Yeah, for me, I don't work at night, so that's,
What we'll do, and let Mr. Kwagan use the collaboration.
Okay.
It will help us.
Yeah, collaboration is okay. What we do?
Yeah, Mr. Goa, you already started you collaboration on the same document.
Are you using Google Docs?
Anytime.
Are you using Google Docs?
Well, you Google Docs.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you put me on that collaboration so we can all do it.
That's all. It will help out to speed up with the work here. The one we like, we'll keep it. The one we don't like, we'll put it in rare.
Yeah, add me there. I'll do my contribution.
Well, send me the Word document. The one I got is in PDF. That no one can.
Yeah, do the Google Docs. I think James, you have the Google Docs.
Oh, I
no, the Word document for this particular Constitution.
Oh yeah, but Kai said you will send you the Word document.
I don't have the Word document.
Yeah,
okay, get behind him. You get behind to get it.
Okay.
Yeah, Kai will send it to you. So when he send it to you now, then we can do our thing. So every correction we do, we put it in red.
Yeah, we'll put it in red. Yeah.
What we're gonna do so the PDF when you say they want a PDF, right?
Yeah, they want a PDF. You can't do anything to that.
Yeah, and so you got a PDF or whatever program.
Yeah, converter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All I think you can see doing that so I can help you.
But you see, you guys don't have I don't know, everybody got a Mac. If Mac you can do that. The Mac PDF you can edit.
No, we don't have.
No.
I'm going to send Mr. Red or Joss.
Okay, send it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what we can do. So
Yeah,
I really want to thank you guys, and let me, you know, next time when y'all have time, we can just communicate with each other, send a text when you are available. One of those nights, you know, me, I'm available every night. So thank you so much, man.
Okay.
Yep. All right, let me just conclude.
Okay.
I think Bobby done well. I think tonight what we did by bringing all of you on to share knowledge, it will help us so that when we go to Des Moines, we don't be confused. Because there are so many things in the Constitution here that we are not understanding up to now. So it's better before Des Moines, we should start brainstorming to be on one page. Then we'll get in the hall. We don't be doing hauling and pulling. So if we all agree that, the administration, you want to be the administration, you want to get associate degree or BSc, you understand? We want to do all the things that them might go to that place, they'll just start going on. Then we don't waste a lot of time. If not, we'll stay in that hall there for almost 8 or 9 hours. So thank you, Mike, for the program. You know, there's a thing that you're financing by yourself, and all of you are coming on board to share knowledge. Continue your work.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you too for coming. I think we did well today, and quite help all. At least the chairman of the commission came.
Yep.
He said he came about 20 minutes, boy. he spent money.
Yeah, I mean, it was very helpful. It was very helpful.
Very helpful. And, you know, and I think he liked it too. So we'll do more of these, but I think I want to be coming on Sunday and Tuesday like that. What do you say?
Yeah. Tuesday is okay for me. Me, I don't work at night, so
Sunday and Tuesday. Yeah. My dance, you know, get them. I don't be a coin.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay,
So between Monday and Tuesday. Okay.
Go you.
All right, so I saw Mr. Wrestling and that will share with you guys.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Mr. Goa, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, yeah, I don't know. This thing we gotta end the battle. The fight we started, we gotta end it. We gotta communicate. We gotta find a way to bring people. You see tonight, I don't even know what will have 12 members viewing this thing here tonight because the people they're not interested in the kind of conversation.
Bobby, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bobby, I got a question for you. You say you had someone and I look at it, group that you chatting with. So why you don't invite some of them?
No, I will, no, for me, that particular group, the Operation Save GGAA, they are interested.
Operation Save GGAA.
Yeah, but we expect them to come or to call in.
No, the message I made today, I should have sent a link in that room, in that chat room.
I was saying that what the man said when Shai came and said, you're a share.
Yeah.
Next time, Tuesday, we'll send it there.
Yeah, that whole group is composed of multi-tire, aggrieved, or very people that want the constitution to be changed, people that against the vote, people. Yeah, I started opening company. They got more than 100% in that place. So I made a
wow.
Yeah. Oh my man, people the election. You said the election, the particular convention you see. People will be packed there in Arizona.
The thing here, we can focus on changing the country. We finish our organization. We finish
everything going to place. That's it. Yeah. But that's why you see Bobby will be advocating.
They pull off. So why would we go to the player and say, we don't want to go? What would we be fighting for?
No, listen now. Bobby will be advocating.
Yeah, then the both finish.
But now we started and say, oh, you know, the master degree is too high. I don't know.
Anybody get master degree? The man, I mean, come on.
We got a lot of people with master degree. A lot of people.
Yeah, but how many people will be participating? How many people will be part of the organization?
They will come on board.
We got plenty people who got master degree who are willing to participate. A lot of them.
That's good. That's encouraging. They can come on board with people. But man, the team, they're not one message all. When I say no, the other person.
Some of us we serve at one part. We'll just be there in the background to advise.
All right.
That's what we can do.
Everything get master. And what you begin and Jela got master.
Oh yeah, Gerard graduated. He did.
Okay, so you want me still need them? People
Yeah,
got master, but nobody
I'm
bragging
not
about
saying
it.
I'm just saying how many people that really want to be part of the organization. I'm just thinking, I just want, as the man said, we want to be inclusive. We don't want to create
Even your
like a
picking irritated. I think irritated.
That was the Irete and Jada,
yeah.
two of them, the Immigrant Association. They could become
That's when I
chairperson.
get people master, they can put a plan. I know my picking Bali and where the organ master, but whether they want to be part of the organization, we gotta find out what
we'll encourage them. We'll encourage them. Because when they see people who are on the same level, they'll be encouraged. But when they can't say no,
they'll be encouraged. Yeah.
They play bien too much. I'm not coming there.
Yeah, we can't have people who, blind, and they're leading people who can see.
Yeah, and then you get it, they won't cost you. The blind people won't cost you.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a lady who threatened me for almost 1 week to cost me because I promoting education. What kind of education say you educated?
But then
you can't apologize for going to school.
Bobby, you need to call a woman so we'll help her.
No. I'm not better open and I won't better up answer. Can't worry me. I big my brother. There was a huge issue. My family had to intervene to talk to the woman. The woman go live on me. The woman said you want to go live on me. You can't disgrace me. And imagine what is it over? Who and now imagine can cost me from in the morning to in the evening.
But then you sue her. Who is she?
But we'll get to the point where I get recording everything. I'll just say everything. You gotta go see big.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but we can't say it.
Yeah,
you can't talk.
I hope now from my chapter.
Big lawsuit for your big lawsuit. Yeah.
I hope not from my chapter.
I'll just say this for the 70. Yeah, the woman want to go bombastic on me on paper. I will call you in the morning, in the evening for what you made because we are promoting because we talk about education and disqualify you too. Now my father, I want to disqualify.
But most of them sending their children to school. Why are they sending their children to school?
But how many people no Bobby? How many people disqualify because of education? I don't see that person yellow.
I'm better, my man. You digging deeper. I'm not going to go there with you.
No, but I'm saying nobody was disqualified because of education. They pass everybody.
We know what some people
because we said they buy low. They buy very low.
Yeah.
Very low, yeah.
Also, Michael, what say you leaving now?
Yeah, I'll leave you.
All right, guys. I see you, man.
Okay. Let us know when you're ready next time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Tuesday.
Okay.